you've won
He did.
a debate on affirmative action. Well,
Absolutely.
could you?
Didn't Thomas Sowell win that
want,
shit in like the 1970s, and the rest of you have been coping ever since?
Who's the rest of you?
The original Candace Owens.
Is this the start of a trend? Are you going to like? Are you? Do you want to take this
I will
here?
not let that insult to fucking Thomas Sowell stand. To fucking call him the original Candace Owens.
This is he's not meaningful in the field. Like if you talk to actual economists, like he's not even well respected for like any of his work in economics. He's just a black person who says that black people are lazy. That was that was his stick, and like conservatives love him. Like he's speaking the truth. He's just telling it like it is. He offers nothing of value.
Yeah.
Next time, just say just to make it clear for everybody else, just say I haven't read any Thomas Sowell, and I like to hint at the idea that he's an Uncle Tom without any evidence.
I didn't say it at all. Although I would say that, but I didn't say that. but I was like he said literally the black people got their culture from NASCAR. Like it's historically inaccurate. Yes, he is. He said verbatim.
So what you're telling me is that you. What you're telling me is you've never read Black Rednecks, White Liberals. You just heard other people that.
No, I heard Thomas Sowell say it from his own mouth.
Okay, I want to say just a quick couple of things. First of all, leaving aside the fact that he's a Harvard grad and also has a PhD from the University of Chicago, which is one of the most,
that doesn't make him credited.
Which is one of the most prestigious PhD programs in economics in the nation, probably the most. He also, like, all his opinions were not actually that far off from Milton Friedman, who won a Nobel Prize for economics. What are you talking about in terms of people just reject him?
I'm saying he's not respected as someone who like revolutionized the field of economics. The thing that he's known for, the thing that people claim. Well, he's not even known for economics, but the thing that like he built his accreditation in, like he's not that different from the norm. He didn't change the game of econ. That's why when people actually know him for, is calling black people lazy. None of his like econ work. Because everyone that went to Harvard isn't like I'm sure he's an intelligent person, but that doesn't give him good morals, and that also doesn't make him like some revolution in the field of work. Like that's not what Harvard puts out.
Okay.
Can I ask?
I feel like has anybody claimed here, or I'm just curious, who is it that claimed that Thomas Sowell revolutionized the field of economics?
Well, a better question would be, Bam.
He can make that claim without having to respond to anybody else. That's just his opinion about the person.
Right. Which economist would you say did revolutionize?
Don't get so mad about this.
John Adams.
John Adams?
Yeah. For sure.
The second president?
Absolutely.
He revolutionized economics? Are you talking about Adam Smith or John Adams?
He means Adam Smith.
Adam Smith too, but I'm talking about John Adams.
Maybe hold on.
For sure. I took it. We spoke about him. We spoke because that's what everybody goes to Adam Smith, the godfather of the Western econ. But John Adams, crap. We ended up talking about him in one of my macro classes. Like it's
I don't think he's talking about the second president.
I am
talking about a different John Adams.
No, I'm pretty sure I'm talking about the second president. I'm not making this up at all.
Really?
There was
just his policies.
No, it was part of his thing whenever they were setting up the country. Like the reason he was the second president was related to like a lot of his economic policy. Like there was him, Thomas Jefferson. Thomas Jefferson was is really well known for his not legal.
Hello.
I'm trying to remember what he did.
Hi. We can hear you. But go ahead.
I'm not finding anything about economics from John Adams, at least not from his Wikipedia.
You got to go to his Conservapedia, obviously, Lactoid.
He was a lawyer.
This man was a Federalist.
Yeah, I mean, like Hamilton, I think, was more influential for economics than Adams, but maybe I'm missing something there. But
no, Hamilton was
The political
Really
economy.
influential.
I
Without being
really
president.
think you're thinking of Adam Smith. Like, I really, really think
I
so.
I'm all no. I'm also there's literally a book called The Political Economy of John Adams.
Yeah, I believe that. Maybe you just he had particular economic policies, and maybe they were influential for the way that American history, the rest would govern. But he didn't like revolutionize the field like in terms of his theories or like his. He wasn't like an academic in the field of economics or anything like that. I don't believe he was just like a lawyer.
Read the book on it. Like I said,
I found it on JSTOR. Yeah.
Yeah,
The
I'm
exact
looking at
title,
I'm
The
looking
Political
at
Economy of John Adams.
I mean, I'll read it. Sounds interesting. I just,
Is
I
it a
feel like I have
compilation of his
success-
writings?
Oh,
Or is it something
Bea, stop.
the.
oh, you're
Yep,
unmuted in
me.
StreamYard.
Yeah. So
that's why
keep
you're
yourself
echoing.
muted in StreamYard and then like just talk through Discord. But it can continue. You can. But yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Ooh,
Yeah,
but
we
Adam,
can hear you.
I think Adam Smith is also a great answer. He's far
Yeah.
more influential than
You
Thomas
can
Sowell.
repeat your question, Bea, if you want to. Go ahead.
No, that's fine.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry. John Adams is not like a particularly well-known economist. I'm looking at the political economy just from reading the preview. Like, it's a question about whether or not John Adams had similar economic policy to Thomas Jefferson or Alexander Hamilton. It's not about like him bringing forth any kind of like you
I'm
talk
willing to read
shit
the
about
book.
Thomas Sowell. Okay, I'm just saying.
Right. It's like, yeah, you talk shit about Thomas Sowell, libertarians are going to fucking pipe up. Like,
All
Oh
right.
no, so scared, libertarians.
Libertarians are going to give you the pipe. Good to know. All right, let's
mean,
move on.
you want it.
Only consensually.
Go to
Right?
Porkfest, I
Yeah.
guess.
That's all about non-aggression here. Okay, so we'll get started because we have everyone. Thanks all for stopping by. Hello all, this is the Rubbery Roundtable, which we have Mondays at 8 p.m. Eastern. If you're watching us on Twitch, hit the subscribe button if you haven't done so yet. If you're watching us the other way around. If you're watching us on YouTube, subscribe. But also do that on Twitch. There's lots of ways to support. Hit all the buttons, right? Pay all the money. It'll work out in the end, I think.
Mash your
So-
keyboard.
Just mash the keyboard, right? Thanks all. We have a great group of individuals here. Really excited to get to know them, to talk to them. I'll get to know them. I know I know most of these degenerates, unfortunately, but we got some new people here, and that makes me excited. So we'll start with our friend Lactoid. Lactoid, you're still here and still white. Go ahead.
I'm excited to talk about the first topic, the racialized issue, and I will give my white opinion. It'll be great. For those of you who want to see more white opinions, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thanks.
Okay. Scott, thanks for
Was
coming
good.
back. Always nice to see you here, friend. How are you?
I'm doing all right. I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty. It's always fun to be here. See some new faces. Should be fun. If you want to check out some additional, mostly white opinions, I guess, since I'm mostly white, I guess my opinions are default white. I don't know. Check us out on Rumble, Fabian Liberty, or, YouTube. We'll be on Adam and Sitch tomorrow, around like 4. And then Wednesday, we have Carolyn Ann Harlos, who's the secretary of the LNC, Libertarian National Committee, to talk about, some of the stuff going on in Colorado, some of the party politics, optics, and, her opinions. She's a bit of the pink-haired hero, pink flame of liberty for anybody that's a hardcore libertarian. If you're not a libertarian, you probably have no idea who she is, but she's done amazing work. So, should be fun. Good week.
Okay. All right. So next is our friend Corey. Corey, thank you. Like doing multiple things at once here, so my intros are off. But Corey, we love you. So there you go. That's all you need.
Absolutely. All you need is love, as they say. But super grateful to be here. Looking forward to getting into it with these familiar and fine faces and new faces. Where if you want some Canadian opinions, you can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv, Corey Campbell 84. And you can find me on Twitter, Instagram. Literally, it's Corey Campbell. I'm a biochemist. I cover science, news, and research. And thank you so much. And looking forward to getting into it.
I want to clarify.
you,
I'm
thank
actually
you.
2% Native American, so it's mostly white along with Scott. So
Good to know. That's a con. See, we need that because Doobie's not here. That would be Doobie's line, right? And then he mentioned how he's 6% black and how he should belong on all black everything. But of course, never over my dead fucking body. But here's a real black man, right, in the flesh. My man Bam, Black American made. One of our honestly one of our better people here, right? I can vouch for this guy. He's
hold on, pause. Are you saying that Black American Made is one of the good ones? Because I'm feeling uncomfortable right now.
Well, no, actually, I am, right? Because you know what? Bam comes on time. The rest of those motherfuckers on Abe, they don't, right? So I'm just putting that out there. He is actually one of the good ones.
Yo, Prime, what are you trying to say about black people?
I'm saying they come to appointments late. I'm saying we cannot rely on them to stick to a schedule. That's what I'm saying.
It's still too close to Juneteenth for this. I won't stand for this. I'm just gonna skip my turn. If you here for some black ass opinions, you'll listen to me right here. And also correct opinions. That's the thing. I am like 37-0 on these panels. I've received my trophy every week. And this week will be no different.
Let's move on to a brand new person. HPCR recommended by my friend Connor. And, again, Connor's word is gold here, so I'm sure this man is amazing. If you disappoint us, right, of course, Connor and his family will suffer the consequences. But HPCR, thank you for being here. Introduce yourself to the audience and to me as well.
What's up, Prime? I'm HPCR. I do some informal debate stuff on various Discords. Shout out Citadel. But yeah, I'm just here to have a lively discussion about the various topics, and I'm excited to get into it. Thanks for having me on, and thanks Connor for the introduction.
Okay, all right, so let's go on to our friend Jay Chow. Jay Chow, thanks for coming through. I had a topic that I thought might interest him, and luckily he was free. Thanks for stopping by, friend.
Yeah, and thanks for the invite. I'm here to give the nerdy Asian opinions. Though I'm
really representative.
My man, Tiberius is not here. Did you invite him? He's gonna be really sad if you didn't invite him for this.
I over invited for this. I literally didn't have the space for everyone. I had to ask for someone's permission to disinvite them. So yeah. Okay, is that it? All right, moving on.
Dude, that's his opening. Where's Tiberius?
Asian nerdy guy. I'm here for those opinions. I'm here to give those opinions. That's what you invited me for, right?
Yeah.
Nothing else.
No comment.
Nothing else.
No comment. We have another brand new person. I've actually talked to this person before, once on Wix panel, and then previously in Doobie's private server, though probably don't remember me doing that. But the person has a fiery personality. Love it. Want to see more of it, right? Be a best friend to Scott, I'm sure. So let's introduce ourselves to our friend Bea. How do I pronounce that? I want to make sure I get it right.
B, like B, Arthur.
Oh, okay, B. Yeah, please.
I'm here obviously for one reason and one reason only, and it's to knit while I talk to a lot of you, clearly. My opinion needs no qualifications or affirmative checks.
He's a woman.
All right, yeah. More femoids, welcome. Let's go to our friend Counter.
Now, don't ever call me a femoid ever again.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Counterpoints. Thank you, friend, for being here. One of our MVPs. How are you?
Muted, I believe.
Okay, I mean, he's still learning the ropes here, but
beautifully. How are you?
Fine, friend.
Yeah. So my name's Connor. I run a YouTube channel named Counterpoints 40K. That's my main channel. That's where I do Warhammer 40,000 science fiction breakdowns. So if you're into Warhammer 40,000 lore or animated violence, go ahead and check that out. Link down in the description on that channel is my Counterpoints Coliseum, which is where I post debate VODs, and then finally Counterpoints, where I post my political essays. So if you're into political essays, YouTube debates or Warhammer 40,000, then check it out. I try to approach things from a centrist perspective, but I drift right wing depending on the topic, and then sometimes I have some left wing sympathies, but I always try to qualify them and then add a little bit of racism so the lefties don't think that I'm one of them.
Counterpoints, may I admit that I found you from Voldemort and Major Kill, two other big Warhammer 40K channels. So
That's awesome.
I don't want to say so I didn't realize whenever people were talking about counterpoints for debate, I thought that must have been like ContraPoints or maybe someone else. And I thought, why is this work? No, can't be
No,
the same.
no one
One and the
important.
same. One and the same.
Yeah, certainly not. We don't have important people on this channel. But
Hey.
That's why I'm still invited.
B, you sound a bit low. Are you using the right mic? It's like it doesn't sound like you're talking into that one. Maybe like a laptop mic, maybe. So just check your sound settings in Discord, just in case.
Let's figure this out. I really would like to go against type and say that I'm not. Wait. Hello?
Oh, there you go.
Sounds much
There
better.
you go.
There you go.
There you go.
Okay.
I am not technologically challenged. I don't know if any of you could tell. My background is obviously in STEM and STEM law and other STEM gardening things. So, I'm usually quite
All
good
right.
with this.
Thank you so much. So we're gonna get started. All right. Topic 1. And this is a topic provided by our friend Bam. So shout out to Bam for always being a real one, helping us out. Topic 1. A woman and her teenage son were recently charged with murder after killing a man who assaulted her. The boy fired shots after his mother was repeatedly punched in the face. Police are constantly stating that they fear for their lives when faced with much less. So shouldn't this boy be innocent of this charge as well? So yeah, it's just like it sounds. It was like a hot dog stand or something. I don't know, like some sort of like food establishment. And there's video of this of at least the first half. I don't know if the second half has ever been released, but of this man getting an altercation with this woman, and wanting her to apparently leave the establishment. She doesn't, and then he just begins wailing on her. Right. Then her 14-year-old son produces a gun and shoots him. There's lots of the details that happens, that goes along with this, but the guy dies. And then they were, at least the son was charged with murder. I forget what the lady was charged with. I think there might be. Go ahead.
The drop.
Yeah. And apparently the charges have been dropped since like after I wrote all this.
Like,
but
yeah,
whatever.
like today, yeah.
Yeah. But still, I want to talk about the principle of the matter. Like when you are defending someone, when I think it might be reasonable to say that their life is in danger. Like, why shouldn't private citizens be able to use force like this? So let's start with our friend Lactoid for introduction, opening statements here, and we'll go around. Lactoid.
Yeah, so I'm gonna read a little bit more as to why they were dropped because in the initial Twitter video, from what I saw, it appears justified in the sense of you have somebody who's throwing haymakers against somebody else, using a firearm to defend that person is perfectly justified. But the article states that following this, the guy ran out of the restaurant and was running down the street when the 14-year-old walked out and started shooting down after the guy when he's running away. All right. So already at that point, we have a problem. Okay. Because if guy's running away and he's getting shot at in the back, that major issue with that, that should carry something. That should carry some kind of charge if that happened. The other thing that's alleged in the article is that apparently following this, the mother told the 14-year-old to shoot the witness, one of the witnesses that was standing there. And then they both jumped from the car and fled. Okay. So the actual in the video, the events in the video don't bother me as much as apparently what is alleged to have happened after the video. If it's true that he was shooting after the guy running away and that the mother was directing the 14-year-old to shoot witnesses, they should both go to prison. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you so much. Scott, please.
So I'm going to steelman the opposition here and add an additional detail. which is that after they fled the scene, they did not turn themselves into police until police were looking for them specifically as suspects. So the incident occurred on the 18th. They turned themselves in on the 24th, I believe. So six days later, or was it the 25th, which is today? So steel manning that, all of that together, I think it's perfectly justified self-defense. I don't care. And the reason I think it's perfectly justified self-defense is that if someone puts your life in danger or your mother's life in danger, and if you see the video, like, it's not like he's trying to grab her and like throw her out the store. Like, he has decided, I'm gonna kill this bitch, right? Like, he is waylaying on her face while her head is in a corner, right? Where she can't even move her head backwards. Which is likely, like, if without the firearm, that would have been an attempted murder charge, probably, the way he was hitting her repeatedly. So I think it's perfectly justified to shoot this person. I also think it's perfectly justified to shoot someone that's running away from you. I don't understand this thing that people have. They're like, oh, well, he's running away. It's like, well, he just threatened my life, right? I don't understand this duty to retreat situation, which is, I have no idea if his car is like right on the same block and he's running into his car to go grab a firearm and come back. As far as I'm concerned, until you're completely out of my purview, I'm justified in shooting you. In terms of the mother who said to kill the witnesses, I want more information, because it is her claim, and even in the article it states this, that these people are egging on the fight. And so I don't know if this is just a traumatized person who had their head bashed into a corner by somebody and someone else was filming and egging it on, and they feel like a co-conspirator that might also fucking attack them at any moment. They're a credible threat that didn't leave themselves from the situation. Ultimately, it doesn't really matter, because they didn't die, they got in their car, and he didn't kill the witnesses, right? So whether or not they should be charged with something in terms of that later is that. But I'd be interested to see what other people's are. In terms of the comparison to cops, cops are already criminals, right, by their very nature of existence. So, like, anything you do to a cop is already self-defense, no matter what it is that a police officer is doing. I just think it's bad tactics to attack cops, because it doesn't look good and people still simp for cops. But cops are criminals. They're oath breakers. Whatever happens to them, happens to them. And I don't give a fuck.
All right. Well, if it happens in secret, there are no optics. So,
yeah. If you can get away with fucking sniper rifle in a cop, you know what I mean, and like nobody ever catches you.
Okay. So,
that's absurd.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
I said, why not? Which is an open-ended question. I did not advocate.
Thank you for your opening.
Yeah.
I repudiate Twitch mods. I repudiate this.
A B in our DMs asked me, like, what is the line here? That's the line. Don't do that, okay, please? So, thank you. Let's go.
I'm just asking the questions, folks.
Yeah, well, okay. I'll try to keep it brief. But I guess maybe just FYI as like a PSA, that according to some people here, the state is unjustified, just to get that out of the way. But yeah, as sort of already outlined, there's just in the two opening statements, there's like multiple perspectives here, and we'll probably never know the truth. Only the people involved will have some semblance of the truth, or the most accurate version of it. But so I don't have a lot to add based off of more or less. I'm in alignment with what Lactoid outlined in terms of like based off what's described in the article. If in fact it's true that the threat was neutralized and the person was running away and they were shot in the back, which that does appear to be the case, then I think pretty much I'm in alignment with Lactoid of like they're in the wrong. And I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you so much. Bam.
Mm-hmm. Because I brought up the topic and because I'm black, some people have assumed what my opinion is going to be on this topic. But I think that the short answer is this mother didn't love her son. When you look at the situation, when you look at like you're having an argument in a hot dog restaurant, a person is giving you a threatening position. Like, you're a tiny woman. It's not your battle to win. Like, walk away. It's super not worth it. She didn't. I can understand the son being a 14-year-old boy. Like, people are saying like, oh, they don't teach people to fight. I get that 14-year-olds are like in the middle of puberty, but I can understand the like fear of like someone putting their hands on your mother. and an initial reaction, because I think she even allegedly, I can't prove this, that she even told him to like get the gun initially from out of the car. So whenever he hit her, I understand the son's reaction of shooting initially. Whenever the guy fled, the mother told the son to follow him out and to keep shooting him until she knows he's dead. And the other person involved, I don't think they were just a random witness. I'm pretty sure it was the girlfriend of the guy. Well, like I said, this is alleged. It was the girlfriend of the guy who was like part of the initial, like I guess the initial situation happened between the girlfriend and the mother, and then the I guess the boyfriend stepped in to defend his girlfriend, which putting his hands on a woman is also disgusting. Like, I don't know, this was just a terrible moment involved, but hopefully I'm glad to hear the charges dropped, because I don't believe this 14-year-old should face any legal consequences on it. It seems like he already has a terrible enough situation going on at home.
Am I misremembering? Like, I felt like that woman wasn't like a tiny woman. I feel like she was like just as tall as the guy who was hitting her. Not that like that makes it okay, but like, wasn't she just as tall? Am I wrong?
She was like mom sized. I don't know.
I don't.
She was a bigger lady. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. But again, don't put your hands on people. HPCR.
Yeah, I mostly align with some of what Lactoid said, at least legally. Obviously, you can engage. It was a matter of self-defense. There's precedent for, protecting his mother, as she has a special relationship with him, and he probably thought she was in danger. If it is true that when he left, he followed him outside and shot after him, that is where it can get a little murky, because the duty of retreat, which I think Scott was very dismissive of. So yeah, I think legally there is precedent for charging them. Morally, it's maybe a little bit of a different conversation. It's a little more murky, and I will say I'm happy that to hear that the charges were dropped in this situation. Although we don't know if that was just like prosecutorial, discretion because he didn't think they had a case or whatever. But yeah, in general, I think that if it's true that he chased him, the law was broken technically. But anyway, we can get into the specifics.
Thank you, Jay Chow.
Yeah, I'm on Team Lactoid here. Just this whole thing is really messed up, and the more I looked into it, the worse that it got. I think a lot of those details that Lactoid was talking about are really important. I think what wasn't included is that the mother was the one with the concealed carry license holder, but it was the son who had the gun. The man fleeing the scene after getting shot, like, that's a pretty big deal. You're no longer a threat at that point. You shouldn't really be getting shot at that point. That's not self-defense. The mom told her to shoot and kill, and also told her son to shoot the witness, which, like, even though it didn't happen, like, that's still a huge threat. By Scott's logic, it sounds like the witness then has the justification to take out their own firearm in order to shoot the son in order to protect his self-defense, because he doesn't know whether or not the son is actually going to shoot. And like, that just complicates things even more. Like, I think that's why it's really important to have this idea of what is a credible threat, which includes, well, the man fleeing. He is no longer a threat. He is running away. Where I diverge from Lactoid's camp is what needs to be done. I feel like this situation is so messed up to the point where anything happens, it'll make me feel uneasy. I'll say this though, that I feel like a lot of the blame is to be put on the mother, who, one, allowed her son to carry the gun in the first place, and was the person to tell their son, okay, shoot these people, shoot to kill. It feels like the son was kind of just like listening to his mom, not really thinking about the consequences and things like that, and that's just like really fucked up.
Okay, thanks so much. B, we'll love to hear from you.
I think if you can support Kyle Rittenhouse for shooting someone in the back whenever he's in Kenosha, you can absolutely support a mother and their son shooting someone continuously. So Lactoid misrepresented some of these facts. So point one, when he shot someone in the back coming in to try and help his mother, and the man kept running away, he did exactly what people tell you to do in cases of self-defense, which is keep shooting until the target is down or your clip is empty. So the mother telling them that makes a lot of sense. When we try and parse this out as though it took a few minutes and these are conscientious or intentional decisions, that is where we apply a lot more intent that is not deserved in this case than it should be. Because if you read along with the article, you would see the mother also tried to take the gun from her son before getting in the car. She was clearly flustered and suffering from potentially concussion from getting hit in the head. And again, if we can have room for 17-year-old Kyle Rittenhouse shooting people correctly, as found by the courts of Wisconsin, I don't know why we wouldn't find this to also be correct.
Okay.
And how dare we for not applying that same standard to a Black mother and her son that we would to a young white man.
Calling out a Lactoid on the floor, right? In your very first statement. I love it. All right. Already going up in my ranks. More of this. Let's go to our friend. Counterpoints, please. A former cop, and keep that in mind. All right, like parse his statements that way.
Yeah. So if you
Don't come to my house without a warrant.
Okay, well, you and Scott don't try to take me out with a bolt action rifle, or it might become reciprocal. So, anyways, the law states that people can act in self-defense if there's an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. I think that, no other variable assumed. Mother standing in a hot dog stand, man starts putting his hands on her. Even if they had a verbal dispute, or she had a verbal dispute with a different woman earlier on, that's no excuse to put the hands on. And on top of that, if you hit somebody in the temple or the chin, you can knock them out. They can hit their heads on walls, floors, tiles, metal. That's imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. So up to that point, with a kid coming in and basically shooting a few rounds, I think that you have a clear-cut case of self-defense. When the person is running away, though, he's already taken some rounds. One of the key words in the self-defense statute is imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. So if that person is retreating to a car, then you see them running towards their car, then you can articulate like, oh, I thought they were going to get a gun, bop, 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 and keep it going. If you can't articulate that, then the law will judge you harshly. Also, I don't know what the concealed carry laws or laws for 14-year-olds to, keep and bear arms in the state of Chicago is. I'm assuming it's not particularly lenient, but we can go with morality over legality for now. When it comes to so this is where the double standard thing kind of falls flat for me. As far as I know, Kyle Rittenhouse shot somebody, quote unquote, in the back because they were chasing him. He was running away in the opposite direction, stopped and turned. That person was falling as they got hit with the first round. And then as that person was falling down, they got hit with the subsequent rounds. I think that's different than somebody is fleeing from you and then you run up and then you put rounds in their back. We can debate that in the open. Finally, one thing that Kyle Rittenhouse didn't do that I think is material to whether or not there's some level of criminal stuff here is he didn't try to murder the witnesses. So I would say that saying like, hey, kill the witness who has the camera or whatever, probably a bad move. And also, if you want to have more sympathy from law enforcement, if you want to have more sympathy from the state, more sympathy from people who you're going to invoke the right to self-defense with, then you should probably stay on scene, call law enforcement, identify yourself, complete a report, and then basically have whatever faith you can in the judicial system. And I'll let those contentions play out in the open.
All right.
I want to, clarify Scott's position, because you mentioned, I think, an interesting word of like, when you're like, I guess, trying to neutralize a threat, you pretty much like, it seems like everything is justified until they're outside of your purview, I think was the sort of like the exact phrasing that you use. So I'm curious, what does that mean when is someone no longer in your purview, that it's no longer justified?
When there's a stopping of action. So whenever there is a breathing point.
Well, I was asking Scott in terms of what his position was.
You want me to explain Bear's position? I don't understand.
No.
Why do you want me to? Why do you want me to?
No, maybe I
explain my
misspoke.
position?
I think
I'm confused.
no, okay. So I might have misspoke, but I think I said Scott. In terms of like Scott, in your opening statement, you said that you're pretty much like concerned with threat until they're outside of your purview, unless I'm mistaken or misremembering. And so I'm curious as to what you mean by when are they outside of your purview in your estimation?
Yeah. So the legal system that we have is an arbitrary legal system of moral preferences that people vote on, and the loser loses, right? I'm talking about like an actual moral, ethical, legal system, right? So you are stopped from arguing that violence not be used against you once you have become the aggressor in a situation and presented yourself a threat, right? The credible threat is not up to the victim of the aggressor to then determine when that threat is no longer credible, right? So I don't give a fuck if someone is running away screaming, help me, he's got a gun, please help me. Once you are a credible threat, it doesn't matter. Like, you're already the aggressor. You have already chosen that any form of self-defense here extends until the moment that they are it's about intersubjectivity, right? So the observer of understanding that this person knows for a fact that they're no longer a threat, right? So like I stated previously, like if someone's running away, they could just be running to their car to get a gun, right? And so as far as I'm concerned, I have no problem with you shooting someone in the back screaming, help me, if they broke into your fucking house and started stealing your shit or made themselves a threat. I'm not talking about like our current legal system. Like I totally concede that like within our legal framework, right?
Yeah,
that, that's not legal.
Yeah, I'm totally willing to set the legal stuff aside. I'm just trying to understand your moral framework. And like, let's just say they just like run like around a corner and they're no longer in your visible range. Is that still in your purview, or like what if you see them and they just like fall to the ground and they just like they're literally just playing dead? Are they then still justified? It's
not the victim's responsibility to secure a criminal that is an aggressor and trying to kill somebody. So I don't give a fuck if they want to run around the corner and shoot him dead. Like, run around the corner and shoot him dead. Like, you're the one that tried to beat the shit out of somebody at a hot dog stand.
So there's
like might have tried to kill.
I just want to understand, but like, so there's no like temporal limit, as in like if someone aggresses upon you, like at some point you can like exact revenge. Like,
against their grandchildren.
How long can we still shoot and kill?
Their grandchildren might come back. Might gang up on you.
There's no temporal limit, but there is a limit to the idea. There is a limit to the idea that once they've been
misconstruing the facts, whenever you talk about this, there was no disappearing around a corner for either the person or the
that's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm getting at. I bring up that to try to.
He's testing the limits with the hypothetical. I'm fine with it.
In different analogies.
No, I'm not.
I'm asking what Scott believes. He's not applying it to the situation.
You are not understanding what I'm doing.
Okay. So let's go to Scott. I think you were trying to finish a point. So finish your point, and then I'll go to Lactoid and Bam, and maybe if B wants to jump in.
What I'm saying is it's not the victim's responsibility, right? The victim that has been aggressed upon, right? And the criminal is stopped from arguing. Once they put the threat of violence against somebody else, they can't argue the non-aggression principle. They're violators of it. They can say that that's what they want to do, but their actions have proved against it. So the only way that we can resolve this situation is prior voluntary rules that everyone in the community has agreed to via contract, or some other entity or force that has that authority, be that our current police, be that private police, private security, whatever, has taken custody of this person. Then we can determine restitution, and considering that nobody died except for the criminal, right, in the hypothetical and in the real situation, then restitution likely wouldn't be execution, right? Restitution would be agreed upon by some arbitrating firm or whatever, however it is that you want to do it.
Thank you. Let's go to Sorry, go
ahead.
In that same vein, are you referring to just like, Scott, aggression? Could it be any kind of aggression? So like let's say instead of punching her, he shoved her hard. Would that be like sufficient now for like him to get shot?
So self-defense in terms of using a firearm, right, would automatically go beyond what the individual is stopped from. And so this individual is committing attempted murder. He has this woman's face in a corner is a grown man, and he's not a tiny guy, and is waylaying on her face repeatedly, right? Like, as far as this woman is concerned and the son is concerned, he has shown via his actions that he is willing to kill this person, or at the very least, he's willing to cause so much harm that their life is in serious threat. Now, if I nudge you harshly, then you're a stop from me walking up to you and going, "Hey, fuckface," and nudging you back. But if I pull out a gun and shoot you, I have become the aggressor.
Be right back.
Okay, so I understand your position. So I'm not going to ask questions about it, but I'm just going to
Proportionality, essentially.
I'm just right. I'm just going to disagree with it in the sense of having no temporal limit. I think leads to some kind of absurd outcomes in the sense of, let's say someone's punching you, which I don't, yes, could that physical act of aggression have killed her? Absolutely. Me shoving somebody, if they fall backwards and hit their head, plenty of people have been killed by that. So where exactly the line is between attempted murder and like assault and battery can be difficult.
Yeah, this is a conversation for a different time.
Hold
but
on, hold on, real quick. So this is important though, because either whichever one it is, right? Let's say he ran out. There's no temporal time limit here. Let's say it's like 3 weeks have passed, and they're driving past and they see, oh, that's the guy that punched you, Mom, and they pull out the the gack and just fucking smoke him, right? That's just like that's not acceptable, okay? Because I think I'm not even considering like legality at this point. Like morally, if somebody's like posing a direct threat to you, if someone's aggressing upon you, I can see ending that threat. Even if your use of force to end that threat is disproportional, right? Using a firearm if someone's punching you, using a firearm if someone's shoving you, okay, I'm okay with that. If they're coming at you, you should be able to end the threat. But if they're turned around and they're running away, they're not posing a direct threat to you. They're definitely not posing an imminent threat to you. And although I accept it's true that they could be like, yes, they could run home, get a gun, like become obsessed with you, and then like track you down 4 months later and kill you. This is all possible, but they've moved into a category of person that isn't as much of a threat to you to justify the use of defense or any kind of self-defense. And by the way, this isn't like duty or
just to
retreat,
clarify.
by the way.
Yeah. Just to clarify, you can disagree with the libertarian position because you're not really a libertarian. You're a minarchist, right? And that's fine, but don't straw man it, right? So the thing is that it's not about the time. What it's about is what it is that they are what they have communicated and what they are stopped from arguing, right? So when I say there is no temporal limit, right, and you then bring in an example of the person leaves, they have now communicated that they are no longer a threat. Not by them leaving, but by you being in separate cities, separate areas, right? And so if you happen upon them again, what they are now stopped from is it's no longer a self-defense thing, but they are still stopped from arguing that you not waylay on their face and threaten their life, right? You would then become the aggressor if you attempted to assassinate them.
Wait, why would you become the aggressor if you did the exact same thing that you said there's no temporal limit on by shooting them?
I said yes, if you do the exact same thing that they did, which would be pure restitution, proportionality, which is threaten their life and then beat the shit out of them, which is what that person did.
No. So the guy ran out the store and he's running away, and you said it's justified for the kid to shoot this guy because there's no temporal limit even if he's running away. That's what you said. So if there's no temporal limit, why does that change if it's a week from now?
So if it's a week from now, right, it's not the time that has changed. It is the behavior that has changed, right? This is not a person that is fleeing still on the scene while emotions are occurring. This is a person that has gone home, right? This is a person that has then gone to their 9-to-5 job multiple times. They have engaged in other behavior that shows at a certain point is going to show that they are no longer in the act of attempting to find and kill you.
The guy, he's running away. Like, is that not a display of behavior of like trying to get the fuck away from somebody?
Yeah, I already consider that a
it's
different
evidence
state.
it's evidence of such, but it's not irrefutable.
But
if someone
it's not irrefutable if it's a week later. It's not irrefutable if it's a week later. He could be like, he could get home. He could be like, I'm gonna fucking find her. I'm gonna kill her. And then like a week goes by.
He could be plotting and scheming.
He could be plotting, couldn't he? I mean, this guy was just shot at
every night in the shower. He's like,
I'm gonna bring my machine gun. He's still an aggressive
Batman voice.
criminal, right? That is stopped from being violently beaten and having their life threatened.
Okay,
Prime, can I
That's what I'm
say
saying?
one last thing? So
okay, Connor, don't worry, you're on the list.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done with. I guess we're just at an impasse here. I think this is not good. Two quick things. I don't think the special relationship matters. I don't think the 14-year-old having a gun is actually particularly relevant for the self-defense. B, a quick question for you. Which of the victims, or the quote-unquote victims, that Kyle Rittenhouse shot were running away from him at the time of them being shot?
I find that to be an irrelevant point.
Why?
You said there was
You're
no
really just going to be
Because I
knowledge
don't care
testing
about
her on
Kyle
this?
Rittenhouse. I just find it very hypocritical.
She
for you to
compared it
support
to
Kyle
Rittenhouse.
Yeah, but usually
You brought it up,
you
so it's irrelevant.
specifically-
Take the L.
you right. So you can either let me answer or not. So again, to be clear, I understand that Kyle Rittenhouse is a personal QR for you, and he's technically doing exactly what this 14-year-old boy is doing, which is utilizing a gun whenever he had no right or reason or business doing so.
Wrong.
In defense of himself and others. I'm not wrong whenever I state that.
I'm going to ask the question
Do
again.
you want to litigate it?
Well, I'm going to ask the question again. So you just said that it's the same thing,
There's
right?
a new panel.
So Kyle
Hey, did you just
Rittenhouse.
call me bitch?
What?
Look.
Nobody called you. Anyway.
Nobody.
So I'm going to ask
Oh,
you.
no, certainly not.
I'm going to ask you.
Okay,
I'm going to ask you the question again. Okay. So you said that these two situations are the same. In one situation, you have a kid who apparently shot a guy running away. If they're the same situation, my question for you is, which of the people did Kyle Rittenhouse shoot that were running away from him?
What's the name of the person that got shot by the 14-year-old kid?
I don't remember his name. I mean, did any of them?
Okay, I
Did the
won't
first
remember their
person?
names
Did the
either.
first
They're
person?
irrelevant then.
Okay, well then, in the order of who got shot, did the first person was the first person running away from Kyle Rittenhouse?
No, I believe he killed that person. It
No.
may have been the paralyzed person or the person that he ended up paralyzing.
The paralyzed
what
person
we're
was
getting-
running away.
But none of them were running away, is what we're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Okay.
Okay, yeah. I'll just put a bow on this. None of them are running away. They were all running at Kyle Rittenhouse.
Right.
If at the beginning of Rosenbaum, who was the first guy that Kyle Rittenhouse shot, if Rosenbaum was shot at, he quickly turned around and started running away, and then Kyle
Sure.
Rittenhouse started shooting at him as he was running away. That'd be a very
As
different. That'd be
is the exact same thing that happened in this case, is it not?
hold on. That'd be a very different. Yeah, it would be. Then it would be identical to what happened in this case, and Kyle Rittenhouse would be wrong if he shot at Rosenbaum as Rosenbaum was running away. That's not what happened. All the videos, I don't know if
No.
you've seen them. All the videos demonstrate people running at him.
Okay, all right. So I don't want to do this whole thing. But we're gonna go to Bam, B. You're on the list. Then we'll go to counterpoints, and then Corey. If other people want to jump in, raise your hand. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm gonna say something just before then. All right. And Scott, please, 3 sentences.
I'm chilling.
Please. Okay. I'm just. I'm a little curious about your position because I think it's fascinating, right?
So do
I. It's so interesting. With that, about that lack of a temporal limit. So, like, if guy shoots at you and your family, you shoot back, right? You hit him, and he's driving in a car, right? Or you scare him and he's running away anyway, and he's driving the car. You jump into your car and you're chasing them, right? Like, if that car never runs out of gas, right? If that car is just never stopped, is it this chase? Is it like at there's at no
So
point?
the OJ self-defense that he should have used, right? Yeah. No. So like to give it an analogy, why I'm saying that the temporal difference alone is not enough, right? That it's the change in behavior, right? To illustrate this is I'll give since we're going into extremes with one, I'll go into my own extreme, which is, let's say someone comes into your house, right? And starts trying to, threatens your family in some way and starts beating you up, and you chase him off with a gun. And then he goes into your front yard, just out your front yard, like on the sidewalk, and just camps on the sidewalk forever, right? Like, it doesn't matter that like he's there for 2 days. Like there's still a menacing threat that is existent within your area from someone that has communicated that they're willing to kill you, right? Now, in the act of him running to the sidewalk, I don't think you have some duty to all of a sudden stop firing when his vehicle is parked right there on the sidewalk and he could grab a gun and come back with the means to kill you. That is my argument, is that just because he's hanging out by his car 6 hours later and the police don't show up for some reason doesn't mean that it wouldn't still be self-defense because the behavior hasn't changed. He's in the immediate area, he's immediate threat, and he's already communicated, or she, that they're willing to kill you.
Thank you so much. Okay, let's move on. Bam, B, Connor, Corey.
Okay, yeah. I think so I looked up the most up-to-date facts on the situation, and I continue to say, like, I don't think anyone should have any opinion on the child, charges being pressed against the child, just based on the facts of the situation. Now again, the mother is a completely different situation, but the child child wasn't even carrying the gun. The mother texted him and told him to come to the restaurant and bring the gun. And I think that there's a reasonable expectation, especially when you're dealing with a kid that young, that like you follow your parents' instructions. So especially when your mother's like she feels like her life is at risk. So she came to the restaurant. He followed her directions. He came to the restaurant with a gun. Once he seen the man hit his mother, he shot the guy. The guy ran off. He didn't even immediately chase. The mom told the kid to chase and make sure to continue shooting him until she's sure he's dead. And then she told like I said, I also confirmed the extra person in the situation. It wasn't just a random witness. It was the girlfriend of the guy who initiated the situation, and the girlfriend apparently called the boyfriend and told him to come down and to defend her, and told her basically to like beat up the mother. So that it was kind of a situation where she wasn't like trying to shoot the woman as like to like cover up the situation. It seemed like she still was going on her like feud of anger because the girlfriend started the situation, I guess, or is like was one of the initiators of it, which doesn't make it okay. And it seems that whenever the son didn't shoot, the mother attempted to take the gun to shoot the witness, and the son like fought her off, like, and said like you're being irrational. So though the murder charges against the mother was dropped, it seems that she still is facing a charge of contributing to the delinquency of a minor, which I feel like is flat out probably the correct situation. The only thing that's unfortunate is if the mother does go to jail or prison, like depending on who else the child has in their life, it probably the child may end up in even worse outcomes, and they're already having to deal with the concept of killing someone. And I think I think the child's a victim.
Or better, I feel like if the mother is gonna go as far as texting her son in the car to grab the gun and then tell her during the situation to shoot and kill this person, and then tell her son to kill the witness, then like I feel like that it might be kind of good to get the mother out of her son's like life.
It's just believing that it's just believing
the pretty toxic. I mean, that's only from one situation.
Sure, but it's just imagining
really
what's
limited.
the alternative.
But like I feel like that's already
he'd be
really
better in a group home
reputation.
than with that. Come on,
that's not necessarily true.
Yeah,
you can't look at 30 seconds of parenting and decide.
She directed him to shoot somebody. What are you talking about? I can't look at 30 seconds of parenting. She was like, shoot her. What the fuck? That's not
because it's minimizing what the outcomes of kids have in group homes. That doesn't necessarily mean he's like not being with his mother. Like because
she directed him to kill
sexually
somebody.
Assaulted every day in group homes. Like you're minimizing the outcomes. Like saying that like this
you're maximizing the wrong thing.
Oh yeah. So if the child went to a group home and got sexually assaulted versus being with a mother who was kind of a crappy person, you would say it's better?
Okay, no. Hold on. I can't predict. Yeah, I can't predict whether.
No, I'm not saying you can predict.
I know. I can't predict any circumstance whether or not somebody be sexually assaulted at a group home, and to the extent that happens, it's awful, right? But like, we don't have evidence that will happen. But what we do have evidence is we have somebody here who told their kid to shoot somebody that was not a threat.
That doesn't mean again. It doesn't.
Oh, wait. This was after she was beaten, right, in the face. That she told the witness.
No, she told him. She told him to come before she was hit.
Not the guy who actually attacked her.
Right, okay, yeah. But the witness after she was beaten in the face, or was it before? When she
told him to bring the gun before.
Yeah. So she told him to bring the gun, and then the guy like absolutely attacked her, and then he got shot, ran away, got shot at some more as he was running away, And then he came back. The kid came back in, and his mom was like, "Shoot her too."
Yeah. But I just meant like there's obviously a stressful situation that occurred and people can make irrational sort of. I'm just pointing out there could be a case where we only seen one instance of her behavior like this. So it might be the case that she acted really poorly, but maybe this isn't something that she always engages in. She was just beating the shit out of. So I was just
Like
pointing
if
out.
she may feed him. That's like the thing here. Like I don't know. I just know kids who come from like group home backgrounds, and it like even though it's like I said, you can it's maybe impossible to imagine that such a bad situation could actually be worse. That like isn't the worst possible situation for a kid to be in, and it's crazy.
So what could she have done that would like override this concern you have for the kid not having his mom? Like if she like told him to shoot the woman and he did,
Pointed the
then
gun at the child.
Yeah, if, like it's about the abuse being directly related to the child. Like just like she could be a selfish
Gotcha.
mother and a crappy, but like that doesn't mean she's abusing her child.
Let's go to a B who's been waiting quite patiently, and then Connor and Corey.
Been directly addressed to me, so I can pass. I don't know
Okay.
that I have like anything constructive to add.
Okay. All right. Well, it never stops these men. All right.
Yeah, I was about to say, I would
you gotta
never
get
stop.
that out of your system, and nothing constructive to add.
productive.
You just
ramble.
I actually
Something.
appreciate that.
Just
That
say
should be done
words.
more. That shouldn't be looked down upon. Okay, that saves a lot of
Wait, are
time
you
too.
looking down
Okay.
upon me for saying I forego my turn at
No. We're just
We're just joking.
We're
We're,
just
we're
we're
crapping on
playing.
ourselves.
No, they're more so saying that like, oh, you should take every single opportunity to say anything
Oh,
because
I'm
of
not trying to
optics or
pull a
something.
Charlie Dickens. That's not helpful for anyone.
I appreciate that.
I don't know that reference, but thank you so much. Let's go to our friend counterpoints, and then Corey, please.
Charles Dickens was paid by the word for every word that he wrote, so that's what that means.
Oh,
Yeah.
he pulled a J.
Gotcha.
Cole.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, no. So I don't want to reinvent morality through the libertarian 10-step fucking process that we seem to have to do every time Fabian is with us. And basically, like the truth is that we've already resolved a lot of these moral situations, and we've decided that temporally, like you can decide temporal imminent, and then if it's not imminent, you involve the state. And so my recommendation, what I think if there was something that we could pull from this, is that we actually should have some level of legal education for kids. I would say probably at the high school level to talk about, how do you deal with traffic stops? How do you deal with citations? What does the court process look like? How do you do justified self-defense? What's the idea of curtilage? What is the idea of, I'm trying to think of what else, but like petty theft, gross theft, grand theft, felonies versus misdemeanors, all that kind of stuff. And you don't have to do it like, hey, inner school black kids, we think that you're going to be criminals, so we want to educate you on, it first. It's more like a civics class of just educating the broad American general public on how to interact with the criminal justice system as it currently exists. And, maybe the social justice people could talk about issues that are messed up that we should change. And then boom, there you go. You got progressives happy because we're talking about how to change the justice system. You got conservatives happy because we're talking about how not to get shot by police.
Sounds pretty
I'm
reasonable.
sorry. I was muted. I'm sorry. Did someone else just interject? No? Okay.
I said that sounds pretty reasonable. But
Yay!
not an interjection.
Anything
Authoritarian
education has my
centrism wins
support.
again.
Let's
I was
go-
fixing my computer, so
Can I-
I neither confirm nor deny any allegations, nor agree or disagree with anything that was said in the last few minutes.
You can
I'm
respond.
gonna
after
knock out
you
my
want to.
internet.
Go to
I
Corey.
want to quickly, and this is just a question. Let's just say the roles were reversed for a second, and it was like a woman who like full on like overhand hit a guy twice, and then like a kid shot her. She was running away. Kid kept shooting at her, and then like a guy was directing his son to like kill a witness. Does that like change your opinion? I mean, maybe not Scott, but for those of you other people here, did that change your opinion at all?
I can certainly say that it will change the opinions of the masses.
I think so. I
Well,
do think
but
so.
Was the
I'm gonna say
person's
my
life
opinion on the
still in the
kid.
same kind of danger? Because in that sense, it wouldn't change much. Yeah. Like when you say she overhand slaps him, is she threatening his life? Is there a sense of imminent danger? Because if so, of course you would still be okay with the
Yeah.
self-defense.
So like, let's say he's like a left-wing man, right? So he's like smaller and like not as like capable, and then you had like a very large woman who's like throwing punches, right? I don't know. I still think that there would be a little bit of a different like public opinion about this because
Yeah, public opinion, maybe, sure, and just because of perceived, whether or not it seems like that person's life is in danger. But that would be up to them and the courts to decide whether that was true, whether there was imminent. Of course, it still wouldn't be okay if the person ran away for you to shoot at them, given our legal code. That would just never be the case.
well, apparently it is okay because the charges were dropped.
Well, no, I mean that doesn't
the reason
necessarily mean that, right?
Wait, Lactoid,
Prosecutor
did you like?
could have found that
I
it
know,
wasn't
I
a
know.
worthy case to investigate. I mean, it might not be
Well, I
that
know
they.
that's what they said.
Yeah, it's Chicago, so they're like, we got like another 6 of these that are worse. So we'll keep it
Seems
moving.
a little bit like this is the black woman getting a white man's justice, and I'm here for it, to be quite honest with you.
Jesus Christ!
You know
you
she
can't
killed a
say
black
shit
man,
like
right?
that.
White
Yeah.
justice is pretty dope.
Yeah, you can't
Technically, her
say
son
shit like
did.
that and then
I was
not
gonna say-
have us come back on the Kyle Rittenhouse.
She directed
Yeah,
it.
I was just gonna say Chicago.
think there's
not
any
even
justice
that
in
violent of a
this.
city.
Yeah, it's not even like top 10
it's
murders.
overblown.
Here, we can dress this up in like racially like language too, right? A black man, like enough violence against black men. This is awful, right? If you want to play that game, he was shot while running away. It's just so bizarre. Like Scott,
Black
I
on
guess
black
I'm
crime.
Scott. I'm most surprised about this from you, Scott, because I thought we agreed before on like minimal force necessary to like end a threat. If someone's like, if someone
Well,
is like obviously
Yeah,
doesn't
you
have a gun, and they're
disagree
running
when the
away.
threat ends, though.
I
You're
was-
disagreeing when the threat ends, is what Scott's point
So,
is.
but
He
he
thinks
ha-
it
the-
extends beyond. The,
No,
which
the
I don't know why.
gentleness principle is in regards to a threat to your persons or property. One should use minimal necessary. Well, not minimal necessary, because you get into weird stuff when you say necessary. But one ought use minimal force. We'll just leave it at that without getting into like the deep weeds of the theory. In terms of
I didn't know.
in terms of understanding the threat and getting the threat to go away, once you get, so like for example, if like a grandma, right, is walking down the sidewalk and stumbles onto your lawn, right, like that is a credible threat to your private property rights, right? Like she is now damaging your lawn, right? But that doesn't mean that you pull out like the you don't fucking like. And so anyways, I started blasting, right? Like you need to communicate like what is going on, right? There are certain steps. But if grandma was actually like, in really good shape and, busts into your house and is ready to kill you, right? Like what she's communicating is a threat to your life, and you can use whatever force is necessary to stop that threat to your life. Now, there would be, God, I don't want to get too deep into the ANCAP theory. I'm just
Me
going to say
neither.
it's different.
We
And
all-
fucking say you and I should have a
Everybody
conversation
here.
about it.
Sure.
Yeah,
No,
like I just don't want to
Lactoid
drag
likes-
this into it. But we can have a conversation about gentleness principle, you and I, some other time.
Yeah, I'm curious. Like, to wait.
I'd
oh,
like
you-
to speak to really quickly is even so. I'm glad that the 14-year-old knew how to shoot. I also want to ask us to put ourselves in his shoes. Whenever someone is in a situation that is, I don't want to say deeply traumatic, adrenaline inducing or hazardous or cause for concern, asking that they are going to be able, like asking that they're not just going to be in a reptilian brain and just shoot until the gun starts clicking. And also, I apologize. It's not a clip. It's a mag. I did not mean to make such a silly mistake. But in
Leftist
particular
confirmed.
this, I own guns and I'm a registered Republican.
The plot thickens.
That really upset you? Like, God damn.
Who'd you vote for though?
It didn't upset me. I'm just letting you know, like maybe I'm a little bit more complex. That's all.
And that you're
Whenever
wrong.
it comes to
Yes,
this, whenever
people
it's a
are indeed more
14-year-old
complex than jokes.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, B, please.
14-year-old is still shooting. I don't necessarily know when. So again, according to the facts, yes, turn around and he was running away, but the child just kept shooting and squeezing the trigger. It didn't seem like he shot, he re-aimed, and then he just tried to keep going. It sounded more like it was one continuous motion, which at that point in time, I not only have a little bit more room for someone continuing to shoot until even in the back, but not being able to correctly evaluate when something is or isn't a threat. Again, if what I've been taught in any self-defense or course with guns is if someone does invade your house or you are trying to save yourself and others, you just shoot until the clip is empty or until you are certain nobody is getting back up. Because that's what you're supposed to do in that situation if you are going to break a gun out.
Okay.
I don't know that that's what this young man was thinking, but just to provide context.
Okay, so I want to kind of take this apart because there's some good things here and there's some things that I definitely disagree with. So, adrenaline out situations are absolutely a factor in like judging somebody's behavior. So, I think that I've been looking for the entirety of the security camera footage. I haven't been able to find it. I looked for the entirety of the cell phone footage. I wasn't able to find it. I was only finding things that seemed to be like paused and commented on by other people. So maybe this is part of the prosecutor's judgment, is the fact that, like, let's say, haymakers, 5 or 10 seconds, kid comes in with a gun, puts a couple of rounds, guy's running out of the store, and it's literally a matter of seconds, and the mom says, hey, go get his ass or some shit. He steps out, keeps blasting, dude goes down. I agree with you that adrenaline is a mitigating factor in that, but it would still be, I think, the education system that would say that that's incorrect. That you should not fire in that scenario. Now, you don't have to charge in that scenario, but that it's still incorrect because of the imminent threat to death and great bodily harm is your judgment.
Yeah, I think it would be a different situation if it was just a mom shooting. Like, I think that, but like involving, like, he's following
he
instructions.
doesn't know whether that man has another gun, has something else, is going to go get
Well,
something
and
else
you
to
can
hurt his
Legally,
and you
though,
can use that as a defense. And by the way, I think the adrenaline and the time lapse and all that kind of stuff, like if a police officer was being investigated for the same thing where he's shooting at someone, but then that person starts running away and the police officer continues to shoot, part of the investigation is, well, why did you continue to shoot? And if they're able to articulate, like, I thought that they were going back to a car, or, you know, this person has previous charges that I was aware of in their warrant that said that they had access to weapons, or there was a family over there and I was worried for their health and safety. As long as you can articulate those kinds of things, then you can use that as a part of your defense. That doesn't mean that the prosecutor shouldn't evaluate that. And that also doesn't mean in an ideal situation, we're talking about ideal, not adrenaline brain, not reptile brain. In an adrenaline brain, or excuse me, in ideal brain, you would say once the person is running or retreating and you don't think that there's an imminent threat or death or great bodily harm, you back off. And that's like the standard that we should idealize, if not always properly execute.
So the problem I have here, or not the problem, I agree with you. The question I have here is the last part that you said, which is when it seems like they are running away or no longer a threat, right? And
Yep.
I think whenever you get into situations like that, you're just kind of rendered stupid in a big way. And I don't know that unless you've been trained to try and evaluate, like, am I still in danger or not, you don't really know how to, I don't know, stop that or not.
But then
It also
that
has
means
to-
that
we're
the
giving this
cop.
person
No.
a pass based
I
off
have
his
I have a
ignorance?
pertinent example that I think you guys will disagree with. There was that law enforcement officer in North Carolina who got into a fight over a traffic stop where the dude's brake lights was out and his driver's license was suspended. They fight over the police officer's taser. The cop gets shot with the taser, but it doesn't activate. The guy is running away, and the cop pulls his gun and shoots him.
Oh, is this the Wendy's
that
parking
cop,
lot?
yeah, it wasn't a parking lot. It was like a field. So I think it was in North Carolina. But basically, like, everyone threw this cop under the bus because they said, the dude is running away. He doesn't have a weapon. The taser's already discharged. You're not incapacitated. And effectively what happened was a guy was running away and you shot him in the back. Now, I think that cop can assert the defense of, well, I had adrenaline brain. I didn't know where my taser was. I didn't know what his levels of warrants were. But this cop ended up getting prosecuted and convicted. And I'm pretty sure he's like serving a pretty decent prison stance. So I'm saying there's the ideal. And I've heard you, and I concede there is lizard brain and there is adrenaline, and that needs to be a variable calculated in prosecution. I agree with you on that. What I'm saying is we should not set the standard that you can use that as an excuse to plug people in the back, because then people will use that excuse all the time.
Yeah, I'm thinking
including
of
me.
Brooks in Atlanta. That
Let's go to Corey.
sounded But
Yeah. So Scott, you might want to you may not want to drag into ANCAP theory, but
wait,
I
are we
actually do
doing? No, I wanted to do
Well,
something
no,
before we go back here because we
No, no,
dedicated
no,
like
no.
20 minutes. I just want
This is
one
Alright,
thing
no,
to
drag
relate
us
to
there.
the topic.
I just have a couple of. I think they're going to be somewhat
God.
straightforward, but
It
we'll
won't
see. Because like me and Scott have quite a few conversations that, and I generally understand more or less. Like even though I don't agree with it, I usually understand its framework. But this is one of the few times where like I am actually genuinely curious. So like hypothetically, if I run into a stranger, and let's say they punch me in the face, okay, they don't knock me out. But then, right after they punch me in the face, they stop, and this is from somebody's comedy act. You might know who. They stop and they punch themselves in the face to the equal force. Am I justified in doing anything in that circumstance?
I mean, the self-inflicted punch. Yes, I assume you're still justified in some form of restitution. They just assaulted you and then they went crazy. So they assaulted you and now they're a crazy person. I mean, I don't know. Are they also screaming, "It's just a prank, bro"?
Later in that case.
Well, so like I'm curious, like in your restitution, because like technically the restitution is there if they punch themselves in the face, and they let's say they inflicted the same damage, and let's say we can quantitate this.
That's not restitution, right? Like if I'm a heroin addict and I like steal your TV, but then like I overdose on heroin, I did more damage to myself than I did to you in terms of stealing your TV, but like I'm still owed restitution for the stolen TV. It's not my fault. You're a fucking heroin addict, right? What you do to yourself is not automatically restitution.
Okay, so then what would restitution be in that case?
I mean, that question can only be answered by what is the system of justice that you have communally and contractually set up, right? So like if you have a company set up
so
with
just
voluntary
depending on the
contract,
society that happens to exist at the time, whatever. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, like if you're an Amish
okay.
society, which is real close to ANCAP, like it's going to be different than like
I
if an
understand.
insurance
Whatever the
company handles it.
society that ends up existing, I get it. So to further understand your
But it
framework,
also could just be pure theory, punching dude in the fucking face and saying, "Hey, watch where you're fucking walking, my guy."
I totally understand. It's like whatever happens to play out in the marketplace of ideas or the marketplace of morality. So now, to further understand your framework, at least in this more hopefully more relevant to this context, and sort of like this temporal issue that I observed. So let's say someone a younger person, let's say a teenager, they have been bullied or they
I didn't do this, by the way, Prime guys.
I know.
Let's say
it's not my fault.
let's say they were in school and they were bullied, and they're pretty much physically bullied, and in their mind there have been a credible threat to their life. Where understand they're just getting beaten up, but the fight was broken up, and so like whatever, they're no longer the threat is neutralized, but is there basically if I run into this person 5 years later? Am I justified in restitution or taking their life or using physical force in that context?
I'm not going to get into the idea of like a guardianship and a libertarian philosophy on the rights of children. So I'll just leave it.
Okay, so they're a 19-year-old. They're a 20-year-old.
Listen, right. I will okay, well, now that it's a 19 or a 20-year-old, right? Like 5 years later, yes, they still committed a crime against you, right? And they're still a criminal. They're stopped from arguing that they not pay restitution. If I steal your fucking TV and then 5 years later you buy a new TV, and then 5 years later, I see you, I'm like, hey, that's that fucker that stole my TV. I want my TV back.
I'm trying to understand your morality. I'm trying to understand. You're not answering the question. So let's say they're a 20-year-old, okay, and they were physically assaulted, but it was broken up, okay, and then 5 years later, or whatever amount of time years later, am I morally justified in shooting them?
What?
Oh my God, he's just trying to understand when an imminent threat is no longer an imminent threat under your fucking ANCAP autist fucking system, but I don't give a fuck because it's all goddamn theoretical and I don't give a shit.
He did explain it. I don't know why we're going back to it.
I already explained the temporal difference between the behavioral difference, right? Like they're still a criminal. They still demand restitution. You don't get to assassinate them over a schoolyard fight.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, stop indulging his autism. It's fucking. It's his fascination. Let him be autistic.
Oh no, y'all do not get to go again.
Bam, bam,
Question.
bam, bam, bam.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was just chilling. All right.
Lactoid.
Get mad at me.
So this, like, actually related. Like, so this question is like 25% mean, but it's like 75% real.
Hit me.
Do you would like the exact same situation plays out in the train car? Do you feel differently? Does that change anything for you?
No.
Like, because I could honestly see the argument if you did say like, oh, you're in an enclosed space.
So no. So, well, hold on. Being in an enclosed space, I think, can matter when you're evaluating.
I'm not asking you legally. I
know.
Yeah.
But I would still assert that being in a closed space should matter when we're like evaluating whether or not this person's actions were reasonable. But what I'm looking for is like, let's say in a train car, you have that situation where the guy gets shot twice, and then he runs to like the other side of the train or like the subway car, and then like lays down in the corner with his like hands up, right? Would you think you clearly would think it's like fucked up that the 14-year-old followed him over with him like laying in the corner with his hands up and just starts like blasting him while he's laying on the floor? That'd be pretty fucked, right?
Sure, but that goes like in a more reasonable argument to like Scott's argument of like what's imminent, what's not. I'm saying that like if it was like everything happened in like a 5-second period, like shot, he turns like he's
my answer is, well, yeah, if you're in a train. So they were somewhat in an enclosed space when you actually watch, like when you watch the video, it's like a like a one room kind of like corner store kind of setup. And so if and she was kind of like backed into a corner. That's absolutely true. And I like I said, the first two shots were 100% reasonable, right? He is attacking her, no doubt. You can use lethal force to kill somebody attacking you. Maybe not legally, according to in all such situations, but according to my moral philosophy, you should be able to. But whether it be in a tram, whether it be in that little thing, whether it be on the streets, right? If somebody's like coming at you, and then like you start shooting them, and they get hit, and they're like, "Oh fuck!" They turn around and run away, right? As long as there's not now the one circumstance I can think of that would make me change my mind here, and unfortunately, I don't know if we'll ever know this because I don't think a video exists. But if he's turning around and running away, and his hands are like reaching in front of his waistband, then that could be an issue, right? Then, maybe he is reaching for a gun, right? But if he's just running, I don't think it's okay to shoot somebody running away from you.
The reason I was asking is like, as far as what we consider life threatening, like this goes back to the conversation we had about the dude in the train car. So that was like main portion of it. But thanks for your answer. This is like Corey actually ended up making Scott talk about it so much that now I have like 2 seconds of engagement with this topic of imminent threat. And
Timer starts now. 2 seconds. Go.
Yeah. I think that there's like, as crazy as it sounds, there's a weird there is like a weird murky territory, specifically when it involves particularly like gang violence. I've heard situations where like the concept of revenge, especially in like in related to gang violence, is pretty realistic. And I know of situations, or like I have like people that I know of situations who have been in cases where like, a gang situation breaks out, someone from one side ends up dying, and now he heard from like a reputable source that there's like they're going to shoot up this guy's mom's house. Like, okay, we're gonna go kill his mom now. Like that's the payback. So he like hides in the bushes. As soon as he sees like the car pull up to his mom's house, now again they haven't shown themselves to be a threat. He believes he reasonably believes like, okay, they said they're gonna kill my mom. They're pulling up at her house. He shoots them on spot. Like, I think that like, regardless of how you feel legally, I think that's murky on how you feel on could he reasonably consider these people a threat, even if it was like a week later.
I'm good with it. Just don't tell the cops or the state attorneys that shit.
Oh yeah, he did.
Yeah, be like, oh, I was cleaning my gun on the front porch and I saw a car pass by my house and I was like, that looks like the people who threatened my mom. So I reassembled my gun really quick. And then they passed by a second time and they said, I'm going to shoot you, Jerome. And then I was like, all right, pop, 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 pop. And that's what happened. And then just
under this theory though, how would you criminalize gang violence?
What?
Every killing is just going to be like, well, no, that's just to prevent this person from killing me a week later. And
I mean, that's
ping
the
Yeah, I
problem.
wasn't talking about
This is the
codifying
problem
law,
with
just like more.
no. This is the problem with like honor culture, by the way. So I can't speak to it completely, but there's like dignity culture and honor culture. Some psychotherapists talked about it who's way smarter than me. Dignity culture is like every human being is entitled to a certain standard of living, and whenever you violate that, the system should impose a penalty on it. Whereas like honor culture says that you have to have like a certain level of like reputation that is held within esteem of the community, and if somebody violates your sense of honor, then you're entitled to a certain level of retribution. So this is where in a dignity culture, you could go to, if somebody was threatening to kill your mom, you could go to law enforcement and say, hey, I'm hearing this thing. Let's go through the system. Let's try to prevent it. Let's scare them off, blah, blah, blah. Whereas honor culture says, you're coming after my people. I'm going to come after you. So I think that the ideal world is probably where we go dignity over honor. But at the same time, if somebody's threatening to kill your fucking mom and you end up clapping them up, I'm not going to hold anything against you.
Just for a point of clarification, the main aspect of dignity culture is where reputation management is derived from. So it's more about like, I'm a doctor or I'm an engineer, right? So like certain things and jobs that you do within the greater society is where you're gaining your reputation from. Whereas older societies, or like, let's say like the antebellum South, for example, you as an individual man and how you will be judged within the community, et cetera. But the end point is exactly like Counterpoint said. But from the beginning, dignity culture is more about where you derive reputation management from.
I'm going to give it another go around with Scott. Maybe
God
with a
damn it.
more
Fucking why?
Okay, so
He's not even doing it to us this time. You're doing it to us, Corey.
Right. I just want to know, when you guys
You're not
throw
gonna
out
pin him down to an
autistic
exact
insults,
Yeah, what do you
I
want?
don't, I don't know what
I mean,
there's
it's
nothing else to
fine.
know.
I think I
No,
found the
it's
exact.
fine.
I think Corey's
It's just-
got him.
Hold on,
Right, go
hold
ahead.
on. Here we go. I'm
Yeah,
gonna let
okay.
him cook. I'm gonna let him cook,
Let
but
me
real
cook.
quick.
Let me bury
I'm gonna
myself.
let him cook, but
Yeah.
real quick. When you guys start throwing out the autistic shit, I want you to know it's Corey that's trying to drill it down to an extreme hypothetical to test my limits. I'm not being the fucking autist here. All right.
You're
I will
right.
totally bite that. So let's just say it plays out exactly more or less as it does, as described here, as you understand it, but slight modifications. Let's say, the 14-year-old happens to be an excellent Marx person, and they're able to take out the knees of the person, okay? And they're now crawling away. Are they now justified in walking up and shooting them in the back?
Any excellent marksman will tell you that you shoot for center mass, that you don't try and take
But
out.
that doesn't
Oh, there you go.
yeah, so, but let's just say they do shoot
How
and
about
take
this?
out.
How about this?
He's
I'll go
Buster
further for you.
Scruggs.
I'll
He
go
can just
further for you.
fucking nail him
I'll-
right in the knees.
Right. I'll go this for you. If you pull out a fucking firearm, okay, this is not a fucking game. When you pull out a firearm and you aim it at another human being, it is always shoot to kill. There's never an incident where the goal
doesn't answer
is
my
not
question.
to put that
No,
person on
actually,
the
that's
fucking
just not
ground
true.
and kill
You
them.
could use it as
That's-
a deterrent just to scare
That's
off
not.
the
That
other
doesn't answer
person.
my question. Like if
No,
this is hypothetical.
no, don't play that bitch behavior.
No,
Warning
you're
shots are
the one
fucking
being-
bullshit.
Well,
You're not answering anything.
A slight,
It doesn't
a slight,
have to be
a
as
slight
black and white
disagreement.
as shoot to kill or don't do anything. You can actually just show off the gun and not pull the trigger.
Clarification.
If the
When you
person
pull
just
out
wants
a
to back
fucking-
off when they
Yeah,
see a
that's
gun, then they just
cool,
run away.
cool.
Like I literally just saw a video probably today
No.
where a guy got out of his truck, started banging on the other car like in a fit of road rage. The other guy got out of his car, pulled out a gun, and you know what the other guy did? He walked back to his car and drove on. No one died.
If you want to fire a warning shot, right? If you want to waste your
It's not
bullet,
even a
fire
warning shot.
warning
You just show it. You know what?
Okay.
In all of
Listen,
actuality, most
okay,
people
no
are
war-
pussies.
Shh. If you want to pull out a gun and brandish a firearm as a threat to the other person, that if they continue their behavior, you will shoot and kill them, and it works out for you, great. But let me tell you, right? When you're pulling that firearm out, you are also escalating that situation. When someone comes up and they're willing to engage in some type of physical fight, and then you pull out a firearm, right? The other person is also, they might run away. They also might be like, oh, I guess it's time we pull out guns, right? So when you're pulling out,
Totally
don't
could
pull
be.
out a
So
fucking gun.
So you recognize
Don't
one.
pull out
Okay,
a
so what you really
fucking
need to
gun
say,
unless
what
you're
you really
ready
need
to
to
kill
say is that
somebody.
when a person pulls out a gun, be willing to shoot and kill. Okay, don't just
Yes.
brandish it and just be a symbol. But what you said, which I find a problem, is you have to shoot and kill, which is not necessarily true.
You
There are
should
other
not.
ways to use.
What I'm trying to say is you should not be pulling out a fucking firearm that you don't plan to use. That it is a bad move to pull out a firearm to brandish to try and scare them off.
Okay.
Right now, if you want to scare them off, you can show them and be like, "Hey, I'm armed, and if you keep coming at me, I'm going to pull this gun." But once you pull that gun, you should point it at the person. You should pull the trigger, and you shouldn't fucking stop until you're out of ammunition.
Okay, so that completely contradicts what you just said of like you don't have to, but
No,
you
it
have
doesn't.
to?
Okay.
No,
Where's the
I don't-
contradiction?
Wait,
I just
wait.
created one.
This also, so you're not supposed to like. Okay, I don't know. Maybe this is your moral system, but like
Well,
generally,
If you
speaking-
want to step in and save Jay Chow,
yeah,
go ahead.
So he made a little bit of he made a point that I think is important, right? Which is like I've heard multiple times here. You're supposed to shoot to kill. Slight correction, and this is actually important. You're supposed to shoot for center mass until the threat stops. Okay, that's it. You're not. So if they fall on the ground and they're no longer a threat, you're not. Oh well, I'm supposed to shoot to kill them. I'm supposed to fucking mag dump them. No, actually, you're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to shoot for center mass until
No.
the threat stops.
No,
right?
you would like sure if you want to take it from a legal perspective of how we've
And
arbitrarily
a moral
decided. Sure.
perspective, right? If they're
From
no
a
longer
moral
a threat,
perspective, you don't know that. Like you can shoot
never
people
know
so fast and
that.
they drop and
That's
get
why
back
I
up.
asked you.
Still the best
Like,
decision
That's
you
what I'm
can
saying.
make.
Is that if you're fucking pulling a firearm out, you need to be aware that the intention of pulling out a firearm is not to just like, oh, they're going to be neutralized in happy unicorn land. The point of a fucking firearm is to kill people.
Okay.
If you pull a fucking
Here.
gun out, you're ready to
Here's
kill.
the hypothetical that I want an answer to. What if he was butt naked and you could see he had no gun on him whatsoever, and he was laying there in the middle of the floor bleeding? Is the kid justified in just shooting him while he's laying on the ground?
How
So the
about
kid
Are
is-
also
is
transparent.
Wait, let
naked.
me answer that because this
Yeah.
literally
I
happens.
have a theory
This
when we're done
this
with this
literally
hypothetical.
this literally happens with like meth heads, right? There'll be like a meth head who's like high as fucking meth, like butt naked,
Right.
running on the street. They get shot. They're laying up because you've got meth heads are fucking crazy, right? They get shot and they're laying on the ground bleeding. Like, should the cop be able to walk up and be like, "Hey, he punched me," bam, just blow his head off?
Well, now you change it to a cop, right?
Okay,
the
not a cop.
is there.
Fucking- not a
They're
cop.
they're not
Not a cop.
deserving. They're not deserving of human rights.
Yeah. Sorry, it's me, right? A meth head punches me in the face, and I'm pissed as fuck because why he punched me in the face really hard. I could have died, and then like I shoot him, and then he like falls flat on his back. He's laying on the ground. He's butt naked, no gun whatsoever within sight, and I got my gun trained right on him. What's the threat?
I will bite the bullet just like that meth head should eat lead. Okay? Yeah. Keep fucking firing. I don't know that the PCP fucking
Why
whacked
did you
out
just
dude
say
isn't
that
going to
to
get up
begin
and
with?
fuck you up.
Okay,
terrible.
so
I haven't been saying this. I haven't been running from anything.
I think you ran
Oh.
quite a bit.
Okay, so
I didn't run
because-
at all. I just fucking
So,
I'm being
first of all,
particular
I
about
think-
answering the questions
I
truthfully.
think that B and Scott are clearly not technical geniuses here because, like, if there is a threat, right, and you dump all your bullets into one particular person, what if there were multiple threats? What if you're being surrounded, right? Like, it seems to me that you're like the first target that I see. I've got to empty my clip. I'm just saying, right? You put one or two.
I
and
appreciate
into them.
Prime guys. I appreciate Prime guys that you understand that responsible gun ownership and concealed carry means that you should have an extra mag with you. I appreciate that.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Wait, Prime, you're
Come on,
super
I
incorrect
actually
about
have
you.
a
It's not
real-
John Wick where you count your bullets. That's like, oh, I have to be prepared for multiple threats.
Okay,
That's not a situation where
I have
Fucking
okay,
spy family over here.
Okay. So I just want to say that I agree like philosophically with the concept that if you pull a gun, you should be prepared to use it. However, I don't agree with the concept that if you pull a gun, you have to be 100% sure that you're going to use it and then just start yanking back on the fucking trigger. I'm with Jay Chow here. As a matter of fact, while working as a law enforcement officer, which I understand does change the dynamic because I actually have the authority to detain people and take them into custody and bring them in front of a judge who's going to make a judgment about whether or not, or work with a jury of peers to determine criminal charges and all that kind of shit. Oftentimes, like, a gun is a sufficient deterrent to get people to do what needs to be done. Whether that's fuck off or listen to the commands of a law enforcement officer, most people don't want to find out what it's like to be shot. So my personal advice to civilians who are concealed carrying is don't pull, unless you can use it and you're willing to use it and you're ready to use it. But just because you pull it doesn't mean you have to use it. A perfect example, I think it was during the BLM riots. There was a reporter, I think he actually did get arrested and charged, but it was like New York, so who gives a shit? They're a fucking commie state anyways. But he was being approached by like half a dozen people who were like coming up to him and obviously about to beat his ass and or steal his camera equipment. And he basically pulled a pistol and told them to fuck off. I think that person was well within his rights. And if he mag dumped somebody, the situation would have been worse than what ultimately ended up happening.
What all I'm saying is that if you pull a gun, you should use it. But what you're doing is that you're looking at it. Listen, you're looking at it retroactively.
What you already just said.
Listen,
It was just the
No, I
exact
can
opposite
quote.
of
I
what
can
you said.
quote.
Listen,
I can
listen,
quote
listen.
a philosopher. I'll listen, but I want to quote a philosopher back at you.
But you just made your okay, right? What I am saying, right, is if you are in a situation where you are as a civilian, I think the situation does change when you are a law enforcement officer. And you know, despite my feelings about law enforcement officers, there is a presumed authority, right? I think that situation does change. But as a civilian, if you are pulling a firearm, what I am saying is that you shouldn't pull the firearm unless you need to pull the trigger. That you should not be pulling the firearm as a fucking deterrent, because it might be a deterrent, but it also might be an escalation in the situation where now you do have to kill somebody that you might not have had to have killed. That you pull the firearm and when that happens, it needs to be the moment where you have no other alternative, and then you start pulling the trigger.
Okay. To quote the great philosopher king Andre 3000, don't pull that thing out unless you plan to bang, and don't bang unless you plan to hit something.
Based.
I concur.
So then Scott,
Did they teach you at the police academy?
That wasn't in my philosophy
Big on that.
class.
So that's on the wall when you walk in.
Yeah. Okay.
In between
So-
eating crayons.
So Scott, does this situation change if, like, as the person's running away and as the teen is like watching them run away, they trip and they absolutely face plant, and now they're unconscious? Are they no longer justified in shooting?
Or you think they're unconscious?
He could wake up. And
Yeah. That's more or less what I'm trying to tease out. Of like, we don't know. They could be playing possum, right?
Yeah, I'm not going to change my opinion. Like I'm willing to eat all of these bullets.
Gonna kill
You can
okay.
blast some motherfucker. Like
Like,
he
and-
doesn't know whether or not he's unconscious.
Yeah.
And if he does know where he's unconscious, how did he determine that? Well, the only way he determined that is by going up to the body, choosing to do so. Right?
Yeah. Well, I'll change. I'll
Likely
use
already
Lactoid's
disarmed him and
I'll
has control of
use-
the situation in his
Yeah,
opinion.
I'll use naked method Lactoid's example. Of like, yeah.
Like I don't care.
He already answered it, right? He already said.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like we've gotten
It's
this.
absurd, but he answered it. Yeah.
B.
If
I think. Oh, there you go.
if someone was sexually assaulted and they never reported it, and then they walked in there in the mall and they see the person that they know for a fact sexually assaulted them walking by them, that victim or survivor has no right to do anything. I don't know why I keep saying that my mic is muted. Are you muting me?
No.
I think there's a noise gate and it takes some time.
Yeah, I think the
it's like-
noise
just
gate
like-
might be a little too strong.
Oh,
Like
is
you
it
might need to
cutting me
open your
out?
noise gate up a little bit.
We can hear you. It's just
It's
like,
not
it
that
takes like
bad.
a quick second.
It's not that
just
bad.
Go ahead.
Okay. Because if I don't, the only recourse I have is legal at that point in time. An eye for an eye doesn't work in our legal system. So a temporal limit is not one, like I understand time isn't timey-wimey. I'm not a time lord and I don't have a TARDIS. So I think temporal time does matter. And I also don't need to be catching strays, pun intended, about whether or not I'm going to empty a mag whenever someone is approaching me. Again, I'm going to do everything I can to survive that situation, whatever that cost is. And you're right. If I'm double tapping zombies and trying to conserve bullets like I'm in The Walking Dead, I will certainly be doing that and making sure that I do a good bullet count. In other scenarios in which I'm utilizing my gun for realsies, I'm going to reserve the right to utilize excessive use of bullets at that point in time. I
Fair
think
enough.
it's fair.
Yeah, I don't understand. I don't understand your argument because it's missing principal differences and talking about situations that we've already gone over and explained. First of all, the sexual assault, right? Is
Oh, you're
is
talking to
not
me?
the same.
Mhm.
Yeah. The sexual
Okay.
assault's not this is not necessarily the same, though it can be, as a credible threat to violence. It depends on what you mean by sexual assault. Um, uh, because
I mean,
obviously
okay,
like
we're
being
gonna say the
groped
most
on a
violent
subway.
of volatile assaults. There's nothing There's
Yeah,
nothing
yeah. So yeah,
consensual. There's nothing about
right,
that.
right. Yeah. So I mean, like that's fine, right? Like then you're talking about the same thing. It's a one-to-one thing. It's someone threatening the life of another person.
Okay, so
And so
Steve
I've already,
though.
right. We've already answered that question. I don't know. Maybe you weren't here for it, or you were missing something, right? Like, which is there's a
I
difference in
didn't-
behavior, right? Where we went over that portion. Like I already answered that question, and you're bringing it back. So do you need me to
Okay.
answer for you again?
I don't need you to do anything for me. I'm quite fine and I'm capable of keeping up with this conversation on my own. Thank you very much.
Well, it seems like you're lagging behind. So I guess I don't know what to tell you.
Okay. Oh my god.
Okay.
It doesn't
I dismissed
matter.
that
Okay.
because we already handled it.
Okay. All right.
This is a debate. I don't know what the fuck to tell you. If someone says something
No,
wrong
some
that
people
I've
need
already slapped
clarification
down, I'm
or
going to say it again.
something. Why
I
you gotta
asked if
assume
she
that
needed it.
everything
She
that you
said she
gotta
doesn't.
say, everybody understands?
Okay. So we got it.
I asked if she needed it. She said she doesn't. She just
got it.
clearly is
Okay.
lost, but it's cool.
All
You're
right.
just an incel, Scott. I appreciate the differentiation between you and Corey now.
Interesting. Okay. I won't press that one further. But so I thought this topic was really interesting, and Bam, our friend over there, who's kind of checked out for a second.
I wasn't. Like I said, I did my little like mini rant on the engagement with like Scott's world, which like every time he explains something about his world, it just sounds like a crappy place to live. Like I don't understand like where like his values map onto like an actual society that anybody would want
Now
to
you're
live.
doing what you accuse me of doing.
Let's not open
No,
the
I
door.
didn't ask Scott anything.
No.
I didn't need explanation. I gave an opinion.
Okay. All right. Okay. So we'll move moving
Sounds
along
like
here.
cope.
But I
Be right back, getting the baby.
Sure, fair enough. I like this idea of like this idea of imminent threat. I mean, I don't like this idea, but like, I don't like the way it's been used within our society. That's why I related to the cop situation, because cops, can just be scared of anything, literally anything. A shadow, a literal shadow that is formless to them, but looks like it's moving in an aggressive manner. And I guess I could just empty bullets into that shadow, and I'll figure it out later. So, like, if this segment of our society can do that, like, it just seems to me that like it opens the door for everyone.
May I
B,
respond
go
to
ahead.
you? So
Please, go
specifically
ahead.
with imminent threat, I'm utilizing it when I'm referring to lay people or citizens, which is a
Yeah.
different standard from officers or former police officers or military people with training who are I don't know what sort of basic officers go through, but who are trained to be able to withstand, specifically short out that reptilian brain and make good decisions in the moment. That's why our standard is much higher for officers than it is for civilians.
Isn't that actually the case? I mean, the situation I'm talking about, like, that's actually real. Like, I'm
I
thinking of just
understand that.
okay,
I
yeah,
do.
and so the point is that like there was a guy in his own backyard. I forget. I believe this one was talking on his cell phone. There's been so many instances I get them mixed up. But I believe this guy was talking on his cell phone, and officers approached for whatever fucking reason, and immediately killed him because they thought it was a weapon, right? And you say that we have higher standards, but these officers get off. They say that they were afraid, right? They were terrified. I believe them. They were afraid. They were terrified little bitches. That's true, right? But it doesn't seem that standard actually exists in real life.
There are lower standards, right? Because I mean, not whether this is right or not, but I understand the intuition that you would think they would have higher standards because of their training and what have you. But legally, a lot of the times we have lower standards because we know that they're on a job where they're going to have to put themselves in danger and exert physical force often. And so we give them more leeway to make decisions with those physical force. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Are we talking pragmatically or theoretically in a vacuum? Because
Pragmatically.
I understand that the laws are bent to be able to protect an officer at almost all costs, right? So we're going to look at things and think, well, yeah, but even if they were trained, they were in a really tough situation. Even if this happened, then something else, or blah, blah, blah. I understand and I appreciate that. However, in a vacuum, yes, officers certainly have a higher
They have more training for sure.
I'm trying to say, like, I guess lower standard.
Well, how about we just divide the
Maybe the
standards?
way
This
to
is what I'm
apply-
saying. No, this is
Yeah.
what I'm saying. Let's divide the standards. There's standards of actions that an individual can take, and then there are standards of how do we judge the actions of individuals. So to cops, we expect them to have a higher standard of engagement, of de-escalation. They have more training. We expect more of them to do something. However, when it comes to the consequences of taking those actions, then we begin to say, okay, well, they're in dangerous situations. This is necessary to their jobs. And so then if things were to happen to them, then we have lower standards, technically lower standards to them than, say, if a layperson or just a regular citizen were to do the same thing.
I don't think it's lower standards. I think that the law is misapplied in those cases in which officers go free.
Well, that can happen, right? Sometimes the lower standards, what happens is you have scenarios like what I think Prime Case was talking about, where it's unfortunately allows for some issues, malpractice, police officers making decisions that most of us would think are not justified or reasonable. But that it is the case that typically
Very wide berth. Like in my experience in working and in questioning officers, and my experience in the law, they're giving an exceptionally wide berth. There are officers who have shown up. I had an officer who showed up 3 months post a massive heart surgery and was talking about himself. And he said, I mean, I did just have a heart surgery, but it wasn't that big of a deal. And I thought, are you out of your mind? Like, you are either vulnerable or you're not. You've got to pick one right now, you crazy loon. So I don't disagree with you, but I think if they're going to be deserving of, listen, they have a greater amount of leeway than they deserve and are required to be held to a higher level, a higher standard.
So, okay, so I just want to articulate this real quick because I think what Chow said is just descriptively accurate, where you have a higher training, so you have a higher expectation, but then because the job requires them to interact with these scenarios on the daily, there's a wider berth for mistakes, and oftentimes there's, the adrenaline, and I thought that they were an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. The reason why civilians often get slammed, despite having less training and less responsibility, is because it's actually quite rare as a civilian to interject yourself into a scenario where you're required to use self-defense. And then also, as long as you can articulate imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, you'll typically be okay. Just to revisit my authoritarian centrist policy position, though, I do think that civilians broadly should be educated on these things. One, so they know how to exercise their rights under the law, but then two, they can also know whether or not the public servants that serve them are exercising their authority correctly under the law. So I think a educated population that understood self-defense, it would be a much better population than we have right now.
Do you think counterpoints?
Yeah.
Oh, let me ask you one question, then we'll go to Bam. Yeah. Counterpoints. Then, do you think that if there is a population in this country that typically has antagonistic and dangerous and possibly deadly experiences with law enforcement, then that they should be able to articulate that and say, oh, this cop has harassed me, has beat me up on a regular basis, right? They just shows up sometimes when to fuck with me, and I saw them approaching, and so I shot them.
Who is that?
Somebody have a smoke alarm going off?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's a thing in the background. I can't. Please answer.
Okay.
Yeah, so should we be educating populations that are perhaps victims of police harassment so they can articulate their own harassment? Yeah, absolutely. But I think you also need to articulate how to create evidence for a case as well. So it's one thing to conceptually understand that a police officer should not be speaking with you every single day if you're a law-abiding citizen, even if you committed crimes in the past. They shouldn't be following you at every single stop sign. They shouldn't be checking your seatbelt at every single intersection. They shouldn't be following you to work, all that kind of stuff. So if there's a member of the community who feels like they're being harassed, they need the ability to understand that that is not normal for law enforcement to single you out as an individual citizen and follow you around until you commit crimes. That's an important part of the education. But documentation is also important. So for instance, if that is like a normal traffic stop where cop cars sit there all the time and it just kind of happens that happens to be near your house and more than that one cop has pulled you over because you have been violating the law consistently, you're going to have more in order to show off the harassment. Like, have a passenger video record that a cop is literally just following you for miles at a time without pulling you over, those kinds of things. And you can demonstrate the pattern through evidence. And then the more you understand, like demonstrating patterns through evidence, the better it is. So I think that the answer is yes, but that education might be insufficient because it's not sufficient to just know what needs to happen. You also need to know how to demonstrate that to the justice system itself.
I guess my only pushback is, I agree, like broadly with what you said. I think was really good advice. But the idea that it isn't normal, right? Like I think it's for some neighborhoods, this is normal. This is how they interact with the police. And like it is accepted by the wider side. This is good policing to be harassing these people in their neighborhood. Oh, they're looking for drugs. We're looking for drugs, of course, right? So we got to go through their pockets. Go ahead.
What you just said is the exact example of why I would want to educate the public in the first place. So there's people who are quote unquote frequent flyers, people who go to jail all the time. But as a result of that, I think that they've been so abused by the system that they don't even object when their rights are being abused. So one of the things that I saw that was really frustrating to me was a law enforcement officer who allegedly was a good law enforcement officer. But basically he would say like, hey, do you mind if I search your pockets real quick? But before he even got an answer, his hands were already on the person. And it's like, you're playing way fast and loose with the Fourth Amendment. You're violating the spirit of the Fourth Amendment, absolutely. And then just because you don't get an objection in a timely manner, you find something in somebody's pockets that you're able to articulate as a part of that is drugs, and then you're able to make an arrest off of that. That's not good police work. That's not good community work. And I think it destroys trust between the community and law enforcement, where it's like you're treating me like I am a criminal. I love, I'm not. Hold on, let me be careful with my quotes. So
you heard it here first, folks.
Breaking news. Hypothetically, this person is a criminal. They do drugs, they do trespass, they do burglarize, they are vandals, all that kind of stuff. But then it's almost a self-fulfilling cycle because the second they step out their door in the morning, there's a narco cop sticking their hands in their pockets, and it's like Jesus fucking Christ. Like, when do I get to become a normal part of the community?
All right, let's go to Bam.
Yeah, I was just curious. Like, I'm always going to be pro-education. I think people knowing more is I'm not against that as a concept, especially when it comes to their rights. But it seems like whenever you get into a real life situation, all of those things that practically should go out the window. Like,
Yes.
I know I have a right to do this. But I feel like even you would say like, hey, shut up, let them do it. And then we'll try to take it to court maybe, and hopefully you can afford it.
Yeah. So there's a saying, it's like, you can't beat the rap, beat the ride. Wait, you can't beat the ride, you can beat the rap. So basically I would say that you don't litigate things on the side of the road. You don't say, hey, motherfucker, I didn't consent to a search. Like, what the fuck? Like, you just jammed your hands in my pockets and I never consented. Let's fist fight about this right now. But what you do say is, if they have body camera, then you say that loud. You say, hey, I didn't consent to a search. You stuck your hands in my pockets before I even had an opportunity to decline. Anything past this, you can go fuck yourself, and I'm going to sue you and ask for your supervisor. And that's the kind of thing where it's like, if you say that on camera, and this, I think body-worn cameras should be 100% mandatory. If you say that on camera, they take you to jail anyways. You talk to your public defender and talk to the state's attorney's office, and you say, hey, where's the body cam? I objected to being searched. And if they say, oh yeah, they lost the body camera footage, boom, that shit's getting fucking dismissed. And then on top of that, if there's a pattern of that, like if you educate the community to do those kinds of things, that's where you start opening up the community to lawsuits, and those cops are going to start getting fired because it's going to be more of a public risk to have cops who are constantly violating the law, who are violating the Fourth Amendment, who get the police department into lawsuits. Then it is going to be worth it to keep them to up the arrest statistics. But this has to be like a community-based effort.
For sure.
I
I was
wanna
just speaking to the idea of like, I don't know. We
Yeah,
all
you can't
see
beat the ride.
we always see the sovereign citizens, like the dudes on the side of the road that like every time they get pulled over, like oh boy, like they get
Traveling
excited. Like,
officer.
I know my
All
rights.
200 of them. Real quick,
I'm a
point of
Moorish
clarification.
citizen.
Okay, no, I want
Quick point of
to.
clarification. This is just super important, super quick.
I'm just-
Don't tell cops "fuck you" or "fuck off." That's a good way to get smacked in the fucking head and get the shit kicked out of you. Just say, "I didn't consent to this," and any orders I follow from here on out, I feel are done under duress.
Yeah.
And just leave it at
From a
that.
non-legal
More neutral. Yeah.
advisor in a legal expert capacity, everything I've ever told my clients is nobody talks and everybody walks. So other than asserting your right to Fifth Amendment protection,
Yeah, and then you shut up after that. Yeah.
Could you let me finish? Thank you. That's all you need to state at that point in time. So again, and because then I can do everything else that I need to do in order to get you out of that. If they continue still talking to you, I can work with that. I don't even want you mumbling a God bless America to yourself or a prayer. Don't say anything until I'm with you in your cell. Nobody talks and everybody walks. But having been through a really traumatic experience myself recently, and again, I pride myself on being somebody who could be deeply prepared to survive any atrocious situation because I'm terrified of those things. The amount of shock one goes through and getting dumbstruck is very real. So whenever we were, never mind. That's such a sidebar. That's not on topic. We can move on. My mistake.
No, it was kind of
Well,
what Bam was
again-
saying. That makes sense. Bam was, I think, pointing to that, and that in these situations where you have these authoritative figures and people, especially if they haven't been in these situations, it can be very jarring, and that shock can lead you to not have the ability or wherewithal to navigate the situation as you were educated to. So, like, it can be tough, to,
Yeah.
you
Sure,
know,
I
sort
wasn't
of-
even necessarily
I
saying that
want
far.
to. Sorry, I want.
my
I
goodness,
do
make it
want to
fun.
challenge Bam and B a little bit on this, and I see you there, Connor. That like. So I have been nodding my head along when they talk about like the adrenaline situation and like that people's decision making abilities are diminished. But people's decision making abilities are diminished in all kinds of ways, and we don't let them off. Like it seems like the standard for the law, right? If we're talking about the law right now, it should be of a competent person making these decisions. Because, like, look, when I get turned on, I've got less blood in my head, right? And I make worse decisions. Like, it simply is the case, right? Like, my decision-making capacity is diminished when I am very much aroused. But, like, I'm not, I don't think, maybe my friend Lactoid is...
statement to make.
Maybe my friend Lactoid is that good of a lawyer, but I don't think he could get me off. If,
What do you-
well,
he can get you off.
Don't worry
But-
about that.
Believe in
Wait,
Lactoid.
why is this
Believe in
relevant?
Lactoid.
Lactoid's got a lot of
Don't
people
worry
off
about
Prime.
that.
You're
I
good.
can
He's a
be-
professional.
I can be the legal help of your dreams. Don't worry.
Okay, but yeah, so like, but people have diminished capacity all the time, and we kind of just like, well, that's just too bad, right? Like,
Yeah.
should it actually be that an excuse?
That wasn't my
I'm not
argument.
gonna
I was
apologize.
No, I don't think that's what Bam was saying.
I was making the exact opposite argument. I was saying that like I was saying to just to counterpoint, he was arguing like like people just need to know their rights and like and when they do that they'll like hold the people accountable. I was just saying that like practically like you could teach all those lessons like this is what's technically supposed to happen, but like I don't know, just growing up like that, my explanation to the cop like whenever I got pulled over wasn't like here's your amendments and here's your rights. It's shut the f up. You're like
sure.
whatever happens.
Sometimes
like,
that is a better tactic.
No, but
Nobody talks and
but I
everybody
think-
walks.
But I think so. I'm perfectly fine with that. And then on top of that, I think there's different kinds of education that you can have with different communities and all that kind of stuff. My thing though is I think the way that it should be, and then cops should be held to that standard as well. It's not always going to work out right, but this is why universal body cams is important. And I also think that it can't just be this is the way that it's going to happen, because people get like bad information all the time. As an example, we had a domestic violence situation where we get like the description of a subject, and it's black male, no shirt, gray gym shorts, and then like small twists in his hair. That's a description of a young black gentleman. Well, let's face it, a lot of young black gentlemen look like that. So it's domestic violence. The dude ran away. I'm a block and a half over, and it's a bunch of teenagers. There's one nice teenager who fits the description, literally. Gray shorts, no t-shirt, black twists in his hair, and then there's 3 other young men who are talking over me and telling him that he doesn't need to identify himself to me. And I basically have to like be super patient, wait for them to stop yelling over me basically and say, "Hey, that's actually bad information. I would appreciate it if y'all stopped. You fit the description of the person that we're looking for, and I need your ID in order to basically call it in to see if you're the person that we're looking for." And basically the guy's like, "Okay, well, what was the description?" And I was like, "How do I do this without being racist?" And so but you got to understand, like, that's the kind of like fractious community relationship that I think could be solved by the public knowing when they need to identify themselves, and law enforcement knowing the limits of their power, and then both of us kind of like reinforcing that through body cams, through state's attorney's office, through civil suits, through all that kind of stuff. And right now, I think we have cops and state's attorneys, God bless their hard work, but I think they take advantage of the public's ignorance. And then I think we have members of the public who are wildly ignorant of the system and think that they can get something over on the system, and they fucking can't. So we kind of have like the worst of all worlds.
What would you do if he didn't have his wallet in that situation?
What? Then I would say, hey, we're gonna hang out. Do you know your social? All that kind of stuff. And most people are gonna know their social. And most cops have a system, at least in the state of Florida. It's called David. It's like the Department of Vehicle Identification Information or something like that. I can pull up somebody's social. So I would just have him stand with a law enforcement officer while I went and checked my computer, and I would check my computer, and then I would call in his information to dispatch. And by the way, we have the name of the domestic violence suspect. So since it wasn't the same name, I wasn't going to detain him just for looking like the guy I was looking for. It was to be a process of elimination.
And you
What's
were
that?
the exception and not the rule. That you were potentially the exception and not the rule. And how
For law
seriously you took
enforcement?
your job. Yes.
Yeah, so there's all different kinds of cops. I think 30% of cops are the coolest people I've ever met who are absolute heroes. I think 30 of them are normies who fuck up, and I think 30 of them are shitbags, which I think is like that's for most jobs. But I think
What's the
I was a well, maybe I was because
Did you just pull a nerdy Asian math joke?
Exceptional.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I want to know what's
Yeah.
the other 10%.
So maybe
He messed
the,
up on his math.
Don't you mean
Maybe
33.333 repeating counterpoints?
yes. So the
Of
10%.
course. Leroy
Yeah,
Jenkins.
that's 10% of the women.
There were women cops, and they were really good at what they did because they were able to talk people down through emotional intelligence. But then also with me, I would like to say I was a hippie cop. So I was a stoner in high school. I did the military first, so I did like a lot of really intense shit before I did law enforcement. So I didn't let, at least early in my career, I didn't let intense situations try to like fuck me over and make me treat people like shit just because we're in an intense situation. But there was only 2 of us on the force, and there was like 20 cops on the road. So there were only 2. There was 2 hippie cops out of 20 cops on the road, which actually works out to 10%. So that works.
All right, so we'll
There you go.
continue on to our next topic. Guys, if you've been enjoying this content, consider hitting that follow button if you're on Twitch, and consider subscribing to the channel on YouTube, but also on Twitch. That's the money option. Consider supporting this channel so that we can continue providing you with more content. If you're on YouTube and you want to get a question out to these guys and gals, then you can send a super chat. That would be super appreciated. A huge help. So yeah, if you're out there, you want to, I'll stop the panel and be like, I'll stop the panel and then further interrogate Scott on his anti-capitalism, all right? Because someone else out there,
chat right now for Scott.
yeah. All right. So
You better split that fucking money with me.
Right, fair enough. But yeah, so please consider supporting the channel. Resubs are great. Shout out to resubbers. Give bits, give subs. Use your Amazon Prime Gaming here if you're on Twitch. And it does a lot for the channel. Free to you, but does a lot for us. Okay, we're gonna go on to our next topic. And yeah, guys, it was a really lively debate. You know, I wasn't it's always tough like picking these topics. It's tougher than people like imagine to pick these topics because like to know what like will engage you guys. But I think you guys did a really great job on that first topic, so thank you all, seriously. And hopefully
I'm so
you'll
ready
guys...
to talk the fuck out of this next topic. Can we please move on to Russia and what it deserves?
Okay, I love it. All right, I'm hyped. Okay, so
I'm
over
scared
the
now.
weekend over the weekend, Putin suffered an unprecedented challenge to his power. A rogue mercenary group drove tanks through several Russian towns, fought against Russian forces, and threatened to take Moscow. They stopped on their own accord. Supposedly, this was done as protest to the Ukraine war. This has exposed the weakness of the Russian state. Should the West exacerbate this issue? What are the ethics of destabilizing a currently well-functioning state? Should adversaries take every opportunity given, or can they go a step too far? So yeah, I at first I didn't know what to do with this news story when I saw that. It was a big one. I know people want to talk about it, and actually know what we should actually take. But I think this is a fun one where like you know, just because you have like an adversary, a geopolitical adversary, right? Like what are the limits that you should be taking to advance yourself, right? Like, is it better to just like maintain that status quo? But if you think this adversary is dangerous, why not take the opportunity? Why not like strengthen like the military forces, like dump more like guns and weapons and say, hey, someone, why don't you try this again? It worked once, right? Try it again. So I'm really curious where you guys will follow on this. Start with my friend Lactoid.
All right, so the motives here are actually a little bit unclear. We know that it probably wasn't going to be. It wasn't a protest against the war in Ukraine. My theory is that the Wagner Group was about to be subsumed into the Russian military, which is happening now. And Prigozhin didn't like that, refused, and either they were attacked first, or or Wagner claimed to be attacked first to prevent being subsumed into the Russian military. Regardless, the conflict broke out. Wagner marched on Moscow. I think as to his motives, he maybe believed that maybe the Russians would not subsume him, or at least maybe pay them a little bit more for bringing them into the Russian military. We don't know if either that happened. We don't know if he got any more money. We know that he's being exiled to Belarus, and his group won't be prosecuted. Regardless, though, what should we do about this situation? There's really nothing to do at this point, right? The rebellion's already over. It lasted for an incredibly short time. Ukraine is already on their counteroffensive. I just can't think of like what we would do. We're already like funding the shit out of Ukrainian fighters. So, yeah.
Let's go to HPCR.
Same thing with Lactoid. I do think that it's still there are some questions about the motivation. It probably wasn't like a situation where they were planning to like take over and become the new autocratic leader of Russia. There was disputes with the Ministry of Defense in Russia, and whatever happened, there was discrepancies in leadership. I don't think that the West should exacerbate the issue, whether that would be like back channels to the Wagner Group or funding their particular disagreement with the Russian leadership. I don't think in general it makes a whole lot of sense and we can look at America or the West's long history of attempting to destabilize regions for our own geopolitical interest. It typically doesn't go really well. In fact, oftentimes it's a disaster. This would be one of the biggest disasters if we were to attempt to exacerbate what's going on in Russia such that the nation collapsed, especially a nation with nuclear capabilities. I mean, there would be just so many variables that would emerge from that situation. It just doesn't seem like a reasonable idea at all. So I agree with Lactoid that we should probably just keep an eye on it, but not make the situation worse or attempt to destabilize whatever's going on in Russia right now. I think that's an awful, awful idea.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's go to Bam.
Yeah. I think all we really want Russia to do is pick up their ball and go home. Like that, like we're just like, okay, this sucks. It's like it wasn't fun anyways. Like we're gonna go do something else. You don't want to put Russia into what like an even more desperate situation just because of the forspoken nuclear capabilities. And I'm super like I'm fine with the funding just because like like people have spoken before about the I think even I don't know if Biden said someone said about the concept of like we're actually like making Russia spend tons of money. We're dismantling their military force without having to use American bodies, and I think that that's a win-win for the United States and a win-win for Ukraine.
Let's go to B.
Oh, by the way, Corey's in the waiting room.
Oh, thank you.
Oh,
B?
me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I am I am a registered Republican. I've never voted Republican. I am deeply progressive until or unless you threaten American sovereignty and then bombs away, my dears. At that point in time, I have significant issues with it. The US, being overtly powered, does have a great responsibility to answer things proportionally. I appreciated the fact that we sat back and watched to see what was going to develop in Russia. This is a V hateful take, like a very hateful take. I don't mind watching the abscess that is Russia get drained by our continued supporting of Ukraine right now. And so long as we can keep Russia hamstrung long enough to realize and understand that they are the lame duck out of all of the farm animals within the European area, I don't mind that. I don't want to put them out to pasture or let them take out to like a nice farm family, but I do want them lamed.
I don't know what the implication is of all those metaphors, but we can explore that later. Let's
Yeah.
go to Jay Chow.
Okay, so I pretty much agree with all the previous speakers except for B. The March for Justice, it's been called a lot of things: rebellion, mutiny, coup, civil war. I think the most accurate description is that it was a violent bargaining chip. Basically, what Lactoy said, I agree with his analysis. It was to stop Wagner from ceasing to exist because the MOD and the Kremlin was like, okay, all volunteer formations have to sign contracts with us by July 1st, which was basically going to render Wagner to not exist anymore. And Prigo, who's the owner of Wagner, was like, yo, I want my money. I also want my troops. I want everything that I've built up. So he takes this march towards Moscow. The Kremlin are shitting their pants and they're able to negotiate. Prigo goes to Belarus, supposedly. There's a lot of speculation as to what's happening afterwards. But it seems like this was all done as a domestic event. There was no outside coordination, no conspiracy, and all that stuff. Now, tackling the question, I think no country should be in the business of destabilizing other countries via plotting a coup, let alone like other reasons. It is unethical because it is a gross violation of sovereignty, and it could inflict grave damage to not only the targeted country's security, but its neighbors and the wider region as well. Not every opportunity should be taken because of principles, but this isn't to say that the West can't do anything. Russia's domestic turmoil gives the West more time to organize, and I've already seen news that Ukraine has made gains on the battlefield because of it. Wagner also represented a large and trained fighting force for Russia, and it's possible that it will no longer fight in Ukraine. So that's like a big win for us. The West doesn't have to do anything more to benefit from these events. That's just how weak Russia is.
Thank you.
I want to caveat something really quickly. I'm not advocating for active disruption. To me, it seems like because the US is effectively the world's policeman or hall monitor, is a lack of action as irresponsible as going in and trying to meddle is the question I'm wrestling with.
Thank you. Counterpoints.
No, I think we should absolutely capitalize on it. I think that I would get somebody who speaks Russian and have them call Prigozhin and be like, "Hey, that was really cool. Do you want a few $1 million? You could do it again. We'll give you, we'll just slip you a few million in order to go ahead and take it all the way." Because the truth is that one of these men is probably dead in the next 90 days. Either Prigozhin or Putin are dead in the next 90 days. And whatever happens between Russian factional forces is going to confuse the ever living shit out of Russian forces that are fighting currently in Ukraine, and they're gonna have analysis paralysis. Do we withdraw? Do we ally ourselves with the Wagner Group? Do we ally ourselves with the MOD? Does it even matter? Is there logistical support for us coming? So no, I would actually absolutely support Wagner and call them and see if there's anything we can do to help change their minds to do whatever they want to do. And of course, it should just be, a third party, a third country national known for dealing with all sides, who happens to speak Russian, who just happens to have a couple $1 million in order to, incentivize, Prigozhin in the right direction. And I'm okay with that. Whatever gets Ukraine the area of Zaporozhye and Kherson, and then Crimea can be negotiated, and then Donetsk and Luhansk can be negotiated. Whatever reduces Ukrainian blood, I'm good with it.
Yikes.
Okay. Scott.
You might be muted, maybe.
He is. Yeah. You're gonna have to do the
Discord.
exasperation over again.
I was muted manually on the mic. I got a new mic. I got to get used to it. Sorry. So this is, I find this situation really interesting because it's like a whole bunch of people online, not necessarily you guys, think they know what's going on, and for the most part, it's mostly just fog of war. We have some details that we assume to be true because they're reported as such. We have no idea what the DoD knows, right? We don't know how Wagner will be brought in, right? Will they be split up? Will they be kind of their own tactical units? If they're going to be split up with, what Prigozhin calls the conscripts, because it's exactly what a large portion of them are, is, just slaves forced to fight for Russia. Wagner was one of the few groups that was actually gaining victories in Ukraine, right? They're essentially undefeated. And so if you just split these people up, I don't know that even that is likely. We don't know how it's going to be done or what it'll be done, but even that is likely to reduce their capacity towards victory in some of these. They're going to have to put in more effort. We don't know what's going to happen to the mutinous soldiers, because this is, reported Putin's most recent speech, a couple hours ago. Where he's going to let some of them go to Belarus and he's going to bring in some of them. What does that deal look like? Do we know that? The other thing we don't know, that again, the CIA and DoD might know, is, Russia has been holding the line, waiting for Ukraine to have their spring offensive, right? And to push. And it's every assumption that Russia is then building for a counteroffensive after that, right? It's a back and forth situation here. So we don't know how much that's affected their capacity. This entire kerfuffle, removing things, has this basically killed the Russian counteroffensive that they were planning on doing in the next month or two? Or is this, or are they actually pretty much unaffected because Russia knew the whole time they only had 8,000 troops and it was a fucking bluff and they barely moved anything? We don't know. So I agree that we should capitalize on it, but I'm anti-war, right? I want to end this fucking war. The idea that Prigozhin will take CIA money or something is, it's possible, but so fucking unlikely. They're deeply nationalistic, right? Their problem is not with Putin, and their problem is not with Russia, and their problem is not with killing more Ukrainians. Their problem is with leadership that they deem to be incompetent, that is trying to take away their power and is getting them killed, right? So the main thing I wanted to do, and I'm glad nobody here was buying into it, is the both sides kind of oh, Russia's done for, or 6.7 billion missing from the Pentagon, CIA must have fucking given it to Wagner. There's just so much stupidity here with this fog of war that like we shouldn't sit on our hands. We should use this as a moment to capitalize in peace, because it might actually be our best time to reopen negotiations, because they're in a weaker position currently that they might be able to recover
Fog of
from.
war, a term of
Let
medical
Corey Campbell let Corey Campbell go for his opening.
Yeah. It's opening statements. So you'll get
Oh, my
as soon as
mistake.
no worries. No
Corey,
worries, no
it's
worries.
up to you. Okay, talk about the 6 billion accounting.
Do
Talk
it.
about Hunter Biden.
Do
All right,
it.
You got this. I believe in you.
Biochemist. We
Now
know
it's-
that he's definitely got some inside tracks, right?
No, actually, I'm
How
going
long
to.
Wagner can go and
Corey,
Uh,
Corey,
go
do
away.
it. Corey, do it.
No, I'm actually going to back up Scott's point of like I have no problem admitting that I am not the most informed or not all that informed on this topic. Although some might argue that I'm not informed on any topic, which is totally fine. But on this one specifically, I have no problem admitting that like I don't have in-depth knowledge. And I have a hard time teasing out what's true and what's not. But as far as I can tell, despite my tech issues, I was still listening to the panel, and from what I can discern, more or less my position is Lactoid's position. As in, from what I gather, it seems like, what's currently happening resulted in this end result. As in, like, this is an overall good result, in that sort of, some sort of destabilization is occurring on its own, and therefore there doesn't seem to be a huge need to escalate it, as in if what is currently working is working, then just go with that, and let's see. And I think there's lessons to be learned from history of like getting too involved or like having a full-on proxy war, and that might not be the best way to go about it. But I'm willing to have my mind changed, and I'll leave there for now.
I just want to say something. Like all this Lactoid love, I don't know where it's coming from, but I'm taking
No,
it
it's
as
because he's
personal.
speaking first, okay? It makes me sound like I'm just copying what he's saying.
I want to make it very clear.
You would all copy my position.
No, it's because he's Canadian. That's why I support Lactoid 100%.
Okay. All right,
just
nationalism is
dodging
fair. Go ahead, guys.
Okay, yeah. So I want to start by tackling B's conundrum, what she mentioned in the at the very end of her opening statement, which was it's basically a very foundational issue when it comes to intervention, which has always existed. Which is, when we intervene, are we going to make the situation worse? And in most cases, it does happen. By principle, interventions should never just be done by principle, just because for the sake of it. There should always be a plan. We should always have an understanding of when we want to go out. We have to have certain goals. We have to organize certain resources. Like intervening into a country, taking away its leadership, and reorganizing it into a stable country is a really expensive, a really time-consuming, and really fucking hard. The United States has done it plenty of times. It's had successes, but it's also had massive failures, recent massive failures, from Iraq to Afghanistan. And when it comes to Russia, well, what HPCR said is like the best point out there, which is Russia has nukes. And if we destabilize that country and we don't know who is going to be the next leadership, if we don't know these locations, whether they're secure, whether or not they're going to be falling into terrorist hands or nationalistic hands, if like the country is just going to be broken up into a number of countries and we have no idea what is the status of these nukes, we are in a really dangerous situation. We were really lucky at the end of the Cold War when the Soviet Union crumbled. It was just like a periphery republics that went away, and like there was still a large Russia that had most of the nukes. There were some deals with Ukraine having nukes, and that had to be transferred over, but that was a huge deal. And like we were lucky that that was able to get resolved. So like the idea of utilizing this to like incredibly destabilize Russia to the point where Putin is out, and like we're maybe like entertaining the idea of putting Prigozhin in, or like having somebody else, which is basically just from Putin's camp, to be put into leadership, or like just the Russia just crumbling apart. Like that is, I don't want to play with that. Okay, that is a scary future.
I don't disagree with you. I think so ideally, if it was utilized as a way with which to get boots on the ground and check on the status of those nukes, because I think unfortunately the thing.
Oh my god,
the thing
that's
that
worse.
Russia's. No, it's not.
Putting boots on the ground, like after Russia crumbles, we're going to send in our military.
I meant like a James Bond, an American James Bond, just checking on the status of nukes or something else
The
like
CIA.
that. Because the largest problem
Or the
with
NIEA.
this program in Russia is the same thing that we've always had, which is that they're a paper tiger who casts large shadows. But as we've seen with the way in which they collapsed during the Ukrainian war, I don't trust that they're actually maintaining or keeping those nukes up to date and up to code the way that they should. So yes, I would want U.S. information upon like what status are they in. Not
Only one of them got to work.
what?
You don't need a lot of nukes to work. Like you only need a few.
But
Like,
that
She's
doesn't mean
saying
that
doesn't want it to go off on, even in Russia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
So,
all
no,
that
okay,
rest
so
is
I'm
going
No.
in, you having being like an information source. Why would that not make sense?
so hold on, B.
Because
If I
that's
could,
so we're putting in American nationals as espionage. We're infiltrating like
Chow,
the facilities that store
Let's get
their
that in.
best,
That's not a great
there-
like
idea.
most
there's a less-
destructive weapons.
okay,
like,
there's
which
a
are
less
probably
controversial.
surrounded by military bases. Like
Okay, there's a less
there's
controversial
there's
version of
no
this.
James Bond
There's a
scenario in
less
which this goes
controversial
well.
version of
I
this.
got it.
There's a less controversial version. Okay, Lactoid, sorry.
No, I was mean.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Oh,
No,
okay,
Counter,
no,
go
okay,
ahead.
no. Hold on,
Say
real
you're
quick,
less
real quick,
controversial.
real quick, because I
Listen,
can
if you
defuse
don't get
this. I can
statement, I'll
defuse
take
this
that, I guess,
completely.
but I don't think that it's that.
I can defuse this completely.
Let's-
Please let me defuse it.
Counterpoints, please.
So we did this thing. We did this already in Iraq with the weapons of mass destruction during the 90s and the early thousands. We had inspectors who went out to Iraq in order to inspect the general sites for et cetera, et cetera. You could do it through the United Nations. You could do it. I think it's like the NIEA, something like that. It's
IAEA.
like, yeah, there you go. The nuke people, the nuke dorks who walk around in lab coats and make sure shit isn't like rotting and exploding and shit. So I think it's perfectly okay in a collapsed Russia or a collapsing Russia to say, hey, listen, we're worried about nuclear proliferation. That's not good for you. It's not good for us. Can we have some United
No,
Nations
we're not
people
sending
come
in
out and do it?
international organizations into a failed state in which there's
I mean,
violence and
we
like they're
do that all
likely
the
going to
time.
get killed. Like,
Okay, why are we assuming a fail? Like, hold on a minute. Did
No,
we skip
so
a step? Why are we assuming
What
a failed
Jake is
state?
saying is if he's
He's saying
assuming
that
that
Prigozhin and Putin take each
destabilization
other
would-
out.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so
this is cool. You're dealing with a failed state. I don't think. You have a
I don't
stable
think.
Cool.
Sure, I don't think this is happening. Counterpoints: if we can't pay
Mhm.
Prigozhin to go kill Putin, is there any other like? I can't think of any other possible
Oh.
way you could like capitalize on the situation.
Oh yeah, so I'm not even trying to pay Prigozhin to pay Putin. I'm not even saying like you pay him with any kind of agenda whatsoever. So I'm saying like CIA, like it is CIA, but it's not CIA, right? CIA has friends like Jeffrey Epstein who are private citizens who honeypot people by having them have sex with underage prostitutes.
Joe
Don't know
Biden.
if you knew that.
Whoa, whoa,
Uh,
whoa, 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 whoa.
Counterpoints.
I'm
we don't
half
see-
meaning, but I'm not.
Sure.
So
Bill
that
Clinton,
there's private citizen. There are private citizens who
Fact
work
check.
with Intel. Oh my God, let me just finish. So there are private citizens who work with Intel agencies, and they're known for playing the field. They take money from anybody in order to pass on information to other people. They also do logistics work for other people, et cetera, et cetera. So you just find somebody who's nice to Prigozhin, who has like a history of being boys, but he plays both sides with information and all that kind of stuff. And you just have him send him a DM, and you say, "Hey Prigozhin, I really like what you did with that shitpost invasion of Moscow. I want to make sure you don't get assassinated in the next 90 days. Here's $10 million. Do with it what you need." And then you just let him do whatever he needs. So if he needs beefed up security, if he needs to pull his forces out of Ukraine, if he needs to do whatever, because basically Prigozhin at this point, as far as I can tell, his priority is not going to be fighting on behalf of the MOD in order to win more battles in Ukraine. He's trying to keep his own neck from fitting inside a noose or a guillotine or getting shot in the back of the head. So he's going to need logistical support in order to stay alive. So he's probably also not going to launch a large offensive into Moscow. But the longer he stays alive, the longer Russians don't know what the fuck they're doing and who to follow. So as a result, if you keep Prigozhin alive, if you keep Putin alive, if they're both kind of like in the back channels trying to figure out how to kill each other and take away power, the Russian front line is going to be confused. And while the Russian front line is confused, you can capitalize on that with the Ukrainian offensive. So I'm not saying like advocate for anything in particular. It would just be like if Prime Kai got like a $5,000 dono right now, and it's like, Prime, I love what you're doing. Just keep doing it. What is he going to do? Is he going to say no? It's a free $5,000. So what is Prigozhin going to say? No to a free $5 million?
no, I
with
don't
no
want to
strings
die.
attached?
Isn't that a terrible? That's a terrible idea, though. Kind of.
Well, no, it's a great idea. The $5,000 to me is a great
Right,
idea.
but Putin's gonna ask a
It's
question though, right?
great
Where'd you get this money, Prigozhin? What the fuck?
Yeah, if it gets out,
do you think
that
From his
means
Prigozhin's
that
catering
name
channel
is
is
Taxes?
from his catering business, which his whole thing is based
such a
upon.
terrible idea.
True. Why?
Oh, I made it from Ubering. No, there's gonna be some questions if he gets like $10 billion.
Do you
from
think
the CIA.
Prigozhin is really worried about paying taxes right now?
I'm not talking about
No,
taxes. I'm talking about
Prigozhin is
Putin
worried-
finding
okay.
out that he got a whole bunch of money. Where did it come from? We
Yes.
didn't give
I
it to you.
Yes,
So
if
who
it
is
gets
the,
out that the West did this, that could serve
Guys.
to put Russia
So
in a
what?
position where they feel like they're being threatened by the West. That's what
Yes.
other parts
They
of
are
Europe.
being threatened by
This
the
is-
West. They're being
No, no,
threatened
no,
by
no.
the West
Not
every
to the
day.
extent. No,
I
no.
want to be
Not
This
clear.
is
I think
insane.
But
what
not
you
in the
are
way
just
of,
as
oh,
the
you're
West can do-
overthrowing my regime.
I
Okay?
think the
Once
West
the
This
can
is
news
do
gets
insane.
out,
his regime.
once
What
the
are you
news
talking
gets
about?
out,
The most
okay.
important thing the West
Oh
can
my
do
God.
is hold all of your stuff while you go and fight your friends. Because just because you need to have a fight doesn't mean your glasses should be broken, right, Chow? That is all. That is the effective
I don't know
thing
what you
I'm
mean.
What?
suggesting the U.S.
Is your
or other
glasses
Western organizations do whenever I'm talking about ensuring the security and the stability of those nukes and everything else. Because again, we are in a really tough position, right? The last time there was a massive military conflict like this for Russia, there was a revolution, right? People keep drawing analogies between this and 1918 in significant ways. So the problem with that, though, is we now have weapons that can destroy everyone, including Russia, not just themselves. So while I understand an isolationist desire to stay out of it, right, and everything else,
I just called it isolation.
your glasses are really expensive, and I don't want you to get in trouble with your mom if they get broken. In the same way, I don't want the world to be in trouble if those nukes are broken.
I don't get that at
I
all.
can't keep
I'm
up
not
with
sure
the
what's
metaphors.
going on,
but I do many
What?
metaphors.
What do you mean?
So
What are you
listen
gonna
real quick.
say?
Don't
So
don't
hold on.
Let's
Listen.
let-
This is like
let's let-
Confucius.
I'm sorry. Hold on.
What?
One second. HPCR initiated this. I want HPCR to be able to respond. Let's go to Scott, and then let's go to Bam. Okay.
So start with me. Pardon me. Got it. So counterpoints. You were saying you don't think that in terms of just geopolitical strategy, it would be a bad idea to attempt to destabilize the Russian government, and you think that would, I guess your argument is that it would slow down the war or negate the war of aggression in Ukraine, which is what you're looking to do. Do you think that it could have other consequences? Like what if Putin gets outed or there's a civil war and someone even more anti-West comes into power and they have nuclear arms at their disposal? What if, as Lactoid was saying, what if it gets out that the West contributed to this destabilization and now Russia, especially because they might be going through some serious faction war or something, they might feel like they can attack, because right now you said that they're at war with the West, but they're only at war with Ukraine. I understand there's some sort of pseudo logical war, but no. They're not really warring with a lot of Western Europe. They're not, and this would be incentive for them to engage in those kinds of military actions against the West. If they feel like if Putin's sovereignty is being threatened, if he feels like that the West is sort of conspiring to bring Russia down as a government, who knows what they could do? It seems like such a terrible geopolitical strategy to attempt to destabilize the Russian government. I mean, as awful as Putin is, we at least we have a relationship with him. We can at least somewhat predict his behavior because we understand his infrastructure. We have a lot of information on him. Bringing in new unknown actors is an awful idea. That would be that's why I don't understand you.
Especially conspiring to overthrow, that's just way out of left field.
bad.
Who said anything? Who said anything about conspiring to overthrow? I was talking about a simple Twitch.tv donation into his account.
Yeah.
Wait.
So what I was the problem is oh God, I hate to do this, but
Is Prigozhin
this is what
lying?
happens when everything this is what happens when this is what happens when everything is like a consequentialist analysis, when you have no fucking principles like counterpoints, right? When you don't actually, like, you're talking about taking people's tax money to sow chaos in a region.
Did
and
you
then,
make this ANCAP?
And
Sorry,
yeah,
Bam.
it's almost like I'm a
Not me.
fucking libertarian with libertarian
You
principles.
talked about
It's
taxes.
crazy.
Keep going.
you're
Go
going to-
lusting.
Yeah, no, you're like a writer for an anime that like where you're just like pretending like this is how all of the puzzle pieces will fit. You have no fucking idea what's going to happen when you destabilize a region. Like, and instead you want to steal from people to continue to sow a war and chaos, hoping that the outcome is weakening of a nuclear state. Like, that's so batshit fucking evil and insane. When instead what we should be doing is recognizing that there are factions, that there are potential coups. It's ever so slightly possible that it was like some ruse or something, but Probably not, right? And we should be capitalizing on their weakness as a means to trying to get peace accords. Like, people are fucking dying, and instead we're talking about like shifting over hidden fucking tax money that might blow up in our fucking face and cause all sorts of other problems with a fucking, and we're even admitting that it might lead to a fucking failed state with nuclear weapons. Like, that's funny? That's not fucking funny, man. That's end of the world shit.
Okay, so I'm a pretty large fucking history nerd. So I'm going to address, there was like 5 points here. So what if the leader is worse? I think you're overestimating the predictability of Putin. I don't think that we actually expected. Like, dude, people were saying in the West that we didn't expect him
No,
to fucking
you're
invade
making
Ukraine.
predictions. I'm not.
Well, even if it's
Okay,
low,
so-
even
Oh
if
my
it's
god, y'all
Yeah,
talked
yeah,
for
the
like
count-
fucking 10 minutes.
Sure,
Let me address your points with more than 5 seconds out of my mouth. So, what if the leader is worse? I would say that this motherfucker is like 60 or 70 years old anyways. I don't know about y'all, but I'm pretty sure stress is like bad for your health, and I think he's a little stressed out right now. This dude's gonna be dead in the next 5 or fucking 10 years anyways, so we might as well figure out somebody who's gonna fucking replace him anyways. And by the way, I never said kill Putin. I haven't said that. I've said give him something to contend
You're not
with.
addressing anything I said so far.
Yeah, that's because I'm addressing what HPCR
What's
said 2
HPCR?
minutes ago. So you want to wait your turn? Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. So what if the leader is worse? So I don't think that it's really going to change a whole lot between now and 5 years from now when Putin gets taken out. I was describing this to a friend earlier today. Russia being a state is actually kind of funny. It's not so much as a state as it is like, 3 mobsters in a fucking trench coat. So, I like one mobster taking over isn't that much more different. What if they view this as a direct provocation? We've already been directly provoking them for the past 5 to 10 years. I don't know if you've seen like the news or whatever, but we've literally been giving Ukrainians Western weapons and training, and we've been escalating all the Western weapons that we've been giving them over the course of time. And each time that Russia says, hey, you're fucking up, we're going to nuke you if you keep supporting Ukraine, we say, fuck you, F word, we're going to give them F-16s now. So basically, I think that to say that this isn't a provocation from the West is obnoxious. Feels like Putin is being conspired against. Guess what? We're conspiring against Putin. He says it in his national addresses. He says that he's at war with the West. He already identifies with the dynamic that you are saying will occur once we do this thing. Now to address Scott. Scott says, you have no principles. No, I do have principles. I've said them before, I'll say them again. I support American commercial hegemony. I think there's a $65 trillion American commercial empire that we are trying to implement in Ukraine. And the one thing that we do agree on is the fact that Russia is not really in our orbit and has no desire to be in our orbit. So I think that we should lean on both sides. We should do a Twitch live stream chat. If Prigozhin streams, we should just give him like a $5 million dono and just let him figure out how he wants to spend it so he can keep himself alive for the next 90 days to confuse Russians and take advantage of them with the Ukrainian offensive. We should also lean on the Ukrainians, and we should say, once you get Zaporozhye and Kherson back, you're done. Give up Donetsk and Luhansk, give up Crimea. This is the price of peace. Then finally, don't know how the puzzle pieces will fit. You're right, but you guys are looking for like this like bloodless power vacuum calculation in which you get to sit back and then the world kind of like does its own thing, and then you can say, well, it's fucked up, but it's not my fault. But that's not really how geopol fucking works. Geopolitical affairs unravel with and without your input, and without your input is as likely to be disastrous as it is with your input. So you play the best hand that you're dealt without without hindsight.
So
Okay.
let me
I
respond.
would
I'm sure
love to respond
HBCR
to
wants
all
to.
5
No,
points.
so let me actually respond since they're directed to me real quick. First of all, you
Well,
don't
that-
understand the difference between principles and values. You're saying you have principles and you keep naming values. You value certain things, but you do not have principles in this. You do not have rules or steadfast things that you're not willing to break. Instead, you have values that you want to protect, that you are saying, I am doing a consequentialist analysis, and I think that these will preserve the things that I value the most. So, no, I'm not wrong in saying that you don't have any fucking principles when you literally are talking about sending secret fucking CIA money to fucking sow division in Russian leadership. Like, no. Okay. But I understand sometimes people don't understand the distinction between those. So, fair enough. Values, not principles. I am right. You meant it differently.
Can I
The other
read you
thing
the
about-
second definition of the word value?
This is not the debate.
Can I?
Yeah, but guess what it is? Hold on, real quick, because this is like the
Go
easiest
ahead.
fucking thing in the
The
world.
sec- got
So
it.
the
Second
second
definition of value.
the second definition under like literally Googling the word value is a person's principles.
Why don't you Google the definition between principles and values? Don't worry, like whatever you get, I'll accept.
Okay. Principles versus values. But I do think it's fucking hilarious. Like that literally it's like values are a person's principles is the second definition.
Leftists and bad philosophers.
Our
play with
values
fucking
provide the
words.
foundation for our beliefs and behavior, while principles provide a framework for decision making and actions.
Your values are your why, while your principles are your guiding idea of how to accomplish your why.
I think we're saying different words, but I don't really care because to me they're relatively synonymous. But continue.
Concepts are contextual, so depend on how they're being employed. But let's go back to the discussion real quick. Counter, you
Well, I
said
thought Scott had a second point.
No, I had
No,
all
it's-
5
it's-
points.
It's okay.
Jay Chow had all 5 points. I did
I
have a
have all
second
5
point, but I
points.
want to let HBCR step in because
Yeah.
you attacked
hold
his
up.
his straw mans as well.
I just wanted to say one of the
Wait, where's Prime? We need a moderator. I want to go.
I'm
I
here.
will
so let-
moderate. I'm
Why?
next. I'm
really
black
not-
as well.
Oh
I'll
my
make
god.
two quick-
I'm-
Yeah, so HBCR, we're gonna let HBCR go. I want Bam to go because he was in line. Corey and Jay Chow and Lactoid.
So everybody, yeah. Connor, you said that you talked about Putin's behavior not being very predictable, but of course you would admit that while his behavior might not be super predictable, he's going to be more predictable than variable X, someone we know nothing about, right? So that's just going to be the case. So while it may be that we can't, predict Putin's behavior in a satisfactory way, obviously he's going to be his behavior. We have a long history with him, and we can at least point to his historical instances of him taking this action versus this action, whereas an unknown variable, a completely new person, we would have no reference at all. So it is just a little bit better. On top of, and to your other point about Ukraine, the idea that we've been conspiring against Putin, he may use that in his speeches, which of course he's going to use that sort of hyperbolic language. Us providing aid to the defense of Ukraine is obviously much different than us funding a destabilization campaign in Russia. These are different things. For one of them is much more of an existential threat to Russia itself. And of course, in Putin, if he could go in front of the whole world and in a speech say, look, I have definitive proof that they are attempting to destabilize Russia. That's going to, that's of course going to improve or at least give credence to his idea that the entire Western world is going against him. That's really all I wanted to point out. I don't remember the other points, something about principles and values. But yeah, it seems like those are definitely different things. Funding the defense of Ukraine versus an active campaign to destabilize the region in Russia. Those are vastly different things.
And also
Okay.
in the scale of
all right, Bam, your turn. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. In the scale of time, you did acknowledge that Putin is like getting older. I think he is gonna die at some point, and I think that there's naturally gonna be some power vacuum there. It just doesn't seem like there's a clear next man up philosophy. Now that could change in the next coming years, but Putin doesn't seem like the type to want to share question, have anyone question his universal authority on the matter. So I feel like it's kind. I think Americans can wait him out. Now it doesn't mean that what's going to be there is going to be better. What's going to replace him is going to be better. But I think that there is going to be some level of destabilization naturally occurring post Putin in I said
I think
in 20-30 years.
if this were a poker game and we are sitting around and we have a strategy that we're doing with the funding of the Ukrainian war efforts, then this is an ace and we don't know what to do with it and we don't need to use it now. It's just been dealt us because you don't have to act on it, right? Again, when I say act on it seriously, I am talking about boots on the ground or actually sending in people. I think intelligence agencies or sneaking other people into Russia to check on the status of the nukes, perfectly fine. In fact, I'd be upset if they didn't actually capitalize on that window during which they were far more focused on other things.
I'm not even sure.
I like
this is complete.
Like a terribly reasonable thing. Why does that bother you so much?
It's really not.
Oh no, I mean, well, I will say that and this is me complete making this up. I'm not a nuke expert, if y'all didn't know. But I thought, like, as far as like nuclear warheads and nuclear power plants, I heard that like if they like the period of them being like having to be properly managed is like actually extremely short. Like I think they said like if people disappeared off the earth, like within 60 days of like not being managed, like they would start to explode.
Well, nuclear
I
power
don't
plants.
know anything about that. What I do
I thought
know is
warheads
that
as
I'm not
well, but I could be
advocating for
wrong.
someone to go in and break them or mess with them or cause them to malfunction or melt them down or anything else. However,
The
we don't know what the status of those nukes or that nuclear
It
program
doesn't. Okay, Chow, in my point, and I'm not saying Chow agrees with me 100%, but you wouldn't send American nationals in because that would be more instigatory than you need to be. The IAEA, I'm literally
Ukrainians
Googling it right
specifically.
now. It's their job to be like a relatively impartial inspection agency to make sure that shit isn't going wild. Also, I'll shut up in a second, but like y'all are talking about like nuclear anti-proliferation. After the Russian collapse in 1993, part of like the Green Berets mission objectives was nuclear and weapons of mass destruction, anti-nuclear proliferation, where these things were being sold on the black market, and American Green Berets did go kill people and steal that shit back.
Ah.
So it's not like we haven't done it before.
Let's
Chat,
go
don't laugh at me
to.
when I said almost makes sense.
Sorry,
Can I
sorry.
answer Bam's question real quick? So,
Okay.
nuclear warheads are actually incredibly stable.
Yeah.
Nuclear power plants need to be constantly managed because that's an active fission, as opposed to warheads, which are that's potential energy. They're not triggered yet. So.
Okay, got you.
But
See?
wait,
Let's-
Corey, so here's my question. And maybe
let-
again, we have a
Oh, let's
biological
go to
thing
Corey
in-
next.
in
Which way?
between. So when it comes to the nuclear warheads, though, that have been around, I don't believe that they've been updated. I don't think you can retire any nuclear warhead. My understanding is if you are not keeping up with the like making sure the chips are still replaced or knickknacks and paddywhacks are not currently like maintenance to the way in which they should be, that could all go awry very quickly. And
That's
don't
what the
believe-
IAEA is for.
Yeah, but no, it's not like you
Just
don't
call 'em
change
the
the oil
AE.
in the nuclear warhead every month. It's going to blow up or something. They're incredibly stable, typically. Mind you, it's still there's some concern, of course, to make sure that they're properly cared for, but they're not.
This is-
It's not like some.
If this is a
imminent-
really again, if this is a really stupid idea or opinion, like I didn't realize that people would be so opposed to the idea of having like again, not even like American nuclear babysitters coming in, sneaking in across the border or not. I didn't realize that would be like such a okay. All right, I can.
Yeah,
stop.
if the IAEA
This is
just
like-
went in
this is
without
like
Russia's
10
permission, that would be a
steps-
violation of their sovereignty. The Russians would then be within their right to just kill off those people, and plus we wouldn't be sending in international organizations into a country that is in the midst of a coup, a rebellion, any sort of mutiny, any sort of civil war, any sort of failed state situation. We just wouldn't do that because that'd be
We do
risking
that
the
all
lives
the
of the
time.
IAEA.
We do that all the time.
When?
Yeah.
Okay.
When?
Sorry.
This is
Iraq.
like
I
10
do wanna-
steps. This is like
We
10
said
I-
this is like-
We said did
Okay.
it.
We
after
occupied
American
Iraq.
soldiers were
Hey.
there.
Everyone shut up for a second, please. Corey's been waiting very patiently, so I
Very
want to get
patient.
Corey in. And Lactoid also, right? So then Lactoid and then Scott, all right?
It's also because he's.
Yeah, I just have a quick comment and a question for Connor. Well, yeah, my comment. I don't know if Prigozhin streams, but if they do, it's probably on Rumble and Kick and not on Twitch.
Whoa!
But my question for
Based.
you,
Check us out on Rumble, baby.
a Canadian company, absolutely. But yeah, my question of curiosity, like I understand you're not committed to this specific intervention. You're probably open to others, but do you think that they would respond to any sort of like monetary intervention, given the fact, from what I understand, they're like already wealthier. Like they're already, I could be wrong, but I believe they're already like a billionaire. So do you think like giving them more money would be any sort of like, would that be effective? Do you think, given what you've outlined?
Listen, there are people. This actually kind of addresses like who would step into the place of Putin as well. There are people who have access to signals intelligence and human intelligence 10,000 times more than me, and who are briefed on these things on a daily basis. So there are, and to pretend like I literally just Googled it. It's like, who's going to replace Putin? And they're like the top 12 replacements of Putin, and they have their like biographies right there. So to think that like if Politico has that up, I almost guarantee you the CIA has that as well, and probably in infinitely more aggressive detail. So to pretend that like we're going to have like an unknown variable step into power is not there. And by the way, again, for the 5th time, I have not advocated for assassinating Putin. The only thing that I'm trying to do is keep Prigozhin alive for 90 days. And you're asking whether or not they would be amenable to like the West helping them out monetarily, considering they already have a shitload of money. I don't know. So there's probably an intel guy. He's probably in Langley. He's probably a CIA douchebag. He speaks Russian. You know, he got a 4-year degree. He has like a Harvard law degree, whatever the fuck. He's probably a genius and he has access to a whole bunch of shit. And he probably knows what Prigozhin needs. He either needs relationships because he needs to find somebody who can keep him from getting assassinated. He either needs more money so he can fund his own private military to keep himself alive, or he needs guns and ammunition. And there are people who play all sides. And I made a joke about like Jeffrey Epstein or whatever, but Jeffrey Epstein's, Ghislaine Maxwell's dad was a triple agent. He worked for the United Kingdom, he worked for Russia, and he worked for the Israeli Mossad. And they all knew about each other and they didn't care because he was a good nexus of information. And then it's theorized, but not confirmed, that Jeffrey Epstein effectively got people to sleep with underage prostitutes and then used that as leverage and blackmail, which is part of the reason why his case is not more nationally prosecuted. So these people, even if they're not in the national limelight or the international limelight, these people exist who are central handlers that you cannot track where the money and the ammo and the guns come from. They're just relationship builders that intelligence agencies use to get stuff where it needs to go.
Okay, so more or less, I just want to understand your position as best I can. So like basically your overall guiding principle, probably like within reason, whatever we can do, whatever the U.S. can do, can sort of empower Prigozhin or keep them alive. You're more or less open to that.
Without having your fingertips on it. Don't actually send CIA agents.
Don't massage him or anything.
Yeah, have a CIA agent talk to a Mossad agent who talks to a former FSB agent who has friends in the FSB, who has another friend who has a 10-acre plot
Sounds
of
like
land
a lot of people who can talk.
He stashed it. But the whole thing is that these people are either paid for their silence or they're killed for their silence.
Okay.
This you guys are watching fucking too many spy movies, man.
No,
Like,
we're paying
this
attention to
is-
history.
No, this is
Yes!
silly. That like
No.
Okay, then
can't- you
history
can't,
should
like-
tell you that a lot of coup attempts don't work, and that a lot of the times that the CIA hires somebody to go like do their assassinations or to do their building, they also fail. Because I know that Fidel Castro had like 90 assassination attempts by the CIA. Most of them are like actually as dumb as, oh, they paid somebody to like slip some powder into some glass of water that Fidel Castro just never ended up drinking or something like that. Okay, and guess what? Fidel Castro lived.
Well, who's
okay?
all right? I'm
Now,
meaning, but who's dead now?
History.
Okay.
Did
Did he die of old age or something? Okay, whatever.
Counterpoints.
All right,
Yeah, it's
5 points.
not
5 points that I want to address the counter. Fucking finally, okay?
J. Charles 5-point plan. Go for it.
Okay, number one, the person will be worse or just as worse. So, like, as you mentioned, we kind of have an understanding of who is next in line after Putin because we know who are the players in power. They're either people in the FSB, people in the military, or people within Putin's inner circle, his council. Now, here's the problem, is that all these people are Putin loyalists. They're incredible nationalists, and we actually there's a good chance that Russia is just going to continue being Russia, or they're going to take it a step above Putin because they're like, oh, I need to make my mark on the ground, distance myself from the pharaohs of Putin, and double down, okay? That is going to be even worse. So there is like no good scenario taking down Putin, actually. Because, like, yeah, for those reasons. Two, you're not asking Prigozhin to kill Putin. You're just asking him to cause a lot of problems. Okay, I hear you. I hear you on that. That is stupid. Because of this, let's just remember the saying, if we're going for the king, be sure to kill him. And the reason why people say that, I have no idea if it's Machiavelli, but it kind of sounds like Machiavelli, is that if we're going for the king and you don't end up killing him, you're probably going to be the one ending up dying. So, like, I would say, like, if I were Prigozhin and I think he made the right call, just escape. Just, like, get out with your company, get out with your life, get out with all your money, and, like, you're good. You get amnesty, hopefully, like, hopefully you're not going to get killed by some Russian nerve agent within the 90 days, but the likelihood of dying and, like, having everybody else die around you and taking your company is if you're going to be taking a bribe from anywhere in order to go, like, cause some trouble in Russia. And, okay, third thing, provoke, like, we're already provoking Russia. HPCR already said this enough. Okay, our provocations throughout history, like from the end of the Cold War to now, has like never been to to like hurt Russia unless we're punishing them for doing something. But like we're not like threatening the regime, we're not collapsing their governments, we're not like actually trying to remove Putin from power. But like they will say that like, hey, we're feeling threatened, but it's not enough for Russia to start sending nukes over to the United States. What the United States has been doing for the time period, for the most of the time during this Ukraine war, has been escalation management. And so far, they've been doing a pretty good job, which is basically, oh, Ukrainians want tanks. We'll just wait like 6 more months and then we'll give them tanks. Oh, Ukrainians want planes. Okay, we'll say no. We wait 6 more months, see how the Russians are reacting. Now we send in planes to Ukraine. And all this stuff. Like the United States is being very careful in knowing where the line is, testing that line in order to maximize our aid to Ukraine. Like I think we're doing an excellent job with that. And we're also doing an excellent job with providing support to Ukraine. All right. Number 4, you care about American hegemony. I also care about American hegemony as well. Nuclear proliferation is going to harm American hegemony because it is going to make just the whole world more dangerous. Like the nukes being like at the risk of being acquired by non-state actors, other countries, being sold on the black market, whatnot, is, I think everybody here agrees, is a threat to American hegemony. What's also a threat to American hegemony that not a lot of people, I think, are very conscious of is like our priority of maintaining the international liberal world order, which is like we have principles, we have rules, we have values. And one of those values is sovereignty. One of those values is not like meddling in the other country's affairs, not toppling down governments and all those things, because that ends up hurting, well, global stability. And America has already had a bad reputation of that because of what we've done in Iraq, in Afghanistan, in like a whole bunch of other places where our allies for a very long time, even to this day, still see us in a bad light because of what we did to Iraq. They are still very wary. You're shaking your head. That is just not true. Okay, I'm not lying. Okay, now number 5. Okay, number 5. So geopolitics. We don't know where this is going. Geopolitics is still going to turn. But what people don't consider that I find to be, okay, not appalling, but kind of concerning, is the ugly stepsister of geopolitics, which is international relations. A lot of times when people are talking about geopolitics, they're kind of thinking of world affairs as like through a game of Civilization 5, of like, where are my pieces? You have your pieces. I'm in this geography. You're in this geography. And like, where do we go head to head? But international relations comes into the picture by stating that there are rules, there are certain expectations, there are certain things that neither of us want to get into, such as mutually assured destruction, such as nuclear proliferation, such as, hey, we don't want to spy on you, you don't want to spy on us. We don't want to conspire coups on you, you don't want to conspire coups on us. And throughout history, international relations has developed to the point where before it was everything was game, okay? All is fair and love is war. But nowadays, we actually have like some semblance of rules, and like more people are prospering because of that than ever throughout history.
Okay.
I want Lactoid to go because he's been waiting so freaking patiently. Please, Lactoid.
Yeah.
Thank you.
My points.
I'm cool with coups sometimes. So counterpoints, I'm not going to disagree with you on the principle there. But what I am going to say is that in this particular circumstance, this is just, I would posit like a bad strategy. When Prigozhin launched his little march, he also stated a couple things. He said the Russian MOD is betraying the Russian people, and he also said Ukraine is a lie, right? They're telling you lies about Ukraine. This is like an issue, right? The fact that you have a hero in Ukraine who took Bakhmut for them, saying this is all bullshit, right? If he gets Western money, that gives them the perfect explanation as to why Prigozhin is now saying the things that he's saying. Well, he's saying that because he's paid off. He's a mercenary, right? Of course. He's not actually a nationalist. He's being paid by the West. Look at him. He's getting money from the West. You can't trust what he has to say. Right now, it's more difficult for them to say that because he's not getting paid by the West, right? So It's not the
Yeah,
West
he also said
telling
the
him what to do.
pretense for the war was a lie. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, right? So now it's like, well, fuck, it's not the West saying this, it's our own guys that are saying this. I think that sows discord among the ranks way more, and especially if he gets killed, way more than like giving Putin the perfect out of explaining Prigozhin statements.
Okay. So I have a shitpost rebuttal, and then I have a serious rebuttal.
Hold on, before you do that, hold on. Scott has been like ridiculously uncharacteristically patient.
Jay Chow. No, hold on. I will wait, but Jay Chow literally responded to all 5 of Counterpoint's points, and Counterpoints was just called out. Please.
Okay. Okay. All right. Cool. Go ahead. Counterpoints.
So I want to respond to the Lactoids thing real quick because I think it's the funniest and most recent. So what you do is you pay both of them. Okay, so have the secret agent who's like 3 steps removed from the CIA wire money into Putin's account and wire money into Prigozhin's account. That way, when they're like, Prigozhin is a traitor to the state and he took Western money and we tracked it this way, that way, the other way, they can be like, yeah, but we paid Putin. Who's the traitor? We don't know. Okay, so that would be the kind of like, that's the kind of like CIA level shit post that I think is worth $10 million. Like, I think that would be easily worth it. If you don't get caught, you keep Prigozhin alive for 90 days. If you do get caught, you sow even more division and these fucking assholes take each other out.
They're not taking the money. Neither of them are taking the money.
You tell me. All right, anyways, I think it can be done. And I don't think either you guys haven't heard me or you're trying not to hear me. I'm saying there's a way to get money and logistical support to people without it being traced back to the West. These people exist. Anyways, so my plan, let's just say that I'm not some fucking autistic spurg on Twitch and YouTube politics. Let's just say that I'm like a middle case manager up in the CIA, and it's my idea to come up with the exploding cigar plans, like Castro, like the Looney Tunes assassination attempts. Let's say it's my Looney Tunes time, okay? This is my Looney Tunes scenario. So you do whatever is logistically required in order to keep Prigozhin alive for the next, as long as you can, but ideally the next 90 days to 120 days, just the next 3 to 4 months. You have Ukraine step on the gas for the offensive in the Kherson Oblast and the Zaporozhye Oblast, which seems to be the territories that are most of interest to Ukraine and the most likely to be loyal to Ukraine once they're taken back. I don't think you can say the same thing of Crimea. I don't think you can say the same thing of Donetsk and Luhansk. I think those are infinitely more difficult places to take. Once you have control of Zaporozhye and Kherson, you step on the Ukrainians, you twist their arm, and you say, you're not getting Donetsk and Luhansk or Crimea back with a lot of blood and treasure, and frankly, we're not able to support it, and we don't think that it's worth it. So take the victories that you've had, go home, and I looked up the map for the oil and gas fields that are in Ukraine. They already have 90% of the oil and gas fields back under Ukrainian control already before they even take back Kherson and Zaporozhye. Finally, so take my Looney Tunes plan. That's my Looney Tunes plan. My final point to Chow was he was saying that international relations has had a certain level of expected reciprocity within recent decades. I know that's true. However, what I would say is some of your examples were flawed, like the 2016 and 2020 election, where Russia was fucking with us in order to fuck up our elections. So at some point, do we not just say, hey, Russia, if you're going to shitpost in our elections, then we're going to shitpost with your mercenaries?
Those are not, proportional.
I think they are.
No, not at all.
They bought 2,000 Twitter ads, all right? Bomb them.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm not even saying bomb them. I'm saying keep a mercenary alive for 120 days. It's really not that big of a shit.
Connor, you don't also have this mercenary gather all of his troops and form a number of columns and just send them towards Moscow, the capital where the Kremlin is.
As far as I know, we didn't do that.
That's totally proportional.
Connor
as far as I know, we didn't do that.
Totally proportional to Twitter and Facebook ads.
He doesn't think that.
So this is why, I like Bia gave an analogy earlier, which is it's like you get an ace in a poker game. And I think the analogy fits, but I'm going to add to it, and I don't know if she'll like it. All of the chips are human lives.
I always like it when you add things to me.
Okay, all right, let's go. But I mean, all of the chips are human lives. And we're all sitting here playing this game of chess or poker or whatever, trying to game theory out 10 steps ahead of, well, what happens when Russia collapses or all of this. And every dollar that is spent can be measured human lives too. Like inflation costs human lives, right? People losing their jobs and ODing on heroin and an opioid epidemic because of inflation costs human lives. Every day that we fight this, even if it isn't Ukrainian blood, it is still blood and death and horrible things that are happening throughout the war and throughout the world. Sorry. And, you know, I think it's, I don't know, like, I'm not trying to like sit on my moral high horse here. I get it. We're having fun. Like, you know what I mean? We're game theorying. We don't really know, like I said earlier, you know, the fog of war, and we're kind of just trying to decide. But I also think it's important that we don't fucking forget that like, if we're striving for something, we should be striving for peace. And if you're a consequentialist and you think that, you know, and you disagree with me on how we attain peace, and you think the best way to attain peace is to, you know, some Ukrainian offensive, you know, and then negotiating from a position of power, I understand that. I think it's evil. But like at the very least, like, fucking remember that we're supposed to be looking for peace, not sowing division and chaos. And
Okay,
like,
so
this
before
entire
you
conversation is-
respond,
so what do we do with this? The ultimate panel question is, we should use this in every capacity that we can to try and force Russia to the negotiating table so that both sides can have a reasonable fucking peace talks, not fucking Ukraine saying we want all of our land back and we refuse to have peace talks until all of the Russians have been tried for war crimes, or Russia like not wanting to sit at the peace talks anymore because they want all of the fucking land, or they want a ceasefire where they maintain control of the regions they already have control. Like, I mean, like literally China's the only one fucking fighting for peace right now, and it's ridiculous.
Okay, hold on. So we're gonna go to counterpoints. We're gonna go to B, and anyone else who wants to have the okay. So HPCR and then J Chow. But I just want to say something. Scott, like, I think it's really awesome that you brought that up. Your first point about human lives. That's what I was thinking when I wrote this question, right? Like, I was thinking, like, what does like, when I talk about the ethics of it all, like, what does that look like for the people on the ground, the Russian people, when we destabilize a state that obviously we disagree if it's autocratic and the whatnot, right? But people are living their lives, and, you know, to a mostly like first world standard, and to intervene in that for our geopolitical gains, like, I think there are some interesting questions there, and terrible questions, and but at the center of it all are human lives. So thank you for bringing up that up, Scott. So I want to move on. We'll go to counterpoints, B, and then it was HPCR, and then J Chow.
Yeah. So a couple of things. First one being that peace without justice is tyranny. So China is peaceful. It's also an authoritarian dystopian nightmare. So peace at any cost is not something that's worth negotiating. Then to answer your second question, we are game theory, and I am shitposting a little bit, I'll admit that. But I think you should read the Bhagavad Gita, which is like the Hindu religious text, and there's basically a gentleman. I forget the exact story.
I've actually done it on stream.
Okay, well, I fuck up the story, but basically, if you remember, or you can correct me on it, there's a story of the young prince. He's going to war with his uncles or whatever. He's considering just fleeing the entire scene and not participating in war at all because he wants to avoid the bloodshed, et cetera, et cetera. And basically, the god, whatever god, comes down and says, hey, listen, blood is going to be spilled, and you running away from the situation is your own form of interfering in the situation. So for me, there's no such thing as like being bloodless, especially when it comes to geopolitics. Now to address specifically, like, you're like, we should be aiming for peace. The reason why I'm aiming for peace that prioritizes Ukrainian blood over Russian blood is because I think the Ukrainians are morally in the right, that they are defending their nation and their national interest. I think they have committed atrocities in Donetsk and Luhansk, and I think Crimea is so geopolitically vital to Russia that they will never give it up without a fight. So what I want to do, my game plan that I've highlighted a couple of times now, is use Prigozhin, as a shitpost for the next 4 to 6 months, keep them alive, keep the Russians off balance, keep them destabilized, put the gas on the Ukrainian offensive in Zaporozhye and Kherson, which I think are the two oblasts. They're the two counties or states that I think the Ukrainians have a high chance of taking back and it being politically stable borders going forward. And then after that, reverse course and put pressure on the Ukrainians to sue for peace, conceding 3 major territories that they do not want to concede. Ukraine will not be happy, Russians will not be happy, but it is a potentially stable and lasting peace that I am aiming for that does have some level of justice.
I think it's very telling the ease with which we have all said that Ukraine needs to just accept giving up Crimea. I don't think the U.S.
I have not
Canada,
said that.
or any-
I've said that.
It was
any
just
other country of
counterpoint.
origin would ever be comfortable giving up 1 iota or 1 hectare of land in any way, shape, or form. And we're telling Ukraine to accept that something was stolen from them and to let it go. And I'd like to just call attention to the fact that this is something that I don't believe any other country put into that position would do anything other than scoff at. So I understand that desire to say, fuck you and fuck you too for telling me that I have to come to the table giving up. I will give up allowing you to leave and maybe not charging you with war crimes and, peace be with you and also with you. Just to call attention to that. I just think we're doing it very flippantly and it's a little weird. Jay Chow,
What's up?
I don't know that I have anything constructive to say. I don't want to upset you anymore than I already have.
I don't think he's
Mm.
upset.
If we don't give up Crimea, there will be no.
I just want to
peace.
point out.
on?
Yeah, I just
There
want
will
to.
never
I just
be
want to point
peace.
out that illegitimate nation states don't own fucking Crimea. Russia doesn't own it. Ukraine doesn't own it. People own private property. Nation states just have stolen land.
Sure.
B, I love your point that you had made. I've been making that exact same point, like literally the exact same point that you've made previously. So thanks for making that one. Let's go to HPCR and then
I have a few clarifying questions for Connor.
Okay.
One of them is, it sounded like when Connor was using the word destabilized, what you were using it to denote was just something like preventing the Russian military leadership from making clear decisions such that Ukraine could respond with an offensive and take the upper hand in the war against Ukraine. Not
Correct.
that we should literally destabilize the Russian government such that there was a power vacuum, because it seems relatively uncontroversial from just like anyone who studies geopolitics that creating a power vacuum or destabilizing the Russian government, it being a nation that has nuclear armaments and also a large nation on the political stage, that would be a bad idea. Do you think that that's the case?
Yeah, like I think Putin,
It would
despite
be a
all his
terrible idea to try to set a campaign to try to make the government.
I wouldn't want to oust or kill Putin. That would not be the goal of what I would want to do.
But not only that, but you would admit that it's an awful idea geopolitically to just have a campaign that
Awful is a
attempts-
really strong word, HPCR.
What
Again,
is a
it's
strong
very
word?
difficult to separate a lot of these things, isolationist or not. So while you're
What word's
talking about
strong?
something, saying it's an awful idea, what are you trying to push him into the corner of?
I'm saying it's an awful idea geopolitically because it endangers everyone on the international stage. I think it's actually an awful idea, like a terrible idea to try to create a civil war in Russia such
I
that
don't even think that we need to try. I think that civil war is already going to be happening as it has been for a long time. And
Yeah,
I don't
but if
see
you-
any reason to think
we're
that
no
there's
longer
going
in a
to
time-
be a
has been
civil
for
war.
We're no
wait,
longer
what?
in a time to
I
just
don't think
allow
that's
states-
true at all.
We're no longer in a time to just allow countries to figure out their own issues at their own cost, especially whenever they have the weapons with which to cause everyone great harm. So unfortunately, as much as it may annoy people, it is absolutely essential for the US to moderate or curtail those fights or those civil
By
wars. if need be,
destabilizing a
especially
nation
certain-
such that there's a power vacuum.
Where do
And
you
then
hear me
there,
argue
the problem
for
with this
a
is, let's say you're
destabilization?
correct. Well, let's say you're correct, and America has an obligation due to their power and the presence on the political stage to monitor these situations and make sure that whatever's happening is for the best of our position and the world's position. Let's say you're right. It would still be a bad idea to destabilize Russia, remove Putin, because now you have emerging all of these unknown factors and potential issues that could cause problems to Russia's neighbors. I mean, you might even say that it would be immoral to try to create a situation where the Russian government
you're breaking
collapses
up.
on itself. What? Oh, Was
you
I
broke
breaking
up?
up?
I didn't hear the last
Sure.
thing you said. Yeah.
You might say that it was immoral to try to create a situation where you have the Russian government collapse on itself. And now you have this chaos where we can't do a good job of making it's really just about risk assessment, right? Like it's more risky to have the country collapse on itself than it is to keep Putin in power. That seems like a normal thing to say.
Again, I think that allowing a power vacuum and allowing Russia to sort itself out politically and whatnot is fine, so long as we prevent them from having any radical group that chooses to try and put itself into power from having the means with which to activate any nuclear subs.
But it's
or
easier if we
Why
already
don't,
have
just
someone in
why don't we
power.
just arm the moderate rebels? It'll work out this time, I swear.
Yeah, it just seems.
Hey.
Honestly, I
Christ.
don't know why people
Yeah.
don't give me control of the drones still, because I'm clearly a balanced person. I rescued a special needs dog. I knit things for homeless people. Like, I should be the one in control of the nuclear football. Or
True.
That is what
whatever
the
the Russians
socialist
have.
always says. I should be
Sure.
the one in control.
Okay, but to
Connor,
answer
you
your
agree
question,
that-
yes. Okay, I don't think
Republicans
the
are
goal,
socialists.
I don't think the goal
Obviously.
should be. I don't think the goal should be Russian destabilization causing an internal collapse that ultimately leads to a Russian civil war where a bunch of mobsters kill the shit out of each other and then just the most vicious one wins. As a matter of fact, I think probably the game plan should literally just be to politically delay a coherent vision of the Russian state for the next 6 months so Ukraine can take back those territories that they're likely to take back. And then at that point, give the Russians concessions that they will find meaningful. I think the reasons why the Russians want Crimea so bad, which I know B is saying that the Ukrainians aren't going to want to concede, I don't care. It's one of 2 warm water ports that Russians have access to, the second one of which was in Syria. If you do remember, the Russians fought tooth and nail in order to keep Assad in power. They're going to be willing to fight tooth and nail for Crimea. But you were wrong. But you were wrong. You said you said no. You said no American would be willing to concede an inch of territory in order to sue for peace. And I would give up Los Angeles and New York City tomorrow to the Chinese. I don't give a flying
You
fuck.
do that anyways because of those cities.
I would pay them to take it. So, then, what's the next part? Hold on. So Crimea, and then Donetsk. Hold on.
Oh my.
Yes, I want those culturally degenerate communist fucks to sink into the ocean. Yes, you're right. All right, and I don't care how many almonds and avocados I have to give up. Finally,
Truly a right winger.
you were asking about so you were saying like how do we get the Russians or I was saying meaningful Russian concessions. The other ones are Donetsk and Luhansk. I think those places, despite the rigged elections, are overwhelmingly ethnically Russian. I think they sympathize with Russia. I think the militias that are a part of their territory were willing to fight the mainstream Ukrainian army. And as a result, I think those people would probably be better off in Russia. So I don't think Ukraine should take back those territories. I don't think they should fight a counterinsurgency. I think they should concede that.
It's cringe as fuck.
Jay Chow was
known as
on that
Vegas.
list. So Jay Chow, please.
When you say, like, when you talk about war and people dying is like sort themselves out and whatnot, yeah, it sounds cringe. But like
Yeah, sort
you're
themselves
you're
out,
willing
like
to
God
sacrifice
said.
blood and lives for things that you believe in other fucking countries. It's disgusting.
Yeah, just not American ones.
Jay,
Yeah, that's weird.
okay, Jay Chow.
Still
yeah, please.
disgusting.
Yeah, it doesn't,
Okay, so
doesn't
I'm going to
sound
be
great.
responding to Connor's point, which he made a while ago. And I have no idea if you were memeing or not, if this was a shit post. So tell me if it is, and like I won't deal with it. So do you think international relations is more of a culture of dignity or a culture of honor?
Hopefully dignity.
Yeah, I think so too. So then, like, now this gets to the point when you mentioned, okay, well, Russia interfered in our elections,
Mhm.
right? And like, does this then justify us doing anything to them? under
No,
a culture
no,
of
no,
dignity.
no, no, no. Yeah, so I was partially shitposting. I was just saying that the level of reciprocity that Russia has given us, they've done things that we have at least claimed are not reciprocal. I don't know whether or not these things are reciprocal. So, for instance, when I was working in the military, I worked in a secured communications place that helped run like drone programs and communications integration and all that kind of stuff. And we had like Russian and Chinese IP addresses constantly trying to break our firewall. And of course, like those governments deny, they basically say like, oh yeah, these are just private citizens. But we know that if they get the information, it's ultimately going to be given to the government. Now, Americans use that in order to pearl clutch and say, oh, look, the Chinese and the Russians are trying to steal our national secrets and they're trying to interfere in our elections. I'm pretty sure America, even if we're not like rigging ballots, we do try to have some political sway in international elections. And then we also try to, I'm assuming we spy on and steal other nations' secrets all the time. So no, I don't think that the American honor should be slighted, and then we should use that as a pretext to dishonor our opponents. I do think we should figure out what is in their geopolitical interest, our geopolitical interest, discount our geopolitical interest by half, and then come up with a compromise that makes no one happy. And that's probably a realistic compromise.
Okay.
Real quick,
So
Edward Snowden
wasn't- I
proved
wanna-
this with Brazil and Germany, right? Like
That we were spying
unequivocally proved
even
that
on
we-
our
that
friends.
we were just spying on our friends. Yeah.
Yeah, for shits and giggles too. Like we didn't even expect them to be doing anything negative.
Of course, that's true.
Yeah.
okay,
We
all right.
can't
So
trust
like
the
this
Germans.
is
2 times. Come on.
True.
guys. I want to
Third one's
follow
gonna
up.
be rough.
I can't get a follow up. Okay, so like this is kind of like the foundational problem to being the country that like stands on the moral high ground. Like we have to let like all the bad actors do the bad things, and we can't do the bad things because it makes us look like hypocrites, and it kind of like lowers our social value. It lowers like our reputation of like saying that we're the world hegemon. That like, hey, we have a vision for the world, which is based on our rules, and like we can't validate those rules, but there are actors out there that do, and we kind of just like either have to defend ourselves the best we can and like or like let them go. You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean. I want to respond, but if you have a second part, I'll listen.
No, I didn't have a second part.
Okay,
but, like,
so
the conclusion is that like just because Russia has slighted us doesn't mean that like it gives us justification for like festering a coup or like creating destabilization in other countries, because like that goes against our interest of creating an international liberal order.
What if we provide
Sure,
a safe
sure, hold
harbor
on.
for Prigozhin once he escapes Russia and we don't extradite him?
Well, he can
Not gonna
just
happen.
yeah. I was about to say he can
But what
he
if
can
we
get
did?
it if we did what? I want
What
to
if we
answer Senpai Chow, but I want to answer your question. What's your question?
Oh shit, that feels
I haven't
racist.
done
Never
it.
mind. Please answer Senpai Chow.
Okay, cool.
No, I
so,
don't go by that
I'm
name
gonna answer your
anymore.
question, Senpai Chow.
Oh my
I
fucking
think
God.
that what? Okay,
I
I'm
don't
just
go
gonna
by
talk.
that name anymore.
Okay, Chow.
Yeah.
Don't
I'm
name
going
him.
to. Well, we talked a few years ago, and he made an impression. Okay. Chow. My answer to you is I think that what you're talking about is largely an illusion. And the reason why is because I've studied like American history pretty aggressively. And I would say that a lot of us taking like Native American territories in the 19th century was based off of like flimsy moral pretexts. I think the Mexican-American War was based off of flimsy moral pretext. I think the Spanish-American War was based off of what was likely a lie, but we just went with it anyways, which was the bombing of the USS Maine that was likely accidental. I think that our intercessions in China were largely amoral, if not immoral. I think the wars in World War II were justified, were absolutely justified, but at the same time, they came like very late to the game where we could kind of justify it. And we kind of knew that they were killing Jews. We didn't know how bad it was, but we really didn't involve ourselves until like the last minute, at which point the damage was already done. Same thing with like Korea. Like, I think the Korean War is a just war, but we did like kill, I think, 25% of the North Korean civilian population by indiscriminately bombing their civilian centers. In Vietnam, we had something called Operation Phoenix, where we had an active assassination program where we were taking out North Vietnamese like leaders left, right, and center, and we were paying Vietnamese insurgents in order to do it. When you look at like in the 80s, we sold weapons of mass destruction to Iraq. We gave them the precursors to like VX, anthrax. I'm trying to think of what else, but we sold them the precursors to that, and we told them how to target Iranians in order for them to fight the Iran-Iraq war to a stalemate because it was in our interest for petroleum. I could keep going for like another minute, but basically my point is that liberal democracy.
Put me in, coach.
is-
I'll keep going. I love this.
Liberal democracy is the worst form of government except for all the other ones. And I think it is important that it rules the stage, but this is a very bloody, messy history. And if you look into our actual history, it's actually pretty barbaric and horrifying. This is not a new thing.
Yeah, I appreciate your historical perspective. But something that I've always had a wrestle with when people have a heavy focus on history is that it often ignores that our future and our present are much more than just the result of history.
Mhm.
Do you think so? That we are
No,
like,
no,
not
I
just a
agree with
product
you.
of our
And
history?
if you're arguing that we shouldn't conduct ourselves in that way going forward, I would be sympathetic to that argument.
I think countries for the most part throughout history have evolved, they have changed, we have switched leadership, we have changed culture, we have changed customs, what's right and wrong. We have become better versions of ourselves, hopefully. And I think you are right in that there is no 100% perfect model of how things should be done. Everybody is going to have a different right or wrong. However, we can reach a point where we are mostly right than wrong. And so far, that has been symbolized by liberal democracy. And onto the world that is the international liberal world order in which the United States in the post-Cold War and post-World War II wanted to create. We wanted to become better versions of ourselves, and we wanted to apply that to the rest of the world. Now, we have a number of countries such as Russia and China and a number of other countries who do not agree to that because they view it as a danger to themselves, and rightfully so. This is why they try to fester destabilization in our countries, whether it be through social media, whether it be through politicians or news networks or whatnot. They are able to do that. But let's also recognize that they are only able to do that because of our environment of free press and liberty. And it is because of that strength as well that we have been able to rebuke those efforts.
Yeah, so I think our moral evolution has occurred both because of like a shift in consciousness when it comes to like the way that we perceive human life, and also because of the technologies that have enabled us to have that shift in consciousness. So what I agree with you on is that just because we did fucked up shit in the past doesn't mean we have to continue doing messed up stuff. And we should always be striving to realize our ideals, even if we look at the past and we realize that they were a little bit more hollow or brittle than our propaganda or self-image allow. So yeah, so basically, like if we were selling VX gas in the 80s, and now we no longer sell weapons of mass destruction, but we do torture people a little bit. And then, 20 years from now, we don't torture people because we have like a technological and moral evolution. I'm going to view that as an ever improving system that we should strive for.
Yeah, so then
I agree
when
with both of you
applied
guys.
to our
Yeah,
actions,
anarchy is order, government is civil war. Fuck democracy, it's evil. But I'm not really sure what this means about like what we should do to capitalize on the Wagner coup. Like, if you guys want to debate about political philosophy
not to
and the
capitalize in
liberal
the way
world
that
order,
a lot
I
of
mean, if
people
you're
are
in
both
talking
of it,
history,
about.
Connor, you've seen all the coups and how awful those went.
Well, it's I don't know. It's a little bit related because I mean, counterpoints. When you were going through all like the bad things America did, even though some of it was in the pursuit of a greater good, as I think you would say, right?
right? Because government is civil war.
Right. I mean,
Uh-huh.
I think you've described it before as counterpoints as globo homo. That is like
Yep.
the goal of the American system.
Some of those.
What was I guess I'm a little bit concerned a little bit. Those are all things that Russia points to, like whataboutism. Whenever they're trying to justify anything bad that they do, what's the point of like rehashing American history and all the bad things that people have done?
I think it's for what Senpai Chow said, which is
Jesus fucking
basically like
Christ.
looking at your sins
He prefers
wholeheartedly.
Oni-chan.
Okay, so looking at your sins full in the face, so you know what horrors you've been willing to commit in the name of the greater good in the past, and also to reduce those horrors over time.
Okay.
Let's be careful with the greater good stuff, because not all of it is for even the geopolitical greater good. Some of it's just purely economic. Some of the stuff that it's not.
But then
no,
then
we
people
can
argue
disagree on
that
some of that.
economics
over the
is
coup in
better,
Nicaragua,
is
we
the
can
greater
do
good.
Guatemala, Iran.
Yeah, but killing commies, if you're a capitalist, then killing commies is for the greater good.
No, when
Well, so
Iran
it
tried to
depends,
nationalize
yeah.
their own oil, that was a economic interest solely. It wasn't some.
Okay, do you
It's the
think that like
it's not the greater
Nash-
good, it's the lesser evil, and it's still evil, and you shouldn't do it.
Yeah, I
Okay,
don't think.
do you think capitalists are sympathetic to countries that nationalize their oil against the corporations that were already using that resource?
Yeah, typically not. Right.
Yeah,
I agree.
So-
Capitalists
Right.
hate
The
Canada.
motivation there is economic. I don't know about greater good necessarily. There's certain examples. Other examples, of course, there were. I think World War II, maybe even like you could argue the Korean War or whatever, but like, yeah, not the coup attempt in Iran or Guatemala. Like those were purely economic. I mean, the one in Guatemala.
When you
was-
say the coup attempt in
okay.
Iran, you're going to have to be more specific.
Yeah,
Well,
in
no,
HBCR,
Which one?
The 1952 coup.
Talking about the Shah.
Eisenhower administration. What?
Yeah. So against Mossadegh, I know, but
Yeah.
HBCR, I want you to understand that like I think I used to do this thing that I'm avoiding now, where I would find out about like the material interests of conflicts. Like for instance, like during the Crusades, it seems like a healthy chunk of the Crusade motivation was actually opening up like trade routes like through the Ottomans into like Asia and stuff, and that's part of the reason why some of the heavy sponsors of the Crusades were like Italian merchant states. But I think that like people can be cross motivated, and even in the same ideological party, and be cross motivated, where 30% of it is religious, 30% of it is material, 30% of it is self interest, 10% of it is like ego and narcissism and all that kind of shit. And then everybody is going to have like different percentages of what's motivating them. So I would just be careful not to rawly appeal to naked material interest.
So
That's still undercuts what you were saying too, because you said the greater good. I guess we don't have to.
Yeah,
go ahead,
so,
Lacto.
so
Well,
I was
actually,
going
love-
in Austrian-
somewhere a
Because the
little bit. I
percentage-
was talking about the greater good, right? I was going somewhere a little bit because
In Austrian economics, you just call that psychic profit. There you go.
I want to
Go
say
ahead.
just I want to just kind of go along this line of reasoning because I mean there's a couple moving parts, right? The first moving part is in the context of a Cold War or even any kind of geopolitical conflict, economic gain can be a moral situation, right? Depriving the Soviet Union of power and empowering a pro-democracy or pro-liberty focused government or a more liberty-focused government in of itself can be a moral thing, even on face value if it's just economic, first of all. Second of all, nationalization of resources is theft, right? If you're taking over oil platforms that somebody else built with their hands and they own, that is theft. Really, you can make a moral argument for interfering in Iran when they did the things that they did, and a number of other quote unquote purely economic conflicts, such as in Cuba. But the last point is the way I view countries and geopolitics is that countries are not moral agents, right? People tend to personify countries as like a person, but all a country is just, honestly, if we think about it, just lines in the sand that we've drawn, and each little area of the little lines is like ruled by a different system of governance. And the question is, we're like honor culture, dignity culture, when we're considering these ideas, do these apply to people, or do they apply to kind of constructs that people have created to live under? And I would posit that they should, whenever we're considering any kind of morality, it should only apply to people. So, to me, it's actually completely irrelevant as to, well, which country is like the bad country that started the blah, 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 did the wrong thing, whatever, right? For me, what's interesting is the people who are having their rights violated and which group of people under which system of governance are living better and are living more free, right? That's the question. And so then the trade-off happens. Okay, are the Ukrainians going to live more free under Globo Homo than Russian influence? Absolutely. Are the Ukrainians going to be more free if they're alive and not blown up by rockets? Absolutely. So, and these two things are somewhat in conflict. Where we draw the line is going to be very difficult. But the one thing that we do know is that the Russians will not give up Crimea. They will not give up Crimea. And it will take nuclear war pry Crimea from them, and the calculation, these kind of senses of justice. Well, they're the aggressors. No. The people there that would be nuked are not the aggressors, right? They're living under a bad system of governance. The calculation just does not work when it comes to pulling Crimea out of the hands of Russia.
The one thing we know is that dead people don't have rights. They're dead.
Right.
There's no way to fix that.
Well, you could kill everyone, but
You know who does have rights?
And no one
California and New York. Despite
Gross.
the fact that they wanna throw them off into the
except
sea.
to own guns, fucking commie ass.
Wait, what?
Yeah, that's cringe as fuck to try and like
Cali's the
discount
best
them.
state.
Come
Woo,
on,
guns
our
bad,
two
let's
of our
go.
largest economies, like you are just out of pocket.
You know who
Take-
else doesn't
take
allow
it with
guns?
you.
Russia.
guns are cringe. Yeah, guns are cringe.
Wagner doesn't
Ukrainians
have
allow
ammo.
guns. Ukrainians allow their citizens to have tanks.
You're
So-
just speaking from generational trauma, Lactoid.
What?
What? From
what?
Sweden?
I don't know. Your mom's a Swede. Wouldn't she have some sort of generational trauma from any of those things?
We've been a pretty peaceful country,
Which trauma
people
are you-
living under a peaceful governance system. I don't know.
Yeah, since they like raped and murdered all of Europe for 1,000 years. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that was so long ago.
Are you talking about the Vikings? We're going way back then. Oh my
It was
god!
so long ago.
See, this is what the conversation of reparation
You
gets.
got-
you, right?
Yeah,
We
you
go
got it
back
out of
far
Vinland
enough.
Saga.
Before you,
You
know
got it-
it, I'm
got it
paying
out of
money
your
out for the
system.
fucking Vikings. Jesus,
Yeah,
you're just
you
mad
got
we
it out of your
won.
system.
Does anyone know if
Alright.
Prime's still here?
Prime, are you alive?
I think he fell
Yeah, I'm
asleep.
right here.
Oh, sure.
Okay. We just check it in because it's 11:30 and I'm old and my baby's waking up.
We confirmed I won
Uh,
anyway, so you know.
Imagine having
Doug-
cookies.
Lactoid won
Oh my
again.
god, cringe as fuck. This is like Model UN for divorcees. Stop it.
Oh, let's go.
Like,
Come
wait,
I
people
am not
fucking
divorced
Russia,
yet.
Get the
Thank
nukes
you.
and stop worrying about it. Silly.
Not divorced yet. Thank you.
Okay. So
I also have a gavel, Jay Chow. I appreciate that. Can I call you senpai, or would you prefer daddy instead?
Jesus.
Fucking Christ.
oh my god. So
Good night.
this has been great. Honestly, this has been a really good conversation. Oh, someone left.
You know
Okay.
your camera's still off, right?
Yeah, I'm aware of that. All right, my nipples are
He's
out.
sleeping.
Okay, I'm lightly rubbing them. But yeah. So I guess is B still in the still in
I think they
Discord?
left.
Yeah, they left. Okay, all right. I was gonna say nice things about her, but whatever. All right,
I won
moving
too
on.
hard.
Yeah. Thanks all. Seriously, you guys have been fantastic. I really do appreciate you all being here. A great conversation. Like very nuanced actually too, and like wide ranging. I loved everything about this. To my audience, we're going to continue on. We're going to have an open walk on panel where audience members like you, yes, you're sitting at home, may participate. And we love to have you. Consider supporting the channel so that we can keep doing this, keep having these conversations. This was a really good one. So help us out, like super chats or any of your dollary dues. That's the thing that white people say. That would be helpful to continue this. So use your Amazon Prime / Prime Gaming, resub, all that stuff, bits. That keeps us up and running. So thank you all. So I'm going to start with my friend Lactoid, but remember we do have more content coming for you. Lactoid, thanks so much. This was great, and I loved all your interjections. You had some really sharp points there. I mean, I don't like the fact that people backed you up. I like you alone and in the corner, afraid. But people, for some reason, seem to like what you had to say today.
Well, Prime, I'm surprised. I think the first topic, I would hope you didn't give your full opinion. I'd be curious as to maybe after these closings you would give it, because I thought I was giving the more maybe pro Prime opinion, which is don't shoot people running away from you. But I don't know, maybe we'll see.
Controversial.
Controversial. If you like what I had to say, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thanks.
Yeah, indeed, you were giving my general opinion on those things, but like it's the principle of the matter, right? Like libertarians, there should be no quarter given to libertarians. It should be
ground,
hunted. Yeah. All right, friend. Thanks so much. Let's go to HPCR, who great addition to the channel. Shout out to Connor for that. All right, and HPCR, especially on the second topic, you had some really interesting things to say. So I'm really glad that you stopped by. I hope you come again in the future. We'd love to have you.
Yeah, I had a good time. Everyone, it was a lively discussion. I wasn't as vocal in the first part of the conversation, but it felt like there was a lot to talk about, and I didn't want to interrupt Scott and Corey's and Cap discussion. But yeah, it was cool. If you liked what I had to say, you're based. I dick around in the Citadel. It's a Discord where we do some debating and stuff. But yeah. I hope I'm able to come back and talk shit.
Okay, yeah. We'll send you invites. Jay Chow, I thought you shine when it comes to foreign policy. That's your, that's what you've studied. So I appreciate your input here. And
Wait, did you say I was shy?
No, I
Shine.
said you shine. Yeah.
Oh, shine.
Shine bright like a
bright.
diamond.
Yeah.
Which doesn't make
Shine like a diamond.
I know what Scott listens to. I know his music.
diamonds don't shine. God damn it!
Buster.
They don't
Bitch,
emanate
didn't
a
you
light
quote
source.
Outcast at me as an argument in the debate tonight? Relax.
Yeah, and it was logical.
And
And I'm mad at Rihanna. I'm not mad at you.
It was his cop
You
training.
didn't write
He
the
had him
song.
wrong.
You guys need to support this channel so I can keep having more of these conversations. All these guys are great. But yeah, thank you, Jay Chow. Much appreciated.
Yeah, thanks so much for inviting me. You're like, I think the only person who still invites me and like maybe respects my background, which by the way to everybody, and I kind of hope that B would be here to hear this too, because it felt like she and I had a lot of tension throughout this topic. But I have a bachelor's degree in political science and international relations. I take this as like a very passionate hobby. I keep up to date on a lot of the going arounds, and if people couldn't tell, a lot of my opinions and my takes on whenever I'm doing these kinds of things comes from an influence of academia and like the academic thought, the theories, and all that stuff. So I hope at least one person, whether they be here or Twitch chat, were able to learn something or appreciate something or like, have some food for thought. And thanks for giving me this opportunity to do that.
Absolutely, dude, and I do respect you. It's nice to have someone who's like literally studied these things. And sometimes I kind of want to pick the brain of people who have had deep studies into foreign policy because you expand my perspective. So shout out to you, man. Let's go to our friend Scott. Scott, this has been great. You actually were chill. You were just chilling today. You didn't go as hard as you could otherwise. There were some points where I'm like, oh no, here it comes. But no, you were actually pretty chill. And I like this mode of yours. But thank you, friend, for being here.
I feel a deep-seated need to call out stupidity, and this was one of the better panels. So I didn't have to go too hard.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty. You can find us on YouTube or Rumble. Former Twitch streamers got rid of Twitch because Twitch sucks. Twitch is gay, if you prefer that. Yeah. So yeah, it was a good conversation. I enjoyed it. I like the topic. I like the first topic. I think the second topic is fun, but I think too many people are talking about shit that they have no idea what the fuck is going on. I think none of us know what the fuck is going on. There's too many variables to consider, and so it just ends up getting into like weird discussions. But those weird discussions can be fun, so I appreciate it. If you want to check us out some more for the rest of the week, Tuesday or tomorrow, I'll be on Adam and Sitch at like 4, I think. Though, yeah, it should be fun conversation. I'll have Carolyn Ann Harlow. So if you're a big libertarian, that's the secretary for the LPNC, LPN. Sorry, I don't know what to say about her to people that aren't libertarians, but she's a big deal. She did a lot of things. She'd protect the Mises Caucus from the Prags and their takeovers and election fraud and things like that. And she's pretty based and she's cool. And then Thursday I'll be doing like LP stuff, so I won't be streaming even though normally.
Oh man,
love you guys. Thank you.
Libertarian / ANCAP lore there. That sounds like really super interesting. I can tell that there's a deeper story there that I'm not privy to, but it sounds fun.
It's like she's big in the Libertarian Party, and there was a lot of controversy that she was like kind of a bastion against like other factions trying to take over states that very close to illegally and stuff like that. And she was super based. She's a cool person. But Thursday I'll be doing like stuff for like going to a meeting for the Libertarian Party.
The other thing that I like to say is that people sometimes ask me like, why don't ask more foreign policy questions on the channel? And it's because of what you said. One, it's very difficult for us normies to figure out what's going on. Like we don't have the information that the state has. So it's like we can it limits our scope there. And two, like lots of people don't focus on foreign policy. That's not their thing necessarily, and for good reasons. It's really fucking hard. So
it's not really. It's better to do like an interview with somebody that knows what the fuck they're talking about. I think more so than it is panels. But the panel scene's got to go. So you got to do it. You got to do what you got to do. You know?
Yeah. All right. Thanks so much. Let's go to our friend Counterpoints. Dude, like you're awesome as always. And hopefully, I don't know how long your maternity leave, we'll call it that.
Yeah. I was going to say next week is going to be tough because I'm going to be in South Florida with my family celebrating the 4th of July, getting drunk and setting off fireworks. So maybe I'll drop by to yell at people, but I can't promise that I'll be sober or available. But we will see. And then after that, I do go back to work. But I'm still going to try to do the once a month thing so I can come back and Scott and I can yell at each other about how we're willing to trade human lives for blood and how we're all run by a bunch of PDF, computer file monsters who run gangster corporations who are slowly destroying the world. So I'm looking forward to that. But if in the meantime you want to check out my content, I do Counterpoints 40K. I take Warhammer animations, I cut out 30% of them, I break it down with lore. So if you wanted to get into that universe, or if you really like schlocky science fiction violence, go ahead and check that out. If you like what we're doing here, I post that on my second channel, Counterpoints Coliseum. It is linked down in the description below. And then if you want to see me rant for 20 minutes about politics so you can understand my schizophrenic ramblings, then check out Counterpoints, my essay channel. And there I do schizo rants for 20 minutes at a time. But I do parasocially love you as well, Prime. And I want everybody in the chat to give me money, and then I want you to give Prime money after that.
Thank you so much. And finally, our friend Corey. Corey, thanks for stopping by, friend. And I thought you had an interesting reaction to Scott's temporal take. Usually you aren't the one to go down that rabbit hole, but you did, and it was interesting though. I because I was fascinated by that take too. But thanks for being here, Corey.
Yeah, thank you. And totally, when it comes to like the first topic, I agree with you. I don't typically engage with Scott, but it's nothing personal. It's just because like I've had multiple conversations with Scott, and I usually understand like his framework, or I more or less like know how he's going to answer. Well, that's why I was super curious, because I did not exactly predict, or it was sort of out of left field, his position. So I totally wanted to understand it better. And I think I do understand it better. And I'm glad that you allowed me to derail the panel to understand Scott's framework better. And I will totally admit that on the second topic, I didn't have much to contribute, because to Scott's point, I will fully admit I don't know what I'm talking about in that regard, and I would prefer experts like Jay Chow to probably take the space for that. But all that said, despite Connor's admission, or I should say, despite their confession that they're a criminal, I actually agree with them. The U.S. should pay Canada to take L.A. and New York. I will gladly take those cities off the United States' hands. But yeah, if you like what I have to say or you hate it, totally fine. You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv, CoreyCampbell84. I'm a biochemist. I cover science, news, and research. You can find me on Twitter, Instagram. It's Corey Campbell. And yeah, Counterpoints, Scott, Jay Chow, HPCR, nice to meet you, and Lactoid. Always a pleasure. And also always a pleasure, B, and Bam. And love you, Prime.
Okay. Thanks so much. For the record, here I am. This is my face. Not dead yet. Sadly, I had to put my nipples away. But if you go on the Patreon, then maybe
OnlyFans.
I was gonna say Patreon or OnlyFans. Which one?
Yeah.
Patreon is the original OnlyFans. People forget that. Like that's where it was at first.
Are you still
No,
on
the original
Patreon?
The original OnlyFans was like the street corner. Okay.
Street corner. There you go. Sorry, would you say Counterpoints?
It was twitch.tv/Amaranth is actually the original name.
Counterpoint. Sorry.
Oh, I was just asking if you can still post nudes or lewds on Patreon.
Oh, so I think
I think so,
Patreon
right?
cracked down on that. This is
Oh.
okay. Very short rant. This is a thing that like platforms do. They use sex workers
Tom's got
to
his
like
letting
grow
his
big.
passion out.
Yeah. So they use sex workers to grow the platform, and they're like, "Oh, we'll never let you down. You guys, you are a passionate client base here, and we're going to support you until they get respectable, and then they throw them out." It happens like literally every fucking time. But shout out to Twitter for not doing that so far, actually. So yeah. Anyway. Thanks all for being here. I'm going to go on to a more on panel. Anyone here can join us. We'd love to have you, right? And give more of your opinions on stuff and things. But if not, that's okay. Thanks for spending your time, your energy, your knowledge, and your passion. My community, I know they appreciate just as much as I do. Have a good one. Bye.
All right,
Thank
parasocial
you.
love. Bye.
Bye-bye.
I appreciate that Corey was able to finally get my enlightened take of crackheads eat lead, right? Like,
Well, I think it took
I'm really
much longer
happy.
than it should have. I mean, maybe I just wasn't asking the right questions. But in the beginning, it seemed like, from my perspective,
No,
you were like,
I don't
dodging.
dodge. I
I
fucking
think
dodge
you
bullets.
were-
I got a bullet that you
So
know
I will
dodge.
go out to Twitter right now and say, abolish the Civil Rights Act. It is evil, right? Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, I have no need to abolish.
Well, that's a pretty milquetoast opinion.
No.
Though. That's just obvious. But
Right, exactly.
I got a bullet for you that I don't think the Civil Rights. Hold on, the Civil Rights Act as it applies to private businesses is terrible. It blatantly infringes upon free association. But
Yeah.
Scott, I got a bullet for you that I don't think you can bite.
Okay, go ahead.
Let's say you have a 10-year-old child, okay, who
Mhm.
let's say they're
Getting
not armed.
spicy.
You know they're not armed, okay,
Mhm.
except for like a knife, and they run at you and they try to stab you in your femoral artery. They try to kill you, okay, but then you knock the knife out of their hand, and they start running away. Can you shoot the 10-year-old?
Yeah, I don't think the 10-year-old's a threat. I don't think the 10-year-old is a threat to your life.
All right, guys, I'm gonna go. Bye.
At that
Take
point.
care, Jay Chow. Always a pleasure.
Okay.
The entire point.
What if they
right,
were
like,
running to get a gun? Like, isn't that the same logic?
I mean, if a 10-year-old is literally running to go get a gun, right?
Because in this case,
Wait, wait,
a 14-year-old had a gun, right? In this case,
I can make this a little bit more perverse. What if they're a 10-year-old with like a myostatin deficiency and that results in hyper muscular development? Look out, there's some
Yeah,
interesting.
if it's a jacked 10-year-old with a knife trying to stab me and then he fucking runs off, yeah, fuck him. You know?
But what if he's running? You don't know if he's running back to maybe hit a gun under the curb somewhere, right? Like, what if he's running towards a curb?
I mean, so the problem is like there is a certain subjectivity. This is why I brought up intersubjectivity within whether or not someone owns property or what a violation is, right? Because it really is about the arbiter, right? Like if your moral framework is just two people, right? Then you're not really doing ethics because it's just two people. So if one person wrongs the other, then the other person can kill the other person and then problem solved. There's no more ethical dilemma. There's only one person left, right? It's the observer that has to look on to the interactions between other people, right? And determine the kind of that helps, that is a part of the process of determining right and wrong.
The reasonable person standard, essentially.
Yeah.
In a way, right? We had a long conversation on our channel about establishing private property rights, and it brought in a bunch of libertarian theory heads like Liquid Zulu and MRH Legacy, and Kaz and I talked about it, right? Oh yeah, it was super nice meeting you.
Yeah. Well, take care. Be well.
Right, but in a way, the observer plays a role. Now, with children, things get more murky because we recognize that children do not have a full capacity to reason, right? They're developing a capacity to reason as they age, and that's why they have guardians, right? And so the guardian, be it the default guardian would be their parents, right? But it might be an adoptive parent or, et cetera. The guardian is responsible for the actions of the children in terms of restitution, right? So if you have a 9-year-old that's a feral child that was just recently adopted from being raised by wolves, right? Like it gets into theory that I'm not quite certain of. This the real answer, right? It gets into areas where like I don't know if I have a right answer. Like I need to think about it. And I'm okay just saying that I don't have an answer to every fucking problem that the state just makes arbitrary fuck all rules about. Right. So like I don't really know what the appropriate course of action legally from a natural law perspective is to do to a, like, let's say an 8-year-old that might literally be a threat but is running away. Like, you know what I mean? Like I'd need to think about it.
Right,
Is the honest answer.
Because the threat, I mean, we're not concerned about like the restitution necessarily. We're just more concerned about like, does this person pose a threat, right? And so if the kid is running away, yes, like if they manage to get away and then we later find the kid, we could like hold their parents responsible. But like if a kid's coming to kill me and is in the act of trying to kill me, like I'm not just gonna like, oh, there's your parent and like shoot over the kid and hit the parent. No, like I'm gonna end the threat that's coming at me.
Yeah, think of it like this, right? This also comes from the same conversation, but we were talking about private property, but I think it works here as well, which is like, let's look at false rape accusations in the 1970s, right? Now, all of the available evidence in some of these cases pointed towards someone that was wrongly convicted, right? Because we didn't have DNA overturning evidence until the 90s, right? And so at a certain point, you almost kind of can't fault the justice system when a witness says it was this person, when like other witnesses say that this person was there was a grudge, right? And like there was like, you know, their fingerprints at the scene, but they had like kind of a plausible excuse, but not a good one for them being there, right? To go, well, all the evidence points that you're the rapist, right? And then later on, it turns out, well, actually, they weren't a rapist. They were innocent of the crime of rape, right? The entire time. And so like a similar situation comes into play when we are the observer attempting like right, we're the third party attempting to determine whether or not that person actually thought their life was in danger. And so, you know, there is an objective fact, which is someone is of sound mind and body or not, and they believe that their life is in danger or not, and thus the self-defense is rational, right? And then there is, well, we don't have a machine that is a mind reader, so we have to look at the evidence to try and determine whether or not they actually believed that. And like, you know, the dude who blows up grandma on his front porch is probably, you know, because she's selling Girl Scout cookies and he thinks that she's a terrorist, is probably not of sound mind and body. And if he is, he's probably not actually feeling threatened, right? And so we charge them with this idea that they murdered grandma. But like the objective fact is kind of like almost like it could be that those things. That's a bad example because there's no way that isn't. But there are limit cases, such as this dude beating a woman in a corner that runs away. Does the child the 14-year-old in a state of trauma with his mom with like a concussion and everything going on, still afraid and feel that we need to shoot this guy because he's a threat, or is he trying to get revenge? The answer is we don't fucking know. And if we ask him, he might lie.
Right. I guess my theory on this is, in fact, I think we had a panel on this a while ago as to should it just be like the individual participant's subjective view of danger, or should there be like a mix of danger and sort of quote unquote objective, right, reasonable person standard, sort of what does the reasonable person believe? I understand objective is a strong statement there. I almost think that in this situation, or really any situation, I think both need to be present to argue self-defense. I think you should be able to say, I believed I was in danger. And a reasonable person should see that you are in danger, right? So the Girl Scout example, clearly a reasonable person would not believe that the Girl Scout was a danger to this person. Therefore, it's not valid self-defense. But I think that the punishment you get could be like mitigated by, you know, even if a reasonable person wouldn't believe that you're in danger, like how much you believed you were in danger. And this would most apply to kids, right? So if you're a 14-year-old, like would a reasonable person believe that this guy running away from you is a danger? I don't think so. But a 14-year-old, given their compromised state of mind, like they might believe it. And
Right.
so I'm willing to give them a lot more. Like I'm not willing to like let them off the hook, but the punishment's going to be so much more lax than like an adult.
So let me clarify something here that I don't think I had an opportunity to really do without derailing further in the panel. It's important to recognize that what I'm specifically talking about is when do we have the right to violate other people's negative rights? I'm not talking about morality. I am not talking about whether or not we choose to associate with that person, whether or not businesses choose no longer to hire that person, whether or not a whole list of organizations like private school says we're not taking your kid because we think he's a problem, right? There is a distinction that libertarians have that most other systems don't, because when they say one ought, it almost always comes with the force and violence of the state, right? And so what I'm saying is that it's very important that you don't overstep in your legal theory where you create instances, because even one, unless it's like, you know, an accident, right, a human error, but if your philosophy leaves it open for interpretation to use unjustified aggression against people, that is wrong. But that doesn't mean that the morality of the society, of the culture, of the community can't say, yeah, we can't prove you murdered that person, but you're a piece of shit for shooting that guy in the back when he was running away. And we all fucking know who you really are. And you don't get to come to the barbecue. You don't get to work here. Your insurance rates for your rights enforcement agency might just drop you, so you don't even get to live in society anymore, or they might raise your rates because they think of you as a problem person. Like, there's a whole bunch of free association enforcement mechanisms for those people that seem to be in that gray area. What the legal philosophy is saying, because it can happen to one without human error, right? Then your system is justifying aggression. That doesn't mean that we can't utilize the rights of free association to tell people that we don't like or we disagree with to fuck off, get out of our community.
Okay. Something that you said before, and this, I promise this is relevant. When you said, do you think that like libertarians have to be anarcho-capitalists? Do you think the two words are basically like synonymous?
I don't know how I feel about it, because words have utility, right? And a lot of people use the word libertarian to mean something that isn't Rothbardian, that isn't the dude who invented the word and said what the word meant. So like, it's like, I choose to call those people libertine. I choose to call those people liberty minded, and I choose to stick to a strict definition of libertarian. But like, if you're not in the libertarian spaces, you probably don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. And so that becomes a difficulty, because to the outside world, you and me are both libertarians, or I'm something else. Right. When fuck you, I'm way closer to libertarianism than you are. No offense. I'm just going to be honest, because I'm following the philosophy by the dude who recaptured the word libertarianism and defined it.
So, right. And so maybe mine is just the more colloquial definition, because, you know, for me, libertarian is a very broad tent sort of description. And then within that, I would place anarcho-capitalists, but then I would place minarchists, right? And you described me as a minarchist before, but you said that was not libertarian. And so, you know, I'm not.
You're going to get some sneak disses. I'm going to give you some sneak diss. I don't like the fact that the word libertarianism describes a giant branch of philosophy, because I try to gatekeep. But I mean, I recognize that the outside views us both as libertarian.
Right. And if you, I don't find any value in gatekeeping. And so I don't care about political ascriptions. If it's, you know, if minarchist fits me better and you don't refer to me as libertarian, that's fine. But to put it mildly, I'm a little bit skeptical as to things like replacing the police with rights enforcement agencies, or, you know, the punishment that this kid should get is like restricted to social isolation. I do think that there would need to be some kind of state action, which I know, know you're just like fundamentally opposed to.
So no, like I have no problem with a community of people that you like, right? Signing fucking contracts that state that these are the rules for self-defense, right? Like it's okay for a community to come up with rules. When we talk about non-aggression principle, right? We are talking about there is no contract. What is the strictest way that we can view this from the non-aggression principle? How far can we go in justifying force, right, against someone? And there is a point where there are people who have justifiable reasons and it would be wrong to aggress upon them. If you want to live in a society that says, hey, you don't shoot people in the back when they're running away, then and you find that it is more marketable, that's more effective, and that leads to a more peaceful and prosperous society, then the market will likely have most societies structuring contracts or communities with those rules in mind. So you get to go live in Prospaya, right? Run by a fucking corporation that has a system of fucking governance, just like you like, that has a little miniaturized state that works exactly the way that you fucking want it to, right? And even has a democracy and has a little fucking parliament. The difference is that you don't get to fucking forcibly make everyone else go do that shit because you think it's consequentially better.
Well, and that's, I think, one of the fundamental differences is I am a bit of a consequentialist. I think, and I think anybody who believes in any kind of state has to be. I don't think you can believe in a state and not be a consequentialist. I'll give you that.
I think you'd be a Christian. I think you can be a Christian and think that God chose your leadership and has chosen you to suffer under a bad president, and that's because that was God's choice. I mean, I think it's crazy, but I mean, you could literally believe that God chose the state for you and be a deontologist.
Let me clarify. I don't think you can be within my conception of like the libertarian umbrella and not be an anarcho-capitalist and still not be a consequentialist, right? I think that like that ideology, if you believe in any kind of state, because the state is fundamentally unjustified, there needs to be something else that's more unjustified to justify a otherwise unjustified institution. So, and I think that's just like fundamentally where the disagreement is going to happen. I'm concerned, and my concern has always been. I still love
you for being a liberty-minded minarchist.
For being a deeply flawed ANCAP. You're still evil, but he loves you anyways. But Scott, like, I still don't
hate the sinner, not the sin.
Yeah, well, yeah. But like I like
lactoid.
I still don't feel like I got like an answer from like the scenario that I outlined, which I understand.
Yes, you did.
No. Well, I'm gonna rehash it then. I'm trying to understand like your framework, like what you personally would do or would want, because the answer that I heard, which could be wrong, which is like, well, whatever the agreement among the society that's built will play out in terms of like,
what are my moral preferences?
Yeah, as in like the scenario of like, the stranger who comes up to me punches me in the face and they punch themselves in the face. Like, what now should happen according to you?
My moral preferences is that like a woman that is getting her ass kicked has every right to tell her child to come in and save her.
But that doesn't answer my question, though.
All right, what's your question specifically about my moral preferences about what society I would want? Like, I don't know, fucking dog. That's a long.
No, I understand, and I have some idea.
What would we stop? Right? How would we stop it? What would we stop, and how would we stop it?
In the scenario of the person, the stranger that punches me in the face, and that they punch themselves in the face, is in your world, is there like, should anything happen? What do you want as the outcome?
Yeah, I already answered that question.
He did answer that one.
Like, that was I answered it fully. I said that's assault. I don't care what the person does to themselves afterwards, right? Like, restitution repays me.
I understand.
It's not an eye for an eye with an outside authority.
So I'm trying to understand, am I justified in, assaulting them, becoming the aggressor?
You're justified in punching someone that punches you. Yes. Now, the type of society that I would prefer, probably, I don't know because I don't have a crystal ball, is that I would have a rights enforcement agency, just like I have an insurance company. And when someone assaults me, right, I call somebody unless right, and I reasonably get security to detain them and file a report, and then they pay me the damages for fucking assaulting me.
Okay, yeah, and that.
I have one critical question, and if you answer this for me, I will. I'll consider. I'm not going to speak too strongly. I'll consider completely shifting everything. If you have every person having like their own little rights enforcement agencies, maybe we could use a new word for this. Maybe instead of rights enforcement agencies, we call them like, I don't know, like feudal agencies. And they all had like little sectors of control all over the place. How does this not lead to feudalism? How do you not have different like people with a lot of like productive power, a lot of property, kind of hire their own like essentially mercenary agencies to compete with other mercenary agencies to push them out of economically viable areas?
I don't understand how it does, and I don't understand how you even get to the place where everyone has their own rights enforcement agency.
So McDonald's, there's no state to keep McDonald's in check, right?
You want me to prove a negative, and you haven't even put forward the positive.
I'm right. Let me put forward real quick. So you have McDonald's, who's a very large corporation, okay? And McDonald's has a large share of the fast food market, but they decide that they want all of it, right? And they have a lot of money. They have a lot of money. And Wendy's is a fledgling fast food restaurant, and they don't have nearly enough money. McDonald's acquires several thousand nuclear weapons because there's nothing to stop them from doing so. They arm their employees.
There's plenty of things to stop you in libertarian philosophy from acquiring that many nuclear weapons.
Who would stop McDonald's?
Well, so if you attempt to build a nuclear silo, right, near my home or near a community, right, that is the same thing as pointing a gun at someone's head, right? It has to be so that the blast radius of the nuclear facilities is far enough away. Now, if you build one out in the mountains, right, where it can blow up and there's no direct cause, then like, yeah, sure, McDonald's can have nuclear silos in the mountains, but the moment they target or aim them at someone, that's a threat to like everybody.
Well, it's a threat. You're right, but they already have the bomb, and and if you try to stop them, they are McDonald's. They have more guns than you.
All their employees are coming after you.
Mutually assured destruction works just as well for Wendy's and McDonald's as it does for Russia and America. Like, what do you mean? In fact,
it just seems like it makes the problem worse.
No, given the United States and Russia's track record, if you want a consequentialist argument here, right, on nuclear proliferation and wars and unjust tyrannies that they have done. And then you create a company that might have a vested interest in doing so, like Elon Musk or McDonald's wants it. I would say that even from a consequentialist standpoint, private companies that have the means and the needs to fund nuclear armament would be more responsible than any of these fucking governments.
Okay, that's a thought. If what would stop McDonald's from invading the neighboring Burger King?
I mean, we're in crystal ball land, right? Like, I don't know what's in Burger King. I don't know how the world got to be the way that it is, right? Like, power makes, might doesn't make right, but it does make reality, right? And so it is important for it is important for any libertarian society to have systems of self-defense. And it can't just be the internet, Twitter memes, but like it needs to be just like how lawyers are on retainer, right, for large corporations, because they don't need to have their own lawyers, but they do have sometimes they get a big flux of lawsuits and sometimes they're kind of dead in their lawsuits. So they have a bunch of lawyers on retainer, right? I pay you some small money so that you'll be available for me when I need you, right? You would do the same thing with mercenary companies, right? Some small communities that are much smaller, right, then let's say larger communities would recognize that having a standing army for their village of 5,000 people is not really economically feasible, right? And so instead, they're private mercenary companies, right? Mm-hmm. They have their own guns, they have their own weapons. Yeah, they go to Blackwater, right? That has anti-air missiles, that has fucking damn near everything but nukes at this point, right? And that's even in our current system, and says, hey, look, the community agreed that it is in our best interest, or the insurance companies that are representing them that are like, hey, your insurance rates are $2,000 a month because you don't have a fucking way to defend yourself. And then everyone was like, hey, it's really fucking expensive to get insurance. So like we should get together and collectively do this. And we choose all to do this because it makes our insurance rates lower. However that works, right? However the community works, They fucking hire a mercenary company on retainer.
the-
So when McDonald's wants to fucking blow up someplace, they got to deal with Blackwater.
Right.
And Blackwater's super excited
I
because
know.
now they get to fuck up McDonald's, make a bunch of money, and take all their shit
Right.
as restitution.
The only disagreement I have is whenever you're talking about like the defense element, I don't have any disagreements, but I just think it's just as likely, or not maybe not just as likely, but it's likely that they could also use Blackwater for offense, right? Blackwater has traditionally been used for offense, and if there was no rules against it, I would not be surprised if McDonald's hired Blackwater to do the invading against the Burger King. And if McDonald's has more, then Burger King will lose, even if they have a better burger.
So what you're talking about is like a modern system of nation states that we have now, a philosophical framework that a majority of people have now. And then you're talking about putting those mind, that culture, and that society in Ancapistan tomorrow, right? And the problem is that Ancapistan can't exist within the societal framework on a large scale, and it doesn't for that very reason. You need a certain critical mass of individuals that believe in this philosophy and choose to live together, etc. So if you're living in a world that is already a bunch of micro towns and cities that is anarchistic with private contracts and things like that, you're living in a different world. You're living in a world where we have evolved to a majority of people having a philosophy of this. And so in that world, when McDonald's hires Blackwater, every other mercenary group goes, oh shit, McDonald's just fucked up and it's time to get rich because they decided to violate everyone's rights. And we're going to be rich as fuck once we kill Blackwater and we destroy McDonald's and we get to divide all their assets and make a ton of money because these people wanted to violate rights.
Right. But in that situation, McDonald's wouldn't even do that because it's made up of people who are, kind of from the bottom up, are not inclined to want to aggress upon people in the first place. Like if we get to that point,
you're talking. It's a very anti-monopolistic society and group, right? It's decentralized. It's the state that's granting so many favors and things that makes capitalism so monopolistic is because capitalism doesn't fucking exist. We have mixed market economies, and that's why we have massive fucking corporations because we have these IP laws, and we have regulatory capture, and we have tariffs that benefit. We have all these things that benefit large corporations that buy fucking protection from the state via elections and things. You might not even have a big McDonald's unless it was so fucking good at the services that it provided that everybody loved them, and it would go against their interests to even want to invade.
Absolutely. Okay. Yeah. And this is what I've always thought. I'm not going to use I'm going to use the word perfect, but just bear with me. In a perfect world, again, like in which you have a population that isn't going to engage in the behavior that I'm worried about them engaging in, then anarcho-capitalism is the natural end result of a perfect society. I think so. I'm just concerned.
You're worried about a defector.
Yes, I'm worried about defectors. I'm worried about the current mindset, which is not pro-liberty. I think it's more focused on just whatever I can get from me, and to hell with the rights of other people. I think a lot of people hold that view. And so, if we can change it from the bottom up, I've always thought and maybe this is a meme, but I'm not even sure humans. I hope I'm wrong, but I don't know if humans can become that perfect. And if we can't, then I would want there to be some kind of force to prevent humans from
Think of it
being
like
awful
this.
to each other.
Think of it like this. If you and I were transported and having this conversation at a forum somewhere, we're both landed gentry in the 1500s. You could take my position and you could replace it with liberal democracy, and you could be arguing that I don't think the population could ever fucking have that.
Yeah.
This idea that they could vote, the idea that they would have any fucking information available to them to even be able to do that. They need their betters to be in charge because we are the elites. We are educated. We understand situations. You could make this same argument against the American experiment and liberal democracies. And yet liberal democracies in some ways are worse than absolute monarchies. Some ways are better than absolute monarchies, right? Read Democracy, the God That Failed. But we can see that an idea of philosophical idea can grab a world and change the system of governance in the world because we evolve philosophically as people. In many ways, we're regressing. And it's unfortunate. I think we're pissing on the shoulders of giants because we are regressing from the classical liberal views that you hold, right? From the Enlightenment. What I am simply saying is, it is my opinion from a historical lens that I am the man in a world of absolute monarchies arguing for liberal democracy. And instead, I am simply the one of the few that is arguing for what is, I believe, eventually an inevitable step if we are to survive as a human species in our system of understanding governance and philosophy, if we are to actually engage in human flourishment, which is to stop violating rights. And I think we are actually getting closer to that in some ways. Unfortunately, the destruction of God in our society has brought in a lot of new philosophies in the 20th century that are horrendous. And so I hope that we can move forward.
I have a follow-up question.
Go ahead.
So based off of the scenario that Lactoid outlined with, possession of nukes, et cetera, I'm curious, how does it play out when, because you're going by weapons that are currently established and we have some knowledge about their limits and, let's say, blast radius. How does it change if this is a new now prototype weapon and it's untested and we pretty much have no information on blast radius or the potency of such a weapon?
So a weapon that points at the entire world, right? That isn't even targeted, that if anything happens can blow up the whole world, for example, right? Is a pointed gun to every human being on the world. It is a threat against all life. So if you are testing some new fucking cockamamie fucking weapon,
it's
unknown
untested
blast radius,
you can totally devise a weapon that hasn't been tested, and you just don't know what it does, sort of thing.
I'm saying I mean it depends, you know what I mean? We would have to understand the circumstances as to what, again, this is kind of an outside observer, but if I'm testing a weapon that is has reasonable significance of if it fails, it blows up the world, I'm perfectly justified in moving in with force and stopping and saying, hey, fuckface, go to Mars and test that shit, right? You know what I mean? That's a reasonable thing to do, and it's reasonable for anyone to do so.
Okay, interesting.
And trying to build it might, be. I would make that argument personally about gain of function research in some ways. That gain of function research on viruses is if you want to do it without me being justified in fucking killing you all, because you're experimenting with potential fucking life-ending viruses if they escape, then the only justifiable way that I see it is you do it in Antarctica, in a place way out in the middle of fucking nowhere, and you get airdropped supplies, and people aren't allowed to leave unless they go through 2-month quarantine in another facility on the other side of Antarctica. That's how you fucking leave these places, right?
You would cripple a lot of research. So I'm curious.
Yeah, I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it.
Okay.
I'm cool with it. Don't wipe out humanity with the next fucking monkey virus.
Okay. So I'm curious where your limits lie.
All research.
I'm curious if where your limits lie. So how do you feel because gain of function is not really a standardized term. It's not an actual standard definition of what it is. Are you okay with giving antibiotic resistance to bacteria?
I mean, I don't know enough about the technicalities in hypotheticals, right? Because giving antibiotic resistance to bacteria, we've seen what that's done with tuberculosis in South America, for example, right? And that could be a potential world-ending thing. And yet, doing this type of research is critical to understanding how viruses might evolve naturally in the wild, especially when we,
or bacteria.
When we're doing,
or
bacteria.
Yeah.
I mean, but I'm using them interchangeably, not because I believe they're the same thing, but I'm saying both are important, right?
Sure.
Especially when you're what is it called when you're passing it on from hybridized mice or primates to the next one to see how it evolves. I can't remember.
Oh, a serial passage or whatnot, or
serial passage, right? Like
yeah.
these things are actually really important research to be done to be able to develop potential future vaccines and expand our knowledge. And at the same time, they're fucking world-ending viruses. If they get out, they could be. We don't know. They might not be. They might be harmless, right? And so what I'm saying is, I think like level 4 labs, in my opinion, should be in fucking Antarctica, where people fucking quarantine in a different facility for like a month or two. Like there needs to be serious fucking precautions taken to ensure that there are multiple levels of failure, right? That like even if all of them fail, we still don't have a virus get out into the wild, right? Because if one does in it could be harmless, or it could wipe out humanity.
I mean, yeah, like I think
but
I
also
understand
that could naturally happen.
Well, yeah,
which is why we need that research.
The only thing that, not the only thing, but one of the things that I would say is like if you're pretty much, because again, gain of function is pretty vague term, and I bring up the example of like giving antibiotic resistance to bacteria because that is routine in virtually every biology lab. As in order for us to culture bacteria, in order for us to study them, in order for us to clone them, like this is any biology lab does this because we have no way of preventing contamination. As in, if you want to grow a strain of bacteria, you have to give your particular strain of bacteria antibiotic resistance, as in you grow them in the presence of the antibiotic to ensure that your plates aren't contaminated with a bunch of stuff in the environment.
Right.
We do this also with antifungals, as in like we genetically manipulate we pretty much carry out gain of function routinely for a whole host of organisms, not just viruses. And if you want all of that research to take place in Antarctica, I understand the principle of it. I think there's, let's say, there is a utilitarian calculus that I know you disagree with, that you would be really hampering a lot of medical research from cancer to just about any genetic condition. Adeno-associated viruses, engineered viruses are now pretty much being developed for gene therapy. Like if you're willing to bite that bullet, I mean, I understand like your framework. Yeah. I don't know that everyone, I mean, would you be okay with that, Lactoid?
No.
Because I think
with my demands, or with Corey just saying let's continue as is.
Like this wipes out like the majority of medical research. I have no problem saying that at all, and I will gladly bring in other experts that will back me up. You know, just take my word for it. But like,
right? But I mean, to be fair, right? Like I'm not saying specifically, right? Like you're bringing up a specific example of adding antibiotic resistance to bacterial, right? And then you're using the term gain of function research as a wide catch-all, right?
I am, because
and like right, and I'm saying that I respect and understand that I'm not a molecular biologist, but I also do understand that like there are lab leaks that occur from time to time, and there are certain things that are really fucking dangerous if they leak. And one example I brought up is serial passage of deadly viruses. And so, yeah, like I recognize that there are standards and things of that nature in lower level labs that everybody is doing. And I'm not saying all of that needs to be done in Antarctica. And I do recognize that there is a cost benefit analysis, that there's all kinds of viruses that do develop naturally, right? Ebola isn't lab grown, right? Like, and that's a serious fucking problem. And if we had no research capabilities because we were just like, we crippled ourselves and we just kind of let Ebola go, well, like North Africa might not fucking exist, right? Like the whole human population there might be gone. And who knows what fucking natural evolution would have occurred in that many forms of passing along with humans as Ebola became, followed what most viruses do, which has become a little bit less deadly or increase in incubation, right? Whilst also becoming more contagious. And like, if it increases incubation and becomes more contagious without becoming less deadly, then you have a potentially naturally occurring world-ending pandemic. So like, I recognize that some research, being done in, in areas that are presumably populated, where scientists can drive to and from work, can be done. And yet there are others that I think shouldn't be done at fucking Boston. Right.
Sure, but like I'm curious because like even if you wanted, let's say, even just limiting it to gain of function research only for viruses to be done in Antarctica, I think you still have an issue of like, let's say you just want to study like whatever, pick your virus or any lethal virus. You still have an issue of transport. How are you going to get those viruses? Did you trust transport to Antarctica versus Boston?
I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, like there's like there are all kinds of issues, right? I understand what you're saying. Like it is a complicated question. When the question was originally posed, it was about the idea of like, are certain things a threat to humanity? And if they are a threat to humanity, aggression is justified, or like force is justified in stopping that from being built. And I think certain research lab facilities that do not have massive assurances to other people can reach that level of threat.
Okay, yeah,
Corey,
fair enough.
Are you concerned at all with CWD? Because if we're talking about like world-ending pandemics, that if that makes the shift, I mean, that would be one. Chronic wasting disease, prion.
Well, so prion disease, those aren't virus. Those are a very unique set of diseases. Those are proteins. Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease. Well, the mad cow disease, etc. Well, arguably, you can maybe consider Alzheimer's sort of as a. These are basically protein folding conditions. Yeah. And it's like, we don't know a lot about them, but at the end of these are either like the most complex molecules or like the most basic form of life. But research like that, I potentially have. I don't really have much issue with research like that being carried out in, at least in cities with appropriate safety precautions. I don't think that research needs to be done in Antarctica, just because at least we know enough about protein degradation in that even those prion diseases, so far it might change, but so far they don't seem to be highly transmissible, and they tend to have.
CWD is different though. That's like the reason. So it's only among deer and elk right now, which is why they're not freaking the fuck out. But the CDC is like so concerned with the possible species jump that they're monitoring it because it spreads through saliva and saliva droplets, which and it's prions, which means there's no cure, there's no way to disinfect it, there's nothing.
You can't detect it. There's really like. Absolutely.
And you're dead in 10 years. There's like nothing you can do at all.
There's long incubation periods.
This is the perfect time for me to hop out of here and end stream, is just to terrify the fuck out of everyone that needs to go to bed with the fucking prions are going to kill us. It's not AI, boys. It's fucking chronic wasting disease, evolving to hop from deer to humans. I love you guys. I got Adam Sitch tomorrow at like 4. I gotta like eat some food and go to bed. And
always a pleasure. Take care.
Appreciate it.
Be well.
I'll be honest,
so
hold on a second. I'm about to be. I had a little bit of a teacher called on me kind of moment. I had no fucking clue what your question was. I'll be honest, Corey. I had no fucking clue.
That's okay.
I heard. Well, I want to know what you like. You don't agree with that, do you? Lactoid? And it was like a question mark of like, oh fuck.
Lactoid, you pay attention? Come on, it's not gonna be on the quiz.
I was reading, right? I was reading something, and then I heard that, and I'm like, no, I don't. It sounded like you didn't want me to agree with it, so I'm gonna go ahead and throw in a pretty risky play, but
Yeah, so my question was like, do you want basically this type of research? The majority, at least in my opinion, okay, for what it's worth, might not be worth much, but in my opinion, based off of the stipulations that Scott requires, he would want the majority of medical research to take place in in Antarctica.
Well, I'm glad I said no because I still think no.
But
I do agree with his analogy as to like threat level. And I think that I think risk is a harm in of itself. right? So like,
Sure.
and the great analogy for this is, let's say I've got like a machine gun, but I'm a terrible shot, and I'm like opening fire on you, but I miss every single one. Like I am still infringing upon you, right? Even though a bullet hasn't touched you, there is still a substantial risk of your harm happening, right? And you can respond to that aggression in kind. Um, I would see a nuke as the same way, right? If I parked a nuke in Manhattan, that would be, uh, you know, a substantial risk to everybody who lives there.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And what I will say is, I'm glad that your instinct largely was basically to agree with me. I think
Of course, Corey. If I want to be right, I know. I agree with you.
I appreciate. But yeah, like you bring up an excellent question with like the chronic wasting disease. And like these well, so understandably, because like when you read about prion diseases, like a lot of them are like fatal, and they result in like degradation of the brain, and there's like usually like long incubation periods, or like they're hard to detect, where it's like only after like decades.
And terrible symptoms, painful symptoms.
Yeah.
End stage, like Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is normally which is the human variant, which comes from primarily, cannibalism. It can be randomly occurring, right? Proteins can accidentally misfold, and then you can just get it.
Yeah, it's exceptionally rare, but like, yeah, it does happen.
There was a group in Kentucky who got it from eating squirrel brains. But so far, all of those variants, you're right, the transmission has been very difficult between people, which has kept the instances among people relatively low. In that when a person gets it, they go into treatment and they don't really spread it to anybody else. CWD is different, right? That's one where if like you have one person in a group, they're talking, their spit, droplets, kind of like the whole COVID theory. The spit droplets are going in the air. There could be prions on those, and that gets in you. You're done. There's nothing they can do for you. And you can't disinfect surfaces, right?
Yeah, because it's not alive.
And yeah, it's not alive, and you can't cook food, right? So if you cook food, you could burn food, and the prions will still be in there.
They're especially so it's interesting. Well, interesting to me, maybe not to anybody else, because like proteins are my specialty.
Cool.
Well, that's pretty much like arguably that's a domain of biochemistry. But are prion diseases like my specific expertise? No, but I know a lot. I mean, protein folding and protein structure is my thing, and these are super interesting because they bring up a lot of questions. Where it's like, yeah, like on the surface, like they are replicating agents, but they are not replicating living things or organisms. And they're like separate from viruses because viruses hijack living machinery and then propagate from there. Where really, like the best analogy that I can come up with is like they are Agent Smith in Matrix Reloaded, the second one, where it's just like you have a protein, you have a misfolded protein. And just by coming into contact with the proper folded protein, it basically induces misfolding of the neighboring protein, where it's just like able to make copies of itself. And the resulting misfolded protein appears to be more stable, really robust, and like pretty much, as you say, like you can't, the technical term that we use in sort of biochemistry, you can't denature them, you can't like degrade them. They survive cooking, and they typically survive like harsh conditions. And so it's like, how do we deal with this thing? And it also sort of like somewhat falls in the face of like what we typically know of proteins of like, generally speaking, the native form of a protein is usually regarded as like the most stable, as in like, this is the most stable form, like this is natural form, and it should not be able to go into another form that is more stable. But these prion diseases, or these prions, call that into question of like, it's misfolding, and as a result of misfolding, it appears to be becoming more stable. And then through just coming into contact with neighboring proteins, it's able to induce misfolding. Where it's like it is super scary on paper when you read about it, and especially in the situation that you brought up with like chronic wasting disease, which I've only done like cursory reading about. So at this point, you're probably more informed about that one than I am. But like if it's transmitted through, these are all sort of like speculations on my part, where you're bringing up sort of like species jump. As of right now, it appears to be isolated to, I think, like deer and elk.
Deer, elk, moose. I'm not sure about moose, but I know for sure deer and elk are like the two like primary hosts,
Sure.
reservoirs for it. In fact, and there's a lot of in my state. There's a lot of restrictions on like how you can hunt deer, specifically because of it, right? So you can't pile bait in too much quantity because it might attract too many deer who will then share saliva and spreads chronic wasting disease. They encourage you to like hunt them because if the population gets too big, it might spread chronic wasting disease, right? So like there's like certain rules and regulations that are like, oh, like this is kind of a fucking concern.
Yeah. Where I don't know, you probably know better than I, since you clearly have done more reading on it. But have there been human cases of chronic wasting disease, or all as of now it's like we're trying to prevent that?
So there has been my understanding is there's been like 2 alleged instances.
Okay,
But
suspicions.
But they have not been verified, and currently there has been no research demonstrating that CWD is able to make the jump from deer to humans. Now,
yeah.
Now, that said, though, the CDC has like issued multiple warnings, and in fact, I'm pretty sure in Missouri, they actually make you test the first deer you get for CWD, just because because people eat deer, right, and elk that they're hunting, just because they're concerned about the possibility of a species jump. And the more that people are hunting deer, which is first of all critical to keep their numbers down to prevent CWD in the first place, but also because people are eating the deer, raises the likelihood of a species jump the more that happens. And we wouldn't know about it until about 10 years after it happened. So it could have already happened. That's the thing that's like scary.
You could have a whole population just as incubators, and you won't know for like a decade or so, or like 5, 10, 20.
And that's what happened with the squirrels in Kentucky, right? So there was like there was a massive uptick in Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, and they had it like traced back to a potential squirrel outbreak of like basically kind of like a squirrel prion disease back like 30 years ago, right? And so like the timing just fucking was, I don't know, it's terrifying.
Yeah, no, it's understandably because like again, to my point, like you're consuming it, and your body, your digestive system is like arguably designed to digest proteins. Like you're supposed to digest them and break them down. Like this is the sole reason why insulin needs to be injected, and you can't just eat insulin as a diabetic because your body's just going to break down the insulin. As opposed to like with these prions or some of these prion diseases, like just through eating them, and it's able to withstand the like a system that it's designed that it's supposed to like break it down and digest it, and it's somehow ending up in circulation and probably circulating your body and coming into contact with the proteins. So I guess the question becomes is like if they've identified the specific prion, as in like what type of protein it is, what would allow it to make it the species jump? Or this is speculation on my part, but I'm speaking with some confidence here, some pretty high degree of confidence of like what would allow it to make the species jump to humans is like if the humans has this same protein. As in like, let's say for example, using just the example that I just gave of like whatever, the prion is misfolded insulin. So if it's like misfolded insulin in deer, well, humans have insulin. So hypothetically, if our insulins touch, if the misfolded insulin from the deer touches our folded insulin and it's able to induce that misfolded state, then it can hypothetically make that species jump. But if the prion in like the deer and elk, it's like you only find it in deer and elk, which is unlikely since we have an evolutionary relationship with them. So a lot of the proteins that you find in deer, this is why Creutzfeldt, there's a human variant of Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, or like bovine spongiform encephalopathy, mad cow disease.
And the squirrel one too.
Yeah, because we share a lot in common with the animal kingdom. So in all likelihood, it probably has the capability to make the species jump, unless it was like like a protein that you'd only find in deer and elk, which is I wouldn't bet my money on that. It's possible.
Yeah, and the CDC seems concerned about it, at least based on what they keep talking about. Which
yes, that would be a strong suspicion. That like they have reasonable suspicion to think that it can make the jump because it's conserved protein, as in just like as the deer have insulin, we would have insulin, and so all the more reason, Lactoid, to become plant-based. You don't encounter these issues in a plant-based diet.
I'm getting into hunting though, so like
You can hunt plants. You can hunt truffles.
Oh, that's
Truffle.
not hunting. That's gathering. That's the other word. That's the hunters and gatherers. They don't
Not
run
if
away.
it's
They don't
not
run
if
away
it's
from you.
truffles.
The
You
truffles
can.
don't run away from you. They
Why is that important for you for it to run away from you?
look. I like the flavor of meat. I don't know what to tell you. Like it's like
Do you like it?
Do I like it so
Well,
much to get a brain disease that kills me? I don't
yeah.
know. Look, if I knew the deer had CWD, I wouldn't eat it. Straight up, I just wouldn't feel comfortable eating it.
Yeah, go ahead.
But if I knew it didn't, yeah, of course. Yeah, I don't know. But do they always test it? Probably not, dude.
Well, I'll bring in another variable because there's not a lot of research, but a lot of research that is coming out is showing that the accumulation of microplastics largely occurs most in animal products as well.
Yeah, but crawfish are so good. Oh my god.
Well, yeah, so I'm just asking you what you value. As long as I just want you to be aware, like,
Hey, knowledge is power. I appreciate it.
and especially seafood. It seems like seafood so far. That's where you get the most accumulation of these
Love
microplastics.
seafood though. I'm a big seafood guy. A lot of people don't like seafood. I love basically almost all seafood except maybe salmon. But I think there's still probably there's still room. For it in some
Like,
places. Sushi, crawfish, shrimp,
oh my god,
crab, mussels.
so many toxins, so
oysters.
much plastic. Like,
Yeah,
come on.
the bottom feeders taste the best.
I mean, like, yeah. So as long as you recognize that you're valuing taste over,
My own health, yeah. Well, to some extent, but yes, of course. I mean, look.
well, I'm
I don't
curious,
know,
like,
maybe
what
one day I become a vegan, but only once they develop like a supplement that can keep me high T and muscular.
well, no, I'm not even advocating that you go vegan. Just like, as long as, like, well, first of all, you think I'm low T. I might just because I'm on the left and I act low T doesn't mean that I am actually low T. And there's some interesting research. It's a little bit conflicting, but there's research also showing, sperm quality, et cetera, et cetera. But if I send you the research about, microplastics, and all of the other stuff, because like, yeah, it's not looking good. There are still microplastics in plant-based foods and in plants because they're just like everywhere. They're ubiquitous. Like, but in terms of where you appear to get the highest concentration, it seems like, no surprise, the things that eat other things tend to be accumulating the most.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I recognize it, and it's sad. It's sad because I sort of have this idyllic concept of like, the fresh fish from the river, but it's everywhere. But at least we might have microplastics everywhere. At least we have less lead than our parents did, because that's not good for brain
True.
development, and we cut that down a lot. You look at the average lead level in like millennials and Gen Z, and it is like it went off a cliff from the generations prior.
Yeah, but I think it's been substituted by the PFOAs
Yeah, the microplastics,
and
yeah.
microplastics and all that stuff.
Every generation's got their problems, right?
And I'm curious, like, in terms of like what I understand of like your framework and like taming of the lizard brain, like so in which direction do you want to like? In what category do you put your crawfish?
No, fair enough.
affliction?
No, I accept it. Like ideally, I would do nothing but like work out for 8 hours a day and eat Soylent cubes. Like that would be that's the ideal human, right? And like drink like nothing but protein shakes, eat Soylent cubes and work out for 8 hours a day. Get like jacked to the tits, right? And like just focus nothing but like productivity and self improvement. That would be the ideal. But have you ever had crawfish in a butter Cajun sauce? That's the problem, okay? All of my dreams come crashing down when I smell a butter Cajun sauce that goes with crawfish.
Super interesting. I'm not gonna like, this might be the result of my low T, but I've consumed very little seafood in my lifetime. I have never consumed lobster or shrimp.
Lobster's overrated. Shrimp is just good. Shrimp is a great.
Or like pretty like I don't think I've. If you add up all of the fish accumulation in my lifetime, it probably doesn't add up to like one whole salmon or whatnot.
Wow. Okay.
Like it just like never appealed to me. And when I get sushi, it's arguably not sushi because it's a vegetarian. It's just like avocado, cucumber, sweet potato, etc.
Well, what about
But
the omega-3 though? Right, fish has a lot of omega-3, and that's good for brain development.
yeah, I substitute. I take flaxseed oil, and I make sure that I supplement with it.
Sounds so lame. Flaxseed oil.
But you want to be like you desire that. You recognize that you should. Well, first of all, like I mean, so I think
I'm not
this
saying
is
it's a bad idea. I'm just saying it sounds awful. Okay,
Yeah. Well, okay. So let's unpack. This might be somewhere down the road a larger philosophical conversation because like, why does it sound awful to you?
Because
like, what's off?
So, okay. Because when I like sit down, like in front of a giant like pot full of like steamed and boiled crawfish, like covered in Cajun sauce, with butter and with just fucking the bread that you can get in the box from the grocery store that says Red Lobster on it, but it's not actually from Red Lobster, but you mix in the cheese and it just comes like a cheesy biscuit, okay?
Half of your brain shuts down.
Yeah,
and...
when you sit in front of that and you got like a lemon flavored beer, okay? It's like nothing else matters. Like there's just like the moment of like pure nirvana in which, I've never tried heroin, but I can only assume it's close to whatever that is.
So. Okay, so that might be, maybe.
I'm an addict.
Well, that I think that is explaining a lot, because it sounds like, the state that heroin users get to, that is the optimal state for you. As in, like, if you, let's say, if you can. I'm curious, if you had the financial means to fund a heroin consumption, do you like is that sort of like a optimal?
No, it's less
condition?
aesthetically pleasing, and it's also I'm not addicted to it now, so like I prefer to not like get addicted to new things, right? I should be working on cutting down my addictions, not expanding them. But I'm not going to start with crawfish.
And because it sounds like your optimal state is hypothetically, let's say, okay, somewhere down the line we have the VR technology or like the Matrix technology, and you could just plug yourself into the Matrix and you could just be eating your crawfish dish.
No, absolutely not. Right, and this is like the goal is to always like become a better person while acknowledging your weaknesses, and also, like picking your battles is the best way to describe it, right? Do I eat crawfish? Yes. Do I do heroin? No. In the grand scheme of things, could I be better? Yeah. It's not as bad as it could be.
No, I'm not saying you're an awful. Like, I'm passing no.
I'm not using moral judgment. I'm just saying, like, in terms of lifestyle, right? So,
sure,
like a healthy lifestyle versus unhealthy lifestyle. For an American, I live an incredibly healthy lifestyle. American, okay. For like the ideal like He-Man Chad, do I live a healthy lifestyle? No, not anywhere close. I'm somewhere in the middle. And should I strive for the healthiest lifestyle? Absolutely.
Oh yeah. No, and I take your point, and I agree with it. Not to pass any judgments on the people that are leading unhealthy lifestyles, because there are complicated reasons to why they do that. Just as there are complicated reasons to why you lead the lifestyle that you do.
It's addiction and weak will, right? That's all it is.
Well, I think it's a little more complicated. I wouldn't be so harsh on yourself, personally. But I'm curious, what would you do if you no longer had the ability to eat?
Die, I would assume.
No. I like, because there are actual cases. I mean, like, as in, like, you couldn't consume things by mouth. You can still live, and there are actual.
I would lose
cases.
so much weight. It'd be like the people who got COVID and like lost their sense of taste.
No. Like, so,
kind of a blessing in disguise, a little bit.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but like, do you think you would be pretty much that state of nirvana that you describe is just now no longer accessible to you?
Right.
Okay, that's probably like the fundamental, just as in like pretty much the way you would view it is like, yeah, I'm resigned to a life of whatever subpar existence.
It depends what you define as subpar, right? Like if you made the most of it and actually focused on like a healthier way of living, then it'd be better. But like, if you
Right, but
wallowed in it,
the maximal, let's say, or the thing that you want to maximize is just like inaccessible to you. I mean,
kind of,
it pretty much sounds like a hedonistic framework of like maximal pleasure, or pretty much maximal nirvana through mouth feel.
yeah.
Do you think that?
I'm not justifying it. I'm just saying it's a weakness.
Yeah, okay,
But it's really fucking good, right? It's hard to describe, but like eating meat like quite literally would be like if you sit down with like a heroin addict and try to convince them out of like just try to like talk them out of doing heroin. Like you just don't understand where the brain is at this point, right? Like I don't know if I could live without it. Is the way to describe it, right? And a lot of people believe that about things like meat,
Sure.
alcohol, cigarettes,
Cigarettes,
heroin,
absolutely. Yeah.
All sorts of things.
So yeah, that is that I think that is like the philosophical bedrock of like I think you appear to be operating under the assumption of like if I like lost the ability to eat, like I couldn't lead the highest quality of life that I would want to lead. But I think there's an interesting, and I would question that philosophical underpinning. Like pretty much, it sounds like if I lost the ability to eat, like I can no longer access joy, or like the sort of the highest amount of pleasure, so to speak. And I don't think that's a good assumption, personally.
Well, it depends on what I replace it with.
I don't think you need to replace it with anything, personally. Like that's why, like I think. Let's say joy, however you want to label it, joy, happiness, whatever, flourishing, well-being. I don't think you need your taste buds to access that. And I would use the case. I don't know if you remember the film critic Roger Ebert, if that rings a bell. But Roger Ebert, when film critics were like famous, arguably the most famous film critic, and notoriously overweight, loved food. But he came down with cancer. I think it was like cancer of like the throat or esophagus. But literally at some point, he lost his lower jaw. And he could no longer eat. And he was like literally just like getting his nutrition through his veins. Just like intravenous nutrition. Where like, he's kept alive, but like he pretty much could not eat anymore. And there are multiple cases. Like there are people that have lost like the majority of their GI tract that they could just like no longer eat, or there are people that they can't eat for a variety of reasons that they need like a port into their stomach to bypass their mouth. And I think I still think let's say whatever you want to label it, happiness, well-being, or joy is still accessible to those people. I think you might just be overvaluing your taste buds maybe a little bit too much.
Probably.
And so I would maybe call into question your crawfish assumption. Just as the heroin addict,
I'm hearing the words you're saying. Like it's like partially registering in the sense that
addiction.
Tomorrow I will go out and continue.
No, I'm not expecting you. And I pass no judgment. And addiction or compulsive behavior is complicated. And I'm not saying that I am guilt-free in this, but just as the heroin addict can often say to themselves, me consuming heroin leads to happiness. I think you might be operating in a similar sort of logic of like, my crawfish
Probably.
with Cajun sauce.
Maybe, but
But I understand once you're in the throes of compulsive behavior. Yeah, I know, but then again, it's curious, like because you've mentioned before that you do not enjoy like working out or engaging in physical activity, or at least it's not like a source of overall.
I do it, but I don't enjoy it.
Yeah, and arguably that is like against your biology, where like your reward systems are generally like wired to like runner's high is a thing. And when you actually like get runners, or when you get people to engage in physical activity, and you like measure the reward centers in their brain, like the reward centers are firing.
Yeah.
But
do you get runner's high?
Absolutely.
Now imagine runner's high, but imagine it in the form of a crawfish.
Imagine on the treadmill, I have the crawfish in front of me, that dish, and I'm just like sprint. Yeah, I understand.
Absolutely. All right. I gotta bounce, Corey. but
Yeah.
I really appreciate you.
Always a pleasure.
Hanging out and chatting with me.
Take care. Be well. Next time.
Yep, talk to you later. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for sticking around for the panel and the little bit of a post show where we talked with Scott about libertarian ethics and we talked with Corey about the dangers of prions and eating meat. If you liked if you liked what I had to say, you can find me here or on my YouTube channel, Lactoid TV, or my Twitter, Lactoid TV. I'm pretty sure both are linked. Yep, both are linked in the Twitch. Yeah, I really appreciate you guys sticking around. If you haven't followed me, please consider giving me a follow. We grow every single stream. It's awesome. I really appreciate all the support. To all of you who gave bits and subs, thank you so much. For all of you that were active in chat, thank you so much. You are all awesome. For all of your criticisms or for your words of encouragement, like Durka here is giving me in chat. Really appreciate all of it. Yeah, I'm just loving the passion. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and raid on out into Prime because he was kind enough to have us on the Reverie. And yeah, see you next time.